As the new year festivities come and gone, that means that spring is on the way, and as the temperatures rise, so do the stakes here in the LPL. We've gone from 14 teams to 8, and it's now only a matter of time until we find out our champion of the first split of 2026 and figure out who exactly we'll be sending to first stand. It's the first day of the 2026 Split 1 LPL playoffs, and we've got a great series to kick things off in JD Gaming against Top Esports. Welcome back, everybody. Hope anyone celebrating had a great Lunar New Year, and we are really ready to get right back into things here on LPL English. My name is Grapes. I'm joined alongside Cubby. We've got two best of fives here today, but of course we're starting off with JDG and Top Esports, two Group Ascend teams battling it out for a battle in the upper bracket.
Look, the format might have been a little bit different to get here, just like all the leagues have been globally throughout this calendar year, but the Split 1 playoff format, back to basics, Grapes, full bracket, 8 teams, double elimination. LPL does it best. We're going to have a ton of games to decide the reps that we're sending to first stand at the end of these playoffs. And excited to see things get underway to kick off the day.
Again, 8 teams have made it through. 4 of them automatically through Group Ascend, and 4 of them through the Knights Rivals Tournament. You can take a look at our bracket. We'll be going through the top half of it today. JD Gaming, as we said earlier, taking on TES. And then afterwards, we have Anyone's Legend facing off against Team WE, who, Cubby, we might not have expected to make it all the way here to the playoffs, but they always find themselves in these situations, whether we were expecting it or not.
You know, unlike some other monkeys in zoos, Monkey doesn't get bullied around like some other viral monkeys might be getting bullied right now. He makes it to the playoffs. Also booked a ticket into Group Ascend for Split 2. That's a significant ticket for these organizations, as well as the 8 teams you see on your screen. Going to be a part of Group Ascend as we dive into the LPL next split. But of course, have to wrap up a lot of games ahead of us for the LPL bracket. It's going to be a fun one. I mean, it is winter. It's the second year we've had a Split 1. We played around with a lot of formats globally, Grapes. I know that they said making Split 1 a little bit more of a legitimate split was a goal this year, like not having it be as short, having it be more of like, okay, this is a 3-split system instead of just testing it out for a bonus split, even though we still had the LCS lock-in. I'm glad that we have more time to run a full double elimination bracket. I've watched a lot of LCK in the Lunar New Year break while, you know, we had some time off here, significant with the LPL. I don't know what was going on with that format. I even was catching up on LEC. I don't know what's going on in that format. For being frank, you know, here it's basic. I see 8 teams. I see 2 upper and lower bracket, and everyone has 2 lives. Fight to the death. Let's do it. LPL is the best, man. Excited to dive into the games.
And that means scheduling is consistent as well. We're going to be here the next 2 days for our double BO5s, and then after that, going through each best of 5 series. Couple of days of break in between, but for the most part, every single day we'll have playoff action until we crown our champion here for Split 1. Before we do that, we also have some festivities and some celebrations to give out for the regular season, as our All-Pro ballots have come in. Part of it voted by us, part of it also voted by you guys, and we have a Group Ascend team here today. Remember, we did All-Pro ballots for Group Ascend, Group Perseverance, and Group Nirvana. We'll be revealing them as we go throughout the playoff bracket, and here is our All-Pro team for Group Ascend, which is essentially the All-Pro first team.
Okay. I'm surprised at more AL than BLG. I will say that's, I think, a little bit surprising. But, hey, also kind of right. Look at that jungle support. I think top, Fondre. I don't know if Fondre would have been my #1 top lane pick for All-Pro. I did not fill out a ballot because I didn't watch more than 50% of the games. I have watched all the games, teams I've covered. But LPL is a big league, and I haven't been casting a lot this split. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Bin's not on here, frankly. I think outside of that, this first team is what I'd agree with, / right. I know that Bin's had his own struggles in a way, but I think top lane was like a bit up for grabs in terms of first team All-Pro, but I'd probably still give it to Bin.
There's a lot of top laners I think could have been considered.
Yeah.
Flandra was my pick. This is exactly my ballot for Group Ascend. Okay. You could have thrown in Bin or Xiaoshu, who we're going to see a little bit later here today. But I think all things considered makes a lot of sense. Shout out to Elk, getting booted from BLG and still making it over Viper here, at least for Split 1.
Elk's been fantastic, and honestly a big nod to have a first-team All-Pro from our votes, given where Weibo was in the rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. They made it all the way up to the 3 seed. We'll be seeing them play tomorrow up against Invictus Gaming. But let's focus back in on our matchup here today between JD Gaming and Top Esports, because for the most part, not necessarily the teams that we'd be thinking as title contenders, but historically these teams have been excellent, and there is a lot of experience in certain areas for these teams in terms of postseason, but a lot of newcomers also coming in. You see guys like Feng Yue specifically and Hongqiu playing their first ever playoff series in the LPL.
Yeah, congrats to them. Of course, Hongqiu does bring some experience from the LCP, but still a very young player in the mid lane, and an exciting one that we have. I remember seeing this bout between Hongqiu and Cream internationally last year. I thought that with Hongqiu's play, I mean, I was tweeting in July that I thought Hongqiu was coming to the LPL just because he was playing so damn well internationally, repping the Flying Oysters and just being abroad with that region. We've seen a lot of talented players in that region, like Junjia in the past, get chances in the LPL. Appropriate now that Hongqiu gets that chance going up against Cream, who I think one of the big stories with this top esports, as we have the experience on your screen, has been that shift from Cream being the younger player on the team to now the more mentor figure that I've talked about a lot when I've been on Cream's games so far for the LPL. But going from players like Kanavi and Jackie Love as teammates, even Mako looking at past iterations of top esports or Crisp, and then going to Nayo, Jachi, and Feng Yue, who are in their second, and first LPL playoffs respectively, really speaks to the experience that Cream now needs to bring to this lineup, and a good chance for Cream to show that he can be successful and stable in a best-of-5 out of the mid lane, because Hongqiu can have his hands full on the other side of the rift.
It's a bit of a changing of the guard in a bit in terms of the experience levels and just the talent that is here on these two rosters. I mean, both of these teams winning championships within the past 3 years, but not a lot of continuity between the teams that won those titles and the teams that are currently facing off against each other today. Let's talk about the rosters that we'll be seeing here now. Starting off with JD Gaming, as they were the higher seed, did not have to go through that Knights Rivals tournament, ending as the 4 seed in 5-5. Xiaoshu, Junja, Hongqiu, Gala, and Vampire. As you said, Cubby, a lot of new pieces coming in, specifically the mid jungle here of Junja and Hongqiu from CFO. But Gala has also been a new addition to this bottom lane, and he's been really, really good for this team.
Yeah, and I do feel like this was a team that got off to a hotter start in the regular season and didn't have the finish that they were looking for. As opening up, I mean, JDG out the gates, they beat BLG, they beat AL early on. And then the second round robin, things didn't go as well for JDG as a team. I think for me, Hongqiu and Junjia, when they play on the faster mid-jungle duo, I definitely see JDG having a lot more success as a team. And I think that has enabled players like Gawa, Vampire, and Xiaoshu, who's been really consistent in the top lane. But when this mid-jungle duo is able to play fast, and I think help the rest of the map, it helps everyone look better. When they aren't able to do that or be that team, they don't look like the same team to me in JD Gaming. So for me, AL, on the flip side, Tabe going up against his old team, AL had a lot of strategic diversity, and I feel like could really match up into a lot of the LPL teams well from last year. I'm curious to see if they can bring that out this year, as I think we've seen them playing around with picks a little bit more. I mean, had to reach into their bags going into Game 5, going up against WE. It's going to be interesting to see, if this series goes late, if Tabe can get the best of his old team, and if there are enough winning mid-jungle duos for JDG to really patch that hole or at least reinforce something that I find to be very strong within this team.
Yeah, I mean, when these guys are going, we saw it even on the international level. They are able to reach heights that few other teams in the league or even in the world will be able to match, especially if we do get to see these guys internationally. But let's take a look at their opponents in top esports. As you mentioned, having to fight through that Knights Rivals gauntlet, and it was a fight against Team WE. Went all the way to 5 games, but at the end of the day, the bigger champion pools prevailed, and you could see some experience levels, and just in terms of the solo laners here in 369 and Cream, really show up by the time it got to those clutch moments.
Yeah, I mean, they got pushed, which is a big deal coming into the playoffs, as top esports, again, perennially one of the stronger organizations that we have had in their tenure for the LPL. And it still feels like this roster, with Cream shifting to be one of the older players in the roster now instead of one of the younger ones. This young core, Nayo and Feng Yue did have better games in the second half of the LPL regular season, and I really hope that can continue to show tonight, because I think top esports is really going to need the most out of that jungle support duo. That's a tough duo to have a lot of lack of experience on, going into Junjia and Vampire, who definitely have the edge there. But I know that talked a lot about experience grapes. Also want to take a deep dive into the mid lane, especially Cream. who we feel like was a little bit better in the second half of the split, but needs to be a big engine if Top Esports are to win tonight.
Cream is a very interesting player and has been ever since he joined Top Esports a couple of years ago. Sometimes he is the reason why they are winning games, and other times it feels like the opposite case. But I feel like it's moments like these where he's proactive on these champions that can really roam around, do a lot in side lanes or in team fights, diving in these assassin-like situations that he really shines.
My thing for Cream is that ever since he came into the LPL, I always knew he was a really good assassin player. I mean, Akali is a champion that is rightfully associated with Cream. Also knew that he was a good marksman player. We saw that again recently. Him pulling out Smolder in that Game 5 against Team WE was really big for Cream. I think Tristana was a champ that might have been his best at the first international tournament he played on. He hasn't evolved enough for me as a player to really be this perennial mainstay in the LPL. I mean, he's good enough individually where he is a perennial mainstay and maintains being on these top teams. But when you get outside of the LPL, we haven't seen the same success from Kareem. I think a lot of that is consistency in his champion pool and game to game. Like I don't think he's a great mage player. There's some mages that he can play, like Victor and Hui, others that he can't. And that's, I think, one of the many areas of his games where I just need to see him round it out as he does start to become one of the more tenured players that we have in the LPL. And a great chance to do so tonight against JD Gaming and Hongqiu, who, again, I think that the mid-jungle duo for Hongqiu, very important. That Junjia and Hongqiu get to play fast on the map. If not, this JD Gaming team has not looked as good to me. Really feels like they put a lot of priority on that mid-jungle duo, being able to move and impact the other lanes, impact the game, and run on their engine. Good opportunity for Kareem and Top Esports to try and break that.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that experience graphic that we had, being the 10th playoff series of his career for Kareem, those are not young developmental player numbers. These are veteran numbers at this point. And so seeing what he's able to do in this new year, getting an opportunity once again to perform in the playoffs. Remember, he had a great postseason in Split 1 last year, taking Top Esports all the way to a championship alongside Jackie Love and the rest. But time will tell, and we'll see if the new gun here in Hongqiu is able to match up against Cream. That mid lane, certainly a matchup that we'll be watching throughout the duration of this best of 5. We see the walkouts come through now. 5 games potentially to determine who ends up in that upper bracket semifinal and who will be fighting for their lives in just a couple of days down in lowers.
And a look at a different trophy. It's not the Mordekaiser Mace like it was last year for first. I know I have fond memories of watching 369 raise that Mordekaiser Mace when they won first stand. Not the case. They're not one first stand. Won the LPL split one to get to first stand. Not the case this time around. But we're gonna do some fist bumps. Looks like team captains there in Gala and 369 with the fist bumps to get us going. And we'll see if the captains can step up in this game 1. Grapes, anything that you're looking out for in this series that you're excited for? You know, usually I get to talk, or we get to lay things out. You talked about mid-jungle. Anything that we're missing before we dive into this first draft that you're excited for?
Definitely talked about mid-jungle, and how those can be very important areas of the map. The mid-lane champion pools for both of these guys is where I'm looking. One pick that has been really prevalent in the meta throughout the year, Azir. Neither of these players very good at it, at least this season. Cream 2-6 on it this year. Hongqiu 0-2 on it this year. You think of it as something that every LPL mid laner will be able to pilot, but I'm curious to see if that drops in priority, if that gets put into the ban tables at some point. And the other thing I definitely am looking at, top lane champion pools. Both of these guys, Xiaoshu and 369 specifically, have pulled up some more unorthodox picks. So we've seen things like the Vladimir for 369 in Game 5 against WE. Wondering if any of that ends up popping up here today.
Yeah, that's one I appreciate. Sometimes later in Fearless, you can get in your bag a little bit. 369's always carried, and I think oftentimes hasn't gotten credit for carrying around a few champs in his arsenal that he can always play. I think in a series against him, you always have to be worried about the Kennen and the Mordekaiser, which do have plays for him in Top Esports so far this year. I was kind of wondering when that makes an emergence, and also in a best of series with Fearless, of course. You know, are you signing up for the meta trades, or is there a game where you might want to play Silas into Azir and save the Orianna handshake for, or reserve Orianna first pick for a different game, pretty much? You know, is something where I think sometimes in a best of 5, opting out of the really meta handshakes you see in every series at home, like the Cassante Rumble matchup, not signing up for that and saving one of those picks for a different matchup or a different game, that's kind of the way you throw wrenches at teams now when it comes to at least trying to diversify your strategies in the Fearless format. So interested to see if Coach Tabe now with Top Esports has any of that, or if Coach Tabe with JDG has any of that, or if Top Esports going to have what it takes to bring it today.
Yeah, I mean, JDG have the probably scouting upper hand at this point, knowing that they've seen Top Esports play through that full 5-game series rather recently, while on the other hand, JDG maybe has their cards a little bit more hidden, at least for now, as we get started with picks and bans for game number 1. We see that JDG opting for first pick, Top Esports opting for blue side. Seems to be the standard at this point. We do see a lot of bans towards 369.
We're setting up for like first pick Cassante here. Or I mean, they banned out the Mbessa. I really feel like they're signing up to blind a top laner over on the blue side.
That could be a top laner.
Varus blind early on. It could be a top laner. We sincerely hope it isn't. Varus has been very, very powerful. Whether it's been played top with a build that did get nerfed, but you saw at home with Dusk and Dawn, or bot, of course, in its poke status, where Varus has had a lot of success again. So that's locked in early on for JDG. Do like the response, though, of the Yunara and the Xin Zhao. A lot of threat for Lulu there on 3. One that JDG should be aware of, so definitely should pick to not make Lulu more optimal than what it already could be, pairing with Yunara and Xin Zhao as champs.
Nio 3-1 on Xin this season. Certainly a pick that has been very powerful, but something that he specifically has had a lot of good times on. So has the Rise for Honkyu. Alongside this Pantheon, is that enough in terms of the two semi-globals for them to play fast here?
I mean, yeah, we talked about playing fast and playing the map, and I think that this is the mid-jungle duo to do just that. Seeing the Realm Warps, the Grand Starfalls as well. Honkyu and Junjia already signing up to be everywhere on this map. Can do so with a lot of mid-priority later on from that Poke Varus, of course, who will dominate the mid-waves later in this game. Going to lead Top Esports really playing on the back foot here, at least in the early part of the games. I think early draft, I mean, I see priority bot, I see priority mid, and I see a jungler that can play very quickly in the Pantheon. I think that everyone just goes Sundered Sky Black Cleaver, but this champion, just the way it synergizes with Black Cleaver, once you get that second item completed, I think the strength of Pantheon really takes off as a champion. It feels weird because I think since like his mini rework, I mean, this was just viewed as a strictly early game champion, and of course he is pretty strong as an early game champ, but the scaling he brings late is kind of slept on. The duration of that W, I feel like you get 2 or 3 off in a fight. Actually allows him to be pretty mobile and control frontline. And if you're in a fight where you can control the frontline as Pantheon, and that champ is allowed to interact, allowed to fight, he's really strong. So curious if JDG can continue to draft for that. I think banning away the Lulu if you don't want to take it. Polymorph is a really abusive ability. Talked about already how it pairs really well with Yunara and Xin Zhao. I like taking away the Nautilus too, because that's a champ that can enable JDG just to play faster.
You go through a bunch of supports at this point. Nautilus and Rakan not going to be available for a Vampire. See what exactly they want to pair alongside that Varus, or maybe that Varus is getting sent up to the top lane, but most likely looking at top laners and supports to be selected here in this second phase. Looks like pairing something alongside this Varus, there's a lot of different options that you could go for, and also it depends on whether you want to go for the poke build or the on-hit. I would imagine on-hit maybe makes a little bit more sense given now that there is a Xin on the enemy team, but still a lot of time left to figure things out.
Yeah, I think that the Bard ban definitely opened up Alistar in the pool, and this is a little bit of a takeaway from JDG, because I think JDG were setting up for Alistar potentially with those bans. Opportunity to answer Rel now. I still think it might be Poke Varus, just because DPS fighting Yunara Azir is pretty impossible. But we could get even weirder and maybe be blinding a top lane Varus or playing support Ashe. As I know support Ashe has actually picked up a little bit of validity. No, it's top lane Varus. Okay, it's top Varus and it's Ashe Seraphine bot. Okay, that's fine. You can play support Ashe. You can go CDR and fire the ults. It's not what we're getting this game. It is top Varus for Xiaosha. And now, 369, choice of counter. If you want to go for the Jax, you really have to play for the top lane Varus. My concern now, though, for Top Esports is that the Panth and the Rise can really support a top lane Varus. Ashe Seraphine also is a winning lane very hard into Yunara and Alistar. So the way that you break Varus is by attacking it early so that it can always get attacked later on in the game, right? Because you are a ranged top laner. You have less stats as a ranged, carry, and you don't have a mobility tool top. So if you get behind, it's bad. But everyone on JDG can support this. Whether it's Ashe Seraphine, they're going to have perma push in that bot lane. Pantheon Rise should be able to move and really support this top lane Varus pick. So this is signing up already to be pretty oppressive for top esports. I think they're really going to be on the back foot in this game. Because for me, they drafted 3 losing lanes and a jungler that might be able to help a breakout, but Pantheon can really respond to a lot of plays and is really oppressive to face as he can answer plays anywhere when his ult's up. But that gets even harder when everyone else already has priority on the lanes, which that's what JDG is drafted for. So we'll see if top esports can break that.
Yeah, JDG playing fast, playing hard, just like you said. A lot of what they are able to do will revolve around Junja and Honkyu on this Pantheon Rise, impacting these oppressive side lanes that can be punished if put in the bad situation. Whereas on the other side, top esports, absolutely holding out for the team fights, holding out for late game, trying to get themselves an opportunity for somebody like Jachi on this Yunara, even Cream on the Azir to get to a very strong point. The question is, will that happen, or will JDG just be able to send that train all the way forward?
Hey, you know what? It's already 369 reaching his bag a little bit too. We talked about signature champs. He always keeps on them. I mentioned the Kennen. I mentioned the Mordekaiser. How dare I not mention the Gragas, which might be his best champion career-wise. It's definitely up there. So will be fun. I mean, the flip side of this is if JDG gets behind, they have no front line. And having no front line into Azir, Xin, Alistar, and Gragas too, Gragas brings even more ways to force and try and make plays. So if top esports are able to break JDG early, could be good. I just think it's going to be really tough to break 3 winning lines.
Here we go. First series of the playoffs here in Split 1 of the LPL. Starting things off, it's a very fascinating composition here for top esports. A lot of that coming with this Ashe Seraphine bot lane that is already going to be oppressive down here. Level 1 Alistar against double range, you're never having a good time.
Really liked how JDG set this line up too. They had both Vampire and Gala starting that brush, and they killed the first ward dropped in by Fungiway. So just, I mean, signs up for even more of a beatdown, which you are seeing on your screens down here. Now, we have Pantheon working his way towards the top side. I think that makes a lot of sense in a game with Varus, as you want to really support that pick. And Nio is also doing the same, making his way top, but he did go for the AoE camp clear. So he went Raptors, Krugs. Well, means that does mean that he won't full clear in time to get up to that first crab. So curious to see if he just plays for the bottom one and tries to rotate his camps out as fast as possible. But that tells me that top esports is going to sign up for a lot of pain early against JDG and kind of let these winning lanes take course.
Yeah, I mean, that's
probably
the best way to do it, unless you get something really spicy early on here.
Not
Nio
good.
going for an invade onto the red buff of Junja. Now remember, both soul laners for JDG have prio, so Nio's going to have to make this quick. Forces the flash out of Junja, but he's going to follow up with a 3-talent strike. Conquer already procced. One more auto should be enough, and Nio's just going to pick up first blood. A very successful engage, and it needed to happen just like that.
I mean, I'm looking at the lanes, and it's Xiaoxi and Honkyu with push, and then Nio just, he got in the face of Junjia, took him down. There was no help for Junjia in that fight. Xin Zhao able to get in there level 3, wins the fight, takes the red. That's a huge win early, going to release a lot of pressure across the lanes for top esports, knowing that JDG's jungler is that far behind now in this game. That was a surprising invade. Caught me off guard. Definitely caught Junjia off guard. And a great risk from Nio, who walks out with the kill, the red buff, and first blood.
Talked about JDG playing with some sense of pace that is certainly going to be slowed down after that first kill was given over to Nio. No ability to dive top lane, no ability to gank mid lane unless just full send it here off of the TP. Honkyu is going to try to make sure this Rune Prison immediately lands, and Cream's going to have to burn a flash.
Well, aggressive TP that gets punished by Cream is going to be a slight early lead now for Honkyu. Junjia, this is big if he gets the respawn Raptors.
He's only level 3. Nio has
no buffs,
level advantage, and both have smite. This should not be an easy situation for Junjia to handle. And it looks like it should just be controlled once again by the jungler of Top Esports. So
That's
overall,
big, though.
TES doing a really good job, specifically in the way that these rotations have worked out early.
Nio got the dream clear start because he has cleared out one crab, got a kill, stole a red buff, and got both of his respawn camps in time, on time. He's going to base, have money for a Thunder, and have the stats that you need. You want a Xin Zhao to continue to try and oppress Pantheon. Pantheon, in this matchup, that attack speed steroid from Xin Zhao, it's too massive for Panth to deal with early. And when you get ahead like this, you get stat checked as the Pantheon. So it's going to be a while now until Panth gets back into this game. And if Xin Zhao gets ahead, his ability to kind of power clear and really ramp this game up early. Again, he was the one early winning champ that Top drafted for themselves. It's going to be on Nio that now has this jungle tempo lead to kind of snowball this into his lanes and try and slow down what should be winning lanes here for JDG early.
See some push here for Hongq. He's taking a decent amount of HP, but will be able to just back after that. Meanwhile, the bot lane still going well here for JDG. So the lanes are doing their jobs. It's just what exactly is Junja going to be able to handle here? As we see Nio going for a lane invade here onto Xiaoshu, and she should be able to do it. A really nice explosive cast, and that's just going to be a kill onto the top lane Varus. Exactly what needs to happen here in this matchup.
I mean, the chains of corruption and the flash never came out as defense. Xiaoshu just got one shot. I feel like after the cast came out, there might have been a moment where Xiaoshu could have flashed away from Nio on Xin Zhao, which I think is, if you flash, the wind becomes lightning. Xin Zhao is going to have trouble closing the gap against you. I'm really surprised that none of those abilities came out from the Varus. I feel like now jungle got broken by a nice play from Nio. That's also a really good timer by Nio to visit top. No recompense by JDG, and the comp where JDG drafted so many winning elements early, already been set behind twice.
Not our expectations for how this early game was going to go, and even in terms of our expectations for this series, only one game really separated these two teams in terms of the regular season, but seeing Top Esports struggle so mightily against Team WE might have had people favoring JDG in this series, but TES is showing they are here to play, at least at this point, keeping things very competitive here in game number 1.
I'm impressed with what Nio's done so far with his first two moves. I just feel like he really read and cut through the win con of JDG, which, I mean, like, even interacting with Varus there at 6, it might seem scary, but that's the first time that your Gragas is really going to have the opportunity, I think, to make an impact on this lane. Speaking of which.
Nice flash. Okay. 369. Don't know if he needed it to survive with the extra healing from the Viscus coming through, but all of that here for a full combo from Xiaoshu, going to be worth it here, as JDG going to try to take this dragon down. If Junja can smite this, that'll give him level 6, and he'll have an opportunity to match the ulti of Nio, who does not want to engage. So JDG able to get their first objective of the game.
Dragon's a little bit late for what JDG wants, but still, it's before Grub spawns, so the opportunity to try and get both neutral objectives, which in this draft, I think JDG definitely have the potential to do and want to do. I think the consequences of what Nio's done so far, I will say that the worst thing that could have happened for Xiaoshu on the top side is if he flashes and dies. Like, it's not like he flashed and died. Dying's bad. If both happen, that's disaster for your Varus in this matchup. Speaking of which,
disaster.
Yeah, that's
bit of a misplay here by Feng Yue. He's just going to get fully bursted down, as it will be a 2v2 kill. Maybe another here on to Jachi as well, but he's firing back here until Junja jumps in with the Grand Starfall to make it 2-0 down bottom.
Yeah, honestly, don't even think he was needed there. And that's going to hurt a little bit, because now can actually get up here and take the grubs.
Unless he goes for a play here. On to Hongq. Both Flash and Ghost were burned, and that will be enough to get him away from the Xin.
Okay, look, I don't think that ult was necessary from Junja. Not known within the time, as barrier was still up for Gala. So I think that given the barrier versus Cleanse Diff, and he would have won out on the 1v2 without help, I harp on this because it means that grubs go this way. And top getting grubs, some aspect of grubs, very important, because the ability for Varus and Ryze to pressure these side lane turrets, if all the grubs were given over to JDG, it's pretty big. So I sincerely think that if JDG, like if Junja does not ult bot, if they take the 2v2 kill, They move the Seraphine up, and Seraphine's there at Grubs or the next rotation. That could have been a across-the-board wipe here for JDG instead.
Take a look.
Yeah, I mean, look at the timer of this. I just think that, I mean, first off, Fungyue, I mean, mate, you're not even 6 yet. I don't know how close you are to 6, so that's kind of a one-way trip whether that hits or not. But, yeah, I mean, from this look, Grubs are probably spawning 10-15 seconds. We don't have the timers. I think this was a little bit too much invested for sure. We could see it on our screens there. I don't know who's communicating that on the JDG side. I feel like that wasn't as much of a bang play. And again, just the value taking those Grubs away, I think is very significant.
Catch by Vampire. Jachi immediately cleanses the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But overall, HP advantage once again for JDG. This is the area of the map that they've been able to take advantage of in terms of the winning lanes. See if they continue to try to capitalize on it. Nayo on the Krugs right now will be around in case a dive goes through. The Grand Starfall off of cooldown. That means that Junja will not be able to use it down here. That means that not a play will be made.
Junja is here to cover. They might play with some recalls. They could really screw with the tempo of Jachi and Fungyue here. Yeah. I think, I mean, if you can prevent them from recalling, you can jail them. That's another plate that goes over to JDG. The free wave, more pressure. And I mean, this is where Ashe Seraphine is just such an impressive lane, especially against something like an Alistar, because this lane gets a lot stronger with more levels. Like, the more points you get to throw in your abilities, especially the Seraphine, you feel really good about. And when you're going into the Alistar lane, well, as Alistar, you sign up to lose very hard level 1, and you're losing pretty hard for the rest of the lane, as you can see. So, see if Fungyue can make up for that value outside of the lane phase and the team fights, where Alistar can be really powerful, but at the moment, you can see Gala and Vampire having a good start to this best of 5.
Been one of the better bot lanes here this season. Specifically, Gala really shining here in his new position, in his new role. One of the most highest priority free agents going into this offseason. Ends up choosing JDG. And, you know, maybe there were some questions about his consistency in 2025, but he's been a huge carry for this team, especially, you know, throughout the back half of this regular season.
It's kind of fun with the new LPL system, how you can see how players are prioritized. I think that's always a fun talking point, as someone that was always pro sharing salary numbers. Fun discussion. But, yeah, I do think that Gala, Vampire, again, were better in the first half of the season than the second for JDG, along with the rest of the team. I mean, JDG were a stronger team in the first half of the regular season. As I am seeing a level diff for the Gragas in the Varus matchup. That is a very big deal. Again, if Varus gets ahead in this matchup, you just start to win for free, because no one can check you. But if you have a level diff as Gragas, you're going double scaling, and then you always have casks and E-flashes, like ways you can guarantee pull the trigger into Varus. It's kind of a weird answer pick, but I can definitely understand it from 369, his perspective.
Yeah.
Just given that Gragas has been such a strong champion for him in his past career.
I think in general, you see Gragas into some of these more oppressive lane matchups, even the ranged top laners in general, because you can do things, you know, if that was successful, throwing the cask right back in, landing that full burst combo, and then also your passive just allows you to heal through so much of the poke that a ranged top laner like the Varus does offer. So you can see him already pretty neutral in this lane.
Where
Xiaoshu has actually had to go defensive and pick up a...
Does Gala check this? If they don't get this timer, they're going to be really down. JDG knows that they could be on it, though.
They're on it now. Junja has an opportunity to get in there and smite it away, but it will be secured by TES. Charm goes out, only hitting on the Fungyue. Nayo pops the Crescent Guard and lands, and when becomes lightning onto Gala, he flashes over the arrow and gets the knock-up to connect. First kill of the fight in favor of Top Esports, and now they're dropping like flies. Jachi is unleashed, but not able to get anything more. And overall, it'll be a 2-for-2 with the Dragon going to top.
I mean, Nayo just made one of the hardest flashes that you can make in League look easy as he flashed over the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Gala, and that is what enabled the 2-for-2. And again, what a read from Nayo in Top Esports to take the Dragon there. Is what a read am I seeing on my screen, as that's one way to lose your flash. But that's a great timer. This is off the bot lane reset. Again, you're playing into Ashe Seraphine. You need to find a way to break the scaling, and when people talk about breaking scaling at home, the good teams and players will talk about it in finding those windows to be aggressive, where it's a lot harder to because you're losing earlier in the game given the chance you have. That was a great window for Top Esports to be aggressive just by taking the Dragon, and for Nio and the team to recognize that, but then for him to flash the mechanics afterwards with the flash over the ECA. Nice 2-for-2 Dragon pickup, and that's really big for Top Esports. Just finding ways to really stall the comp of JDG. JDG wants to Dragon stack this game. And taking that Dragon away in the manner in which they did it in, very good.
It's been a great game from Nio so far on this Xin Zhao. Remember, he was on LGD last year, kind of on a lower tier roster, but these are his roots. He started up here in the TES Challenger system before getting loaned out to various other teams. And now returning to the main roster. A lot of doubts about him early on, but he has delivered so far against one of the most hyped up mid-jungle duos that we've had in the LPL in a number of years. And we see him continue to try to push the pace here, allowing for Jachi and 369 to claim their first tower of the game.
Like the power play committing. Again, this is a great timer by Nio. He's going to take the Dragon right as it hits 1K and then watch the flash right over the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. This is really hard to do, guys. This is one of the hardest flashes to make in the league. The model is so big that you can oftentimes flash and still get caught by it on the backside. See Cream go down out of the replay. Looks like a nice encore there from Vampire.
Yeah, no flashes burned, anything like that. Just clean 2v1 in the mid lane that went JDG's way. So much as we were praising Top for being able to win that fight out, or at least make it an even situation, they are still behind when it comes to how the mid-game and how this pace is going, as it allows for Junja to now start up the Rift Herald. However, Vampire has been caught out, forced to flash away with the exhaust on top of him, and now both AD carries will be duking it out. Gala flashed away from the W of Nio, and now the focus will go to the Herald. They land the stun in the Chain of Corruption, then the smite goes over to Junja, but now teleports have come in. Cream is in the middle of the pit, and he's doing a ton of damage, able to take down one, but it's a double kill that goes over to Xiaoshu. In the meantime, he gets a triple before dropping, but Cream lands a big shuffle and is able to get two back on his own. Gala looking to chase him down, should be able to finish it off, and JDG go 4-for-2 around the Rift Herald.
And they go 4-for-2 thanks to their 80 carry top player flashing into the middle of the fight and taking 3 kills. And this is why the AP Varus, it's so frustrating for people to play against at home, and is so oppressive in the top lane, because once you get the Dusk and Dawn item, your ability to rotate out your Blight stacks, your W, on Varus and take advantage of the big damage you get is good. Now, for this look, Top, I get this from their perspective. Vampire is down Encore. They find the Seraphine for free. Jachi has a decent trade here. Gala plays this fight really well. That flash out was really good. He plays the back half well, too. Nio getting in here is a good attempt. Junja wins out because your Smite plus crit on Pantheon. You can't beat that as Nio. That's understandable. Cream TPing in where he does, I feel like, is a little bit aggressive. But Xiaoshu, that's the story, flashing in the middle of everything. The charge W gets a huge chunk out of the Yunara. Yunara flops, and Cream just can't carry the fight. I think his TP in early was a little bit too aggressive. He dropped a ward behind, maybe in that banana brush. Could have helped him have a better spot at the beginning of the fight because he was CC'd coming out of it. But Xiaoshu reading that to flash in the middle of everyone and still win the fight was, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, you say frustrating. Imagine being 369 in the situation. You're able to survive the laning phase. You got a kill onto this ranged top laner Varus, and he just jumps in, grabs a triple kill. Basically playing in melee range a lot of the time. It looks like they're going to try and punish him because of that initial fight, and it should be successful as Feng Yue lands that knockup, and 369 will get his ultimate revenge with the body slam, getting one back.
Small thing there, like from Nio, the E forward to catch the R. You can still move throughout that with Xin Zhao, so I like how he kind of played that to catch it. Was able to get the free talent strike off as the arrow goes wide. Does prevent more siege from coming down on the top lane, though, as Nio and Top Esports were setting their sights there.
Dragon spawning on the bottom side. 369 and Nio are not in the area, though. This could be an opportunity for JDG to take positioning around the pit. They already have the Scuttler down there. Junja pops the Comet Spear and forces the Dragon to pull away from the side of Top Esports. Should be an easy control. However, Nio is running down, and we'll see if they do want to go for the fight. Look at Fungi.
haven't
He's
spotted
on
Alley.
the flank, and they have not found the cow just yet. A teleport has already come in with Xiaoshu looking here for this fight onto Nio. They land a huge root, and he has to flash away already. Jachi is transcended. Fungi lands a 3-man knockup, but will it be enough? The Unbreakable Will is on top of him, but Nio's already gone down. Honkyu gets the kill, and Junja's in the middle of anybody, and the Aegis is keeping him alive. It'll be a 1-for-0 so far, but both sides want to back away for now. Xiaoshu goes too far forward, but he's able to snipe him down with the arrow. Gala gets shuffled in, but he takes one down back with him. Cream's able to get a kill, but it will still be 2 players alive on either side.
Honkyu had to reset. He didn't have the TP back in. Good re-engage from Top and Cream, but Cream might not be out of the fray. Does have flash.
Well, Morph in, Cream able to buffer the initial jump forward from Junja and should gather enough distance to escape. But it will mean that JDG ultimately control that bottom side river.
I think the cask, actually, the Q there saved Cream at the end. That's slow. I think that did get him out. As what a chaotic fight there, Grapes. I mean, a lot burned. I thought a lot of people played this well, too. As we take another look, I thought the difference maker here is just the TP from Xiaoshu. It's such a winning position for JDG off the top half of the fight, because 369 is trying to walk through a control board, and while Fungi was setting up for a flank and Cream was going behind, Fungi has a really nice engagement in this fight on the side anyway. And I do appreciate how Top Esports kind of, you know, we reset the fight and we went back in on a good timer to play around the end of Joshi. I think JDG got caught off guard by this re-engage a bit. They were trying to get Honkyu to reset and do this, take the Drake cleanly. Because if Honkyu reset for free and got back on the map, Drake would have been theirs, which it is in the end. But yeah, I feel like the re-engage caught JDG off guard. Was a good pull from Top Esports.
Finding their moments here. First it was Fungi with the flash pull, then Cream goes in, so able to stagger those sets of engages, ending up working out in their favor. They're still down 1,500 gold, but remember, they're the scaling composition. They want to eventually get to the late game, and they're doing a good job of that so far.
They are. It's hard to outscale a Seraphine. But if it is a raw DPS fight, and I have a Zero Yunara on my team, I do like my chances if it does go later into the game. That said, I think that one of the things I'm starting to recognize in this game that I quite like for JDG, how easy is it for them to play some of these fights, especially for the, you know, top lane AP Varus, when you're able to play around point and clicks like Pantheon, like Rise, and even like like you turn Seraphine and Ashe ultimates into point and clicks. Yep. If you're using Empowered Rune Prisons or using, you know, these W's from Pantheon where it's a point and click stun, and then you can, you know, chain the skill shots on top of it. I think that Top trying to look for the flank or that approach there, that's what caught them off guard with JDG, how they enter the fight, having Xiaoshu being connected. And JDG are going to really want to stay connected as a 5-stack and have to look out for the displacement tools. Because if Gragas throws out a good cast, if Alistar gets a good headbutt, if Azir gets a good sweep, that's the game over.
Oh, Nio has been caught, but look at the explosive cast. It immediately takes down Junja, and the Crescent Guard from Nio is able to keep him alive. Jungler down for JD Gaming, and this is Top Esports' time to strike. Jachi's transcended, forces the flash away from Vampire, and JDG are now on the run with the Barons now spawned at the 22-minute mark.
That is what you were looking for with the cask, with the Gragas that was picked up late. Split up the Seraphine comp, deliver your food straight to you as the Fat Man delivered the Pantheon, and now Siege on the Baron trying to force more of a fight.
JDG are split. Cream with the flash shuffle sends Honkyu to his demise. Jachi gets the kill. Nio is ticking low, and there's still 3 members alive, and they all do a decent chunk of damage. I think that's enough, Cubby, for the Baron to be reset.
Yeah, honestly, good pickup. Honkyu was flashless. Cream had his own, so you can guarantee that trade. But they lost too much health, / JDG was able to stall too much around the Baron. It is a positive sequence for Top Esports, but they don't get the backbreaker at the end as no neutrals are picked up. There's going to be gold in their pockets.
Gold lead now swinging back in favor of TES after that successful play. And that is exactly what they needed to do here. Nio getting caught out. Looked like it was going to be maybe JDG that had the opportunity for the Baron.
Oh, Crescent Guard and a beautiful cast from 369. I don't think he meant to bring Junjia in as his W came out after the cast, but it was a bang-bang play, and Pantheon was delivered on their doorstep nonetheless. It's a good pickup for 369.
So unfortunate for JDG in favor, you know, for them to lose their jungler, lose their mid laner. But the silver lining for them is The Baron did not go down. Top Esports did not claim that buff. That could have been the full game breaking open in terms of this maybe scaling composition. So luckily for them, they'll be able to reset. They have 1 minute and 40 seconds until this next dragon spawns, and they can try to put some good wards around that side of the map, try to claim Soul Point.
Do have a couple unique adaptations coming out. I like the Merc Treads into the Hex Drinker for Nio. I think it means that he won't be able to build Sterax later. And the standard build, like you see a lot, is if you need Tenacity, you go Sterax. You see GA around this time. But he's going to get his Tenacity through Merc Treads and also pick up the Hex Drinker, which I think is going to give him a lot of value this game. Going up against the AP Varus Rise and Seraphine Grapes. Yeah. So definitely premium on some MR on that side. But yeah, I also just kind of want to track throughout this game. I know we're talking about scaling and how Top Esports, they want to scale into this game a little bit with the Azir and the Yunara. I don't know if they outscale JDG. I think they just have to outburst them or out-interact them. Kind of in the windows. Ooh. Good sidestep there. Yeah. Top Esports made sure of that one. They actually moved the goalposts, Redditor's favorite pastime.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like a lot of people I interact with on Twitter. That's what they do.
Yeah. Favorite pastimes. But, yeah, just given how hard this Varus scales, like the damage that I think the carries of JDG are still capable of, it really is going to come down to these bang-bang windows for Top Esports. Like, is the entrance into the fight big enough for Alistar, big enough for Azir, big enough for the Gragas like we just saw, where Top can get such a big head start to this fight? You kind of break what the sustained damage of a Seraphine team or of the Varus poke coming into these rotations around his Rs, where you're going to start seeing Xiaoxia fish with these Rs, and if he hits one, that's going to be half health off a carry, just given how this AP Varus build works and Blight.
So it's not scaling necessarily, it's team fight strength. You might see some team fight strength here as 369 body slams forward. A little bit of a knock-up onto Junja, and that allows for TES to gain control of the river. Teleport comes in from Xiaoshu, so it will be a full 5v5. But JDG are late to this play, and if Top Esports burst this down quick enough, they should just be able to claim the dragon unless the Realm Warp comes in. Actually getting sent the wrong way. JDG maybe were trying to send Junja in there as well to take the Baron?
Yeah, they banana comboed the Realm Warp, which is that's kind of advanced from banana comboing a flash. You really got to commit to that one.
Hong pops the ghost. Ooh, nice flash react from Hongkyu. Make sure he does not get knocked up. Chain of Corruption comes out, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow finds Cream. Encore only onto one, but Nio does not have the Crescent Guard and will go down to the likes of his opposing jungler. 1-0 in favor of JDG. Should be 2 with Fengwei on the way out of here. Junja picks up the crit, and it's 2 kills for nothing, and Baron on the menu.
That was a great predictive flash from Xiaoxia, and I think that was Top Esports signing up for a fight that they don't want. Talks about Seraphine comps. What do you want? You want to spread out? You want a sustained fight? You take a fight in the middle of mid lane. That's not the spot you want your displacement skills to hit or the AoE abilities you have as Top. You're going to try and save this play.
Hongkyu fighting a 2v1, has the phase rush to get away. Baron secured by JDG, and now Cream forced to dash forward, shuffles onto 2, but will not find anybody. Hongkyu dies on the other side, but Gala is still alive, and there's a ton of damage in favor of JDG. Jachi flashes in, but it is not enough. Baron in the hands of JD Gaming.
I mean, I don't really know what Top Esports are trying to do there. They must have thought that Baron could be the game, just given how they risked 3v5 and the resources that they put into that one. Jachi was not able to find an answer kill. And it is just Top Esports. I mean, I just don't like the fight conceptually they took in mid lane by using flashes and pulling the trigger in the middle of mid lane. It's not a fight you need to take. Like, this is a completely neutral state, so Top's opting into this. And again, if you have Shurima Shuffle, you have Cast, you don't want to throw these tools out in the middle of mid lane where JDG are allowed to have the most room to spread out, absorb, and then deflect this engage back on the Top Esports. Hongkyu gets a really nice combo to force both carries out of the fight at the same time, by the way. As Top Esports just really split up, I think given, first off, the angle they took to just take the fight in the first place and engage, and then just Hongkyu forcing the carries out there. Quite nice. As JDG get the best of everything in that last sequence.
Arrow. Nice dodge from Jachi here, but still going to mean the siege is continuing here for JD Gaming. They have the empowered minions for another 90 seconds or so. Top Esports doing their best to clear these waves out. overall, in terms of these fights, you see Top Esports knowing they have these tools, but JDG have done a really good job responding to them. Look at that flash from Xiaoshu, and just Fungua going into these combos. When they hit, Top Esports wins, but when they don't, they lose, and JDG has made sure that they don't hit.
Attacking the Varus. This is the best way back into the game, probably, for top.
Oh, it's a double TP
in
from Fungua and 369. Xiaoshu able to go golden for a little bit and allow for the rest of his team to ride, but he has already gone down to the likes of Cream. Here comes the Shurima Shuffle. It finds both of the bottom laners, and Top Esports might have found their opportunity. Clask sends HongQ away. It's a double Q already here for the Azir, and they're going to find HongQ as well. How did TES get this opportunity? It's a clean ace, and that might just be the game.
How much can they get off this? I'm so surprised that JDG went to help the Varus. That was so much used. They have 3 grubs on this push, Grapes. This actually could be it for top.
They don't have the Baron, but they have those 3 grubs. It's 18 seconds on both Xiaoshu.
I don't think they can end. It's a maybe if they go for it. It's going to be contested.
Inhibitor goes down. This is going to be at 5 seconds here on to Vampire as well.
Win.
I think the push is just going to be too much. It looked like Top Esports were at their brink, but they pull all the way back, win one decisive fight, and will take game 1 of this best of 5 series.
I mean, what a throw from JDG. What a bummer for them. You go to save the Varus. You throw everything into that fight for saving the Varus. You aren't able to do so. I think a couple of the key mechanics, that Baron 3v5 that they actually went for against JDG, they got Gawa's flash in that sequence too. Cream burned his own flash to guarantee the engage in the backline as Azir onto that Ashe. Again, when you're at a flash differential there, that engage is guaranteed. And top were able to guarantee a really positive fight for themselves in that bot side by JDG, not being disciplined, playing around those timers, and trying to save a fight that top had tempo on when it came to attacking that Varus. So that's a bummer. I really feel like JDG, I like the draft, I like the strategy they had, but that's the risk of running, I think, a top laner that is ranged and a support that is an Enchantress, and these cohesive tools we talked about for Top Esports. If you play into them on one bad timer, you get wiped, and that's the game. It's what happens when you go over 3 grubs, and you got carries like Yunara and Azir that enable Top Esports to turn a 5-0 into 4 turrets, an inhibitor, and an Nexus that quickly.
We said for these team fights to go well for top, everything had to go well, and that is exactly what happened here. It was a great double TP from the Alistar and the Gragas. They found a Xiaoshu immediately, and even though he bought some time with his Hourglass, it just funneled the rest of JDG into the waiting arms of Cream, who landed a massive Emperor's Divide. Was able to really turn the tides of that team fight. If JDG were even able to get 1, maybe 2 players on the back end of things, we could still be playing this game. But Top Esports perfectly executed that last team fight. They go 5-0, and they end the game in just the nick of time.
You're playing into a lot of squishies. Again, like the DPS from Azir Yunara, it's a lot. The cohesive AoE tools that Alistar or Gragas bring to the table to open that up, that's a lot. And man, I do like the draft from JDG. I really think they drafted 3 winning lanes. They drafted the ability to impact the map with the Pantheon and the Rise. I think that Ashe covers for a lot of the weaknesses in this draft, like the zone control with the slows, the ability to fish for engages with your ult, even the hawk shots where you don't have a tank support or a tank top laner to walk in. Ashe checking Ws with brushes or throwing hawk shots just to check stuff in advance. Like, I think this comp in this draft was really good and really well thought out by JDG. Losing this game is depressing. Like, this is not a game for me that JDG should have lost. They were winning for 80+% of this game. It was one bad play that they opted into. They opted into the Top Esports play on the bot side when they had Baron up and they were dictated the game on their turns. 5-0 and lose on that. That hurts.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where the scoreboard does not tell the full story. In a lot of senses, this should have been JD Gaming winning this game, but just one small moment at the end allowed for Top Esports to take a 1-0 series lead. I mean, we're taking a look at some of these highlights right now. The way that Junja and HongQ were able to navigate these fights as the Pantheon and Rise, that's not going to be as easy now once we get into later stages of Fearless. I mean, these were 2 champions that perfectly fit their identity, and now they're off the table, and they didn't even get a win off of it.
Yeah, I think Rise 2, probably HongQ's best champion, just pound for pound. The Azure Orianna swap wasn't taken this game, so that's going to be actually a lot of power to whoever gets Orianna later on in the series. As Cream did opt into, or the Rise was opted into. I think the Azure's was a response. I do want to point out, not this replay, I don't know if there's anything we missed, the Baron 3v5 when they show it, because that's going to lead into the timer where top gets the rinse and repeat fight on bot lane. As, yeah, again, JDG kind of caught off guard here by top re-engaging. I like this re-engage from top, I did. Here, watch Gala. Gala's going to flash at the end of this fight, guys, when Cream goes in. That's a really nice cast there from 369, actually. Yeah, that... Yep. Gala flashed that. His flash is now missing for this next play. So watch the final play at home, guys. Cream has flash and the Emperor's Divide up. So again, talked about this on Azir. When you have a flash differential, you can guarantee an engage on an opponent. What happens with how this fight plays out? Watch how Cream plays this. He's going to find Gala in the back half with a guaranteed flash of his own. This is really, really well played by Cream. I know he put a lot of focus on Cream as a member that needed to step up with top esports, given what he went from being a member that wasn't as experienced to far more experienced on the team, given that pretty much 3 rookies came on in. That is a really good play and a really good sign from Cream, being locked in to start off these playoffs. That was very, very well done.
Yeah, the catch on to Xiaoshu is one thing, but if Cream doesn't go for that play, fight could have looked very different if you allow for both the Ashe and the Rise to just pump out consistent damage in that team fight. But didn't end up happening because that shuffle did come in to save the day. So tough luck here.
It didn't happen because they didn't
Gaming.
sack the Varus, guys. Sometimes it's okay to lose the pinky. It's better to lose the pinky than the hand, if we're going to look at it that way. JDG, they had too much friendship going on. They had to save the Varus.
End up losing the hand and maybe a little bit more as well, not the whole body though, as again this is a best of 5 series. I mean, when you take a look at what they could do differently going into game 2, not a ton really comes to mind because it feels like they played pretty much exactly how they wanted to, beside from that last moment.
I think that they won that game for 80% of it, Grapes. Yeah. I think they just didn't find the last 20%. And you know what? Sir Joffrey might have lost a hand, but he came back to be a hell of a character. So we'll see if JDG can do so the same. This best of 5, as it's not off to a great start for them.
Cream winning his 4th MVP of the game, or of the season, I should say, for his Azir performance. Really well done. I mean, again, if he did not perform the way he did in that last fight, game could still be going as we speak. So Cream, with that player of the game, the mid laner, the veteran mid laner for TES, taking the honors there. JD Gaming have to rebound, and they have to do so fast if they want to be able to keep control of this opening round of the LPL postseason. We're going to go to a short break. Before we do that, though, we got to give a quick shout out to everybody watching at home, and especially to our supporters on Coffee, because if you would like to support LPL English, you can consider becoming a Coffee member. It is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays us on-air talent and content creators. So you can subscribe to our Coffee. It is linked in the chat right now to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions in our unique on-site interviews once those come around. Make sure to check the link down in the Coffee. JD Gaming down 1-0 as TES take that first one. We'll see who is able to take game number 2 after this short break. back here for Game 2 of our first playoff series of the LPL Split 1. Top Esports end up pulling a miracle out of game number 1 as JD Gaming face a tough lock loss. They were up for a majority of the game until one final team fight ends up sealing the deal. And Top Esports
we need
now.
The trade available meme. Bring it back. You know, you could receive a free middle inhibitor and losing your Varus. Or you could try to save your Varus and lose the game.
Looks like they took the deal. It was not, maybe not the best deal, but they ended up taking it.
You got to make some bad deals in your life to recognize what a good deal is, you know?
Yeah. You know what? A learning experience here for JD Gaming. And that kind of takes us to the point, as these are two maybe younger rosters with newer players kind of all around, but these are two very storied franchises that are facing off in our first round of the postseason. Championships for both of them in the last few years. Top Esports, of course, winning Split 1 of 2025, going to first stand. JD Gaming
they
going
went to that
for
first
that
stand?
repeat.
I don't remember that one, Grapes. I don't know why.
They went to first stand,
sorry.
and then we don't remember what happened after that.
Yeah.
They went there, and then they came back and played Split 2. On the other hand, JD Gaming winning that three-peat. I mean, I remember in 2020 when we had that COVID World Championships. These were the two teams that we thought could contest with Damwon for the World Championships, and they have been like the teams of the 2020s. Both of them, though, with slightly different iterations, maybe retooling, development-focused rosters, and that's why they both find themselves in the 4-5 matchup rather than maybe a higher seed like they would have been in years past.
Yeah, I mean, I think that both of these teams, what is exciting coming into this year is that JDG made real changes to try and be a championship organization again within the LPL. It felt like last iterations that we have had of JDG have not been quite as competitive as what we've wanted out of the team. This, I think, was one of the more exciting iterations that we saw after the failed super team, I would say, of what last year was, which was like watching Pays pretty much play his way on the T1 now that I look in hindsight, and then Shun play his way back in the BLG. That's kind of my memory of JDG from last year, sadly. Yeah, I think that was exciting. And then, honestly, seeing Top Esports go for this young core, having players that did win in their academy system, like Yue and Nio being LDL champions and Nio winning the MVP of a split, having a big-time org try and promote talent up in the LPL is something we don't see as much of. I think it's something more encouraged by the new off-season system that exists over there, whatever you think of it, better or worse. And definitely something that we've seen teams globally promote talent internally and have success with. Like, look at the sustained success of T1. Look at the sustained success of G2, of C9 first coming up in the day, or of what FlyQuest has even done late, or TL in their last iteration. I think that if you want to be on top as an organization, you do have to reach down, find the talent in your region, and lift them up with you if you want to be the most successful. I feel like that's been a proven strategy for organizations across sports, across esports, and something that we have not had a lot of teams in the LPL really take advantage of, which is their LDL system. That's why we have a soft spot for LGD, Grapes. You know,
yeah.
They've tried.
There's a lot of situations of maybe the top LDL teams, getting poached or getting their players taken by lower tier LPL organizations, but not necessarily as many as the internal promotions like we see here with Top, which is why we are particularly excited about it. As they are now up 1-0 in this series, can potentially go far in this first playoff run. But in another, but on the contrary, I should say, also a bit of a bridge split for them, as they have Jackie Love kind of waiting in the wings. You know that they can always pull out that wild card, send him in, and maybe go for a competitive, or maybe a bit of an upgrade, as you will. Jachi's been playing very well, but knowing that you have that here, maybe Top Esports in a way, experimenting a little bit, figuring out what works and what doesn't during this first split before Jackie Love eventually makes the decision whether he wants to come back or not.
Yeah, well, it's like, it'd be like being replaced by Max Scherzer, with Jackie Love coming back in. It's like,
well,
can't really argue with that. It's like,
my goat, not my goat is washed. Oh no.
Well, I mean, if you're Jachi, at least that's how you should feel. And Scherzer's not. The fact that Scherzer was on, he's not washed, man. That guy's first ballot Hall of Famer, unless Then again, I can't say any guarantees with the Baseball Hall of Fame, but that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, Jackie Love could, the way it works, Jackie Love could get inducted into the Hall of Fame before he's even done playing. So
that's true. You know, if there's one room that I could be a fly on the wall on, like that I could pay for just to have any experience, the Baseball Hall of Fame voting room would definitely be one of them. It's not the one I'm picking. That's on my list. That's a group of really crotchety old men.
Yeah, I was gonna say you'd be probably the youngest fly in that on that wall. I think.
It's like what better place to be in a room of like, this matters a lot for the legacy of the sport, and it's just a bunch of crotchety men that, you know, won't put Bill Belichick in a Hall of Fame, but that's fine. That's a different Hall of Fame. Yeah. We have issues with a lot of the Hall of Fames, I guess. That's what we're learning here. Grapes, let's dive in the game too. We have Oriana's here. That handshake was split up. Oriana's going to be banned first, as Top Esports look like they have, of course, blue side and second pick, and JDG first pick on red side. So same scenario as last game.
Yep, exactly the same as JDG. They had first selection in game 1. They lost.
Yeah.
They get it again here for game number 2.
Yeah.
And they need to kind of refresh. Hopefully they went outside, took a big breath of clean air, re-enter, and just try to forget about everything that happened in game number 1. At least the last 2 minutes of it, because that definitely did not go the way that they wanted to. In terms of how they approach this, though, in terms of the draft, I would not be surprised to see a lot of the same style of picks come through for them. Obviously, you can't do it because it's fearless, but, you know, having Jinja and Hongq on something high tempo definitely worked out for them.
And Bess is up. It was banned last time. You know, we kind of talked about how the last game, it almost felt like, we said jokingly, JDG were banning out for Cassante, because it was, what, Poppy, Renekton, being taken away, and then another top laner that, you know, Cassante doesn't like to see. It kind of forced an Ambessa ban. I am curious if Ambessa actually shows her face now in the draft, because playing against Vi Ambessa can be quite deadly. Might be picked up here by Nio to kind of double flex. That could be an option or an opportunity.
It's going to be the response here, maybe in the jungle for Nio. See, Cream on the Aurora. He picked it for the first time this season in their series in the Knights Rivals tournament. Ended up doing all right on it. It's going to be Nio locking in the Wukong. Another champion he's had some good success on in this season. So mid-jungle here for Top Esports has been set up. Let's see what exactly JDG wants to do here. Talk about combos that have worked well historically. Maybe something like a Talia for Hongq could come through.
Could be. Do want to note that Aurora could be flexible. We've seen a lot of Aurora top of late. Has some good matchups. Like, I don't expect to see something like Renekton blinded anymore, because that was set up really well for Aurora going to that top lane. So yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that it was Cream's first go at the Aurora, though, recently, as I thought he was a pretty good Aurora player last year. He is a champion that fit him really well. Fit
just
top
this season.
Yeah.
For that, I just remember it because Cream was the player that really got his pool tested the most in that series against WE. He had to pull out the Aurora, the Galio, and then the Smolder towards the end of that series as well. They go back to the Aurora this time around.
Kind of asking to get Aurora top now. As 369. He's yet to play the Aurora top, but if he is able to play it, it is a good matchup in a Renekton. Looks like might be something that JDG knows is not going to be in the arsenal, as top laner is being hovered here by Top Esports. 369 not going to subscribe to Flanders, maybe. Or maybe they're going to keep it vague here, Grapes, as they are going to lock in Corki. So we see the top side for JDG. They need to find their bot lane. That Aurora could still be flexed between mid or top. Again, we haven't seen 369 pull it out, but globally, I think you got to expect teams to be able and willing to pull out Aurora top, especially when the matchup could be good, like it is into Renekton. So curious if JDG just throws bans at Fengwei to guarantee that they hit, or if they ban out any mids to maybe read the Aurora flex with 369, or, you know, maybe take away stuff like Cassante or the top laners because they don't want to deal with that.
We do have a bit of a mismatch here in terms of where these picks could be going. It means that Top Esports very comfortable to ban away 80 carries, knowing that they already have one selected here for Jachi. JDG gets a little bit more confusing because you don't know exactly where the Aurora is going, but maybe banning out some counters, you know, to make sure that it is sent one way or the other. Make sure you get a matchup that you like. all on the cards here. Sivir has been a very powerful champion and would work well with a lot of the single target damage that the top side of the map has for JDG. We'll see where exactly this final ban goes. Going to be the Rakan.
So they did ban supports. That tells me they still think this Aurora could be flexible. And I don't think we're... I mean, there is a real choice now for top, because do you want to find your support pairing with Corki? Or do you take your top laner, which is going to be another 369 classic? He has busted out the Gangplank.
Man, I had this in the back of my notes as like, he's not going to play Gangplank, right? I know he has a lot of really creative picks that he's whipped out already. The Vladimir, as we already mentioned.
I mean,
things like
look,
Gwen that not a lot of people are playing.
I'm hip to it.
This is something new.
I am hip to it. Like on paper, this should play okay. Into what's showing already topside, it definitely. I mean, it just got a little bit better. Are we really going Callisto? Wow.
So remember we said that they want to play hard and fast. That's gonna come in again here in game 2.
Yeah, a lot of early game. I mean, I just think GP, if he gets going, could really eat this game alive. And yeah, Blitzcrank, what can you use to get picks to break this up? I would like Bard a lot here too. I think Bard buys some time, buys some space for GP to maybe set up a few barrels or get going in the fight. Yeah, Bard's gonna be the option. And man, I see Vi, Callista, and my head, it immediately goes to, can we get the first Drake at 5:30? Is the second Drake, down by 12 minutes or before that, hopefully. It is about dragon stacking as fast as possible for JDG. I think, again, taking the first Drake, the first Grubs, might be possible too, given the draft they're showing. They have a lot of strength. Now, where the benefits come in for top esports, Gangplank, I like a lot this game. I think that playing Callista and even Talia into Gangplank, I mean, if you walk into any of those barrels can't really be contested. You have a way to play out of the Renekton Vi pairings with Talia too, with the orange. It's tough, but you have a way to play out of it. That's good defense. Aurora can be slippery in that too. You have a way to play out of the Vi combos if you correctly use Aurora's ult to buffer, which is really big for Cream. I kind of like the scenario that top esports is in, but I think a lot of the prowess and the onus is on JD Gaming, who do have the stronger early game composition to execute. And if they can execute well with this comp, it could be tough for top esports to play their way into this one.
It's a very similar situation, Cubby, to game 1, where the tools are in JD Gaming's hands for the first 15, 20 minutes or so. But if they falter at all, top esports gets that Gangplank to 3 items. If they're able to start scaling up, that's where things can once again go awry. And they did go awry in game number 1, even though JD Gaming had a lot of control. Once again, back to this superstar mid-jungle duo in Junja and Honkyu. What can they do on the Vi Talia? We'll find out as we get onto the Rift for game number 2.
No Jaios for game 2, Grips?
Looks like we're saving him.
We're just gonna save him. We're just gonna save him for when we need him. All right, that's all right. Well, we have a little bit of time here in the pregame. Let's pull this crappy graph off our screens that says top esports wins this early game, because they don't. And let's pull up a lower third that we made on the LPL broadcast, talking about first stand opportunities, if we can, because we have a chance to see some returners to first stand last year, Grapes, where the majority of teams have already that were in first stand in the first iteration have already been knocked out of qualification. So opportunity for Creamer Honkyu to be a returner to an international tournament that we saw them compete in to kick off last year, if they are able to find a win today.
Remember, both of these guys were at first stand with CFO and TES respectively. Still have Viper in the mix, as of course 369, who also attended that tournament with his old team. Not a lot of them left at this point. I mean, a notable one already eliminated in Kanavi, right? And on Hanwha Life before anybody in the LCK.
Well, that's because they were the worst team in the world, Grapes, and they deserve to be eliminated first.
They deserve that one. Yeah.
Yes.
Speaking of, remember how much we love this format? There's another best of 5 coming right after this as well in the schedule. Make sure you stay tuned for AL versus WE after this.
Remember how bad Kanavi was on this top esports team? Doesn't that make sense that he was eliminated first with that HLE team? Definitely is not good.
That was the first team eliminated in the world, wasn't it? Or
yeah,
it was close to it.
Oh, it was a big talking point. I know you might have been busy with you know, your cool side gig here, but that's one that we remembered in the lows of esports.
I just remember looking at a tweet that said HLE eliminated. I'm like, wait, how is that possible? Didn't they like? Aren't they,
Boy,
like,
do I have a format for you.
Getting word from our production. Technically, Ultra Prime eliminated first, actually. So shout out to the LPL, always on top. We do things better here.
Shout out to Ultra Prime, being consistent at doing what their 2-letter tag cannot do. We definitely have never made any jokes about that before. Anyway, returning to this game, opportunity for Junjia to maybe find a double crab here, as that ward will give away when the Raptors were started. Mid was in base. He doesn't want to go for the double crab, which might have been available to him. Instead, we'll just take the recall. Get back out on the map here for round 2. As, again, I think that the second round of camps being cleared is going to be both junglers clearing down grapes. And then we will see both junglers, I think, start to stray where Dragon spawns. Because Vi, Kalista, they need these dragons on time.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of how they want to play the game, getting those early objectives certainly going to be important, and just having the strength to do that, especially with bot lane pushing the way that it has been, is good. Does mean, though, you're going to leave 369 on an island on his signature gangplank. You see, over a year it's been since this champion was last locked in down in the LPL. So definitely pulling deep into the pockets here of 369, but you know, he is always a solid gangplank player, a record of 28-17 throughout his career on the tank.
It's definitely a champion that has been closely associated to his name throughout his career. A little bit down the match for the moment. We do have to give some flowers over to Xiaoshu. Hasn't been in the league as long as 369. Not a player of the same caliber that 369 is, but his Renekton is quite good. As I think that when he made his appearance with JDG last year, we were really impressed by his Renekton play early on. Definitely felt like he was one of the players that had a strong read on that champion being good before others had the same read grapes. So he was able to bust it out against a good counter pick where GP does scale in a Renekton. I mean, your goal is just to control this champ. If you're close in CS, your passive is going to allow you to kind of match. And then once you get going with the build, we'll see what 369 ends up going for. You have a couple options with Renekton. I'm just expecting Armor Pen likely second. Whether that's Collector or LDR.
Is there any world you go Essence Reaver now in this new meta with the Sheen being back on it? I mean,
yeah, we'll
used
see.
To be something back in the day. Triforce,
that should be it. Frankly, I just don't want to speak yet because I don't want to make myself look too stupid. I can at least say Collector LDR is a choice. I think Essence Reaver versus Triforce, it's more of a choice, but by ignoring that, I don't know the ramifications for either. We can move on.
At the time, like clockwork, it's
Yeah.
5:30, Covey, and that first dragon's been secured.
I mean, if my Kalista Vi doesn't get early Drake and scrims, we might as well FF, if we're going to be honest. No, not that extreme. But it is very important to get early Drakes on these two champions that do take dragons so well. Whether it's denting blows from Vi or the ability to secure with the Ren stacks being yoinked and ripped through by Kalista. Two of the best dragon-taking champs we have in the game at their position. And that's been a big priority for JDG between taking the red side and the drafts we've seen from them early on.
Nice trade by Cream, using that Between Worlds to gain priority in the mid lane and making sure Junjuk is in a 2v1. Has to use that Vault Breaker to get back towards his crocodile friend.
This is
Nio
the 6
is
crab.
going to be able to control this crab.
Yeah, it's the 6 crab. They brought up Fungue. And they're going to make sure that Junjuk can't flip this. So 6 goes over to the Wukong.
He wants it so bad. Is he gonna I thought he was going to jump over, try to smite it. Ends up going for the safer option.
Yeah, Bard showing was a lot, though.
Left alone. Handshake does go wide. Nice usage of the Valkyrie. Vampire's going to bail out. They're going to try to get this kill before it expires, but it will not happen. It's a 1-for-1 with First Blood going over to the Corki.
I know First Blood goes over to the Corki. Still worth... He loses the XP on the bot wave. Kalista was able to live. That wave pushes back into Kalista now. You see Fungue is doing his best to make sure that's not the case, but that wave being where it's at. Yep, that's pushing back towards the Kalista. So I think Gal was a happy camper. They don't get the 1-for-1, but I think that that's the right play from JDG nonetheless. Sorry, they don't get the 1-for-0. 1-for-1. That's the right play they made nonetheless. Now just curious to see if anyone moves for grubs.
You would think maybe this is an opportunity for JDG to play the carousel, rotate everybody around, send the Kalista to the top side to take those objectives, but looks like instead, focus on maintaining the 2v2 status.
Yeah.
Remain more important for them at this point.
And they saw the bar the whole time. I would be curious if and why they decided to not take a grub fight outside of really prioritizing more Templar on the Dragon, but I just don't see that one being the case or happening. Obviously, Dragon's not spawning right now, but, you know, you're prioritizing rotating out the camps and having a good setup for the next one. I just think that with Renekton 6 and where Xiaosh is at in the matchup, I think he's going to get... Like, he just chunked out GP. 369's kind of low on mana, which is your health pool on Gangplank, given the oranges. This feels like the top lane setup and scenario where it's like, we can rip grubs whenever we want. And I'm a little bit surprised that JDG are prioritizing having their jungler bot here, where if top, they were smart about that ward that just dropped. They saw a ward go into the brush. They saw 2 members of that lane. They know the jungler is bot, and Nio goes right to the grub, starts hitting them himself. So, a choice for JDG to drop these and get something not on this timer, but the next one.
Thought Junja might be able to catch out Cream, who was rotating down to protect the bottom lane, but instead, he's just going to back up, play this next wave mid, and all that JDG is going to get is a couple of camps down there in the enemy bottom side jungle alongside a little bit of chip damage onto the turret. So that's the sacrifice that they make for 3 grubs going over to TES. And remember what happened the last time 3 grubs went over to TES. They were the push down bottom lane to end the game after that one fight.
I'm not going to forget that one for a while, Grapes. That one was sad. Yeah, I still want to keep on giving credit over to Xiaoshu. He's doing a really nice job in this matchup so far, and it does look like it is the Essence Reaver, as you highlighted, Grapes. So definitely change that item.
I remember.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, really helps the GP.
I was maybe even thinking this could be like an item that Corky goes with at some point, but you know, after talking to some of our marksman friends on the broadcast, was told that that was not the correct option. But looks like for 369, going for the crit's going to work. You see the barrels starting to do a little bit more damage before Cloak even has been collected. But Xiaoshu, again, up 30 CS in this lane. Exactly where you need to be given the scaling potential of this pirate as we get later on into this one.
Yeah, they did add crit scaling back into the kegs. So the Essence Reaver changed quite nice for GP, given that, you know, you get mana, you get crit. It just works well with the other items you want to build. As that was the old talking point with the Triforce versus the Essence Reavers when the crit scaling was taken out of the barrels. As Xiaoshu not going to be able to get that one. Still takes the trade. See, if he loses the contest, though, on the barrels, when those passives hit,
I know.
Those passive auto attacks can stack up from the Gangplank.
My favorite little mini game. I mean, the Renekton with an auto reset definitely has a little bit of an advantage, but always fun to watch that micro interaction up between the top laners. But top lane's certainly not the focus, at least at this point in the game, as we have the next dragon up. Should be JDG's time to try to contest that once again. Xiaoshu, good job chunking. Might have to burn the Dominus, though, as 369 is taking him rather low. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we got a flash from Hankyu away from that Between Worlds of Cream.
I'm kind of curious to see. Well, looks like Xiaoshu not opening up with Black Cleaver. He's going to go for more of a damage build. Could be an Eclipse up there. As again, Dragon. These first 2 Drakes, when you have Vikalista, if you do not rip these on time and secure them for yourselves, your game gets very hard. But they have taken, I think, the necessary first 2 steps in a game where you're going to play Vikalista in your draft of getting the first 2 dragons in your name. And that has been done for JDG. Yeah.
Success.
Uh-huh. We'll see what happens from here, though.
I mean, just remembering what happened in game number 1 as we get a Tempered Fate here onto Hankyu. Stun does not connect. Seismic Shove sends Cream back. Wow. And nice escape from Hankyu. Able to survive a 3v1 that top esports threw at him. And now Jachi's going to face the same fate. Remember what happened a few minutes ago. No bailout even going to be needed this time as Junja gets the kill and makes it 2-1.
Yeah, the handshake hit this time around from Vampire, and the handshake was not found by Jachi on that dive. As Junja, again, second time in a row, we saw JDG as a team. They saw Fengyue, not bot. What happens on that wave? Bot gets attacked. So the ability for this Bard to walk, we have seen Kalista Renata be able to effectively punish it now twice, as both deaths do lay on Joshy's scoreline.
And so this goes back to that conversation we were having with the grub take by Top Esports. Is it worth it to fully focus on the bottom lane? Seems like so far it's worked out, but Hongq going to get re-dove as Nio says, forget me not, I'll be right back here. Takes him down with a Cyclone.
Did Hongq, like, say something about Top's family in the last 2 minutes to force them? I mean, they sprinted to his lane 3 times in a row, it feels like. But they got him this time. Third time's a charm. Hongq goes down.
Try again. They did.
They invested a lot.
You know what? It's worked out so far. We've talked about how Junja's done a good job rotating to the bottom side. Has not been joined by Hongq in a lot of the situations. You have to credit Cream being able to generate a CS lead, push those waves out. And now with that kill, the only one on his team with a gold lead at this point in the game.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine for Cream. I'm watching Corky's lane be frozen against him, and I just don't see a way where Top can break this on the map. And that has me a bit more concerned.
Anyway, uses the magical journey right into Junja's face. There goes the ulti from Vampire. Forces Cream's flash. And Junja's still going to go forward, but he's going to be taken very low quickly. The bailout, though, saving him for a little bit. Able to get one more Vault Breaker off, and that means that Gala can go wild. Here he flashes, almost finishes off Fengyue with that final spear. But regardless, a good trade overall for JDG. They go 2 for 1.
Yeah, I don't know what Junja was doing there. It ended up kind of working, but I felt like we banana combo twice on Vi, and then we kind of found it in the end. As I do want to credit Vampire. I actually really like the hostile takeover. I know that it didn't necessarily hit on Cream, but forcing the flash out, and in that scenario, in that timer, it's kind of hard to hit Aurora as Renata, and I actually kind of think the hostile takeover is what won them this fight. As that fight, frankly, I think lucky that Top got one back as the handshake timer was a little off. I mean, we missed Bard. That's understandable. That's fine. And then this skirmish, I really like this hostile takeover. Again, this is Cream's only out, and if not, he gets comboed over the wall by Hongq. And it's kind of what enables him to find Cream in the back half, too. So, yeah, Tempered Fate is kind of meh. And then the handshake timing was boom, boom, which is the only reason that Junja doesn't live, frankly. I just think that setup off the rip is just much better from JDG. I know that Junja kind of has a couple Qs or an R that looks weird / interesting in there, but in hindsight, for me, I think the play where it was taken and that hostile takeover coming from Fog from Vampire was just really clutch and splitting Top up, making sure they were fighting from the back foot off the start.
Yeah, it started with Fengyue taking that very aggressive magical journey in. Ends up not working very well for TES. What will work well is their objective control around the top side of the map. They're going to claim this Rift Herald, hopefully use that to get a little bit more gold into their laners' pockets, as they are now down over 2,000 at the 16-minute mark. You got Hongq pushing on the bottom side. Really been the area of control for JDG in this series.
I mean, if I have to take a takeaway from the first 2 game scrapes, I've been really impressed by what we've seen out of Gala and Vampire. You know, I know that game 1 didn't go their way, but the flex of the Varus into the Ashe Seraphine, they played that lane, executed it well. Big priority on the 2v2 when JDG takes red side, which, I mean, it's been first pick, they're good enough for red side. Well-timed wall.
Oh!
Yep, stops the charge.
You know, every day I learn a new way you can cancel the charge of the Rift Herald.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That's been getting used a lot more by our pro players. That one's been hip of late. That Herald, I mean, it didn't grant the turret. It didn't grant any priority over bot and river. Xiaosh is here first, and the GP and Top Esports are fighting an uphill battle as Nio's going to be split, maybe?
We've got our top laners duking it out in the mid lane as the dragon
This is
has
good
been
for this
started
time.
up by TES. Cream dashing forward, uses the weirding dash on out. Ulti's already traded between the top laners, and the between worlds is big. Will it be big enough? Xiaoshu just out-duels 369 in the mid lane on his own. The Tempered Fate will buy some time, but it is too little and too late for TES. It is an absolute wipe for JDG as they get 4 kills for none.
I thought the trade of 369 onto Xiaoshu early on was actually quite good in chunking out the Renekton, kiting him out, but Xiaoshu takes the all-in and takes over the fight off the solo kill on the 369. Then the way he plays out the back half of the fight was honestly beautiful. 4-man Tempered Fate from Fungyue might have looked cool, but didn't mean anything later on. First off, takes away the TP shield that you get, that's a lot of value off of that empowered W. But then from here, I really like the flash, just to keep up the autos, keep up the Fury. Understands this. The other Q coming out of this, empowered Q W on the Cream. Then this Q is beautiful. I mean, in positions to hit all 3, gets the auto off to make sure that Q gets empowered or close to empowered. That's good Renekton mechanics. Really well played fight by Xiaoshu.
Woo.
It shows in the damage too. That Croc was taking up a lot of space, doing a lot of damage. And Cream, who was the most fed member of top esports coming out of this lane phase, just not big enough to turn that fight around.
Yeah, he just ate an empowered W to the face immediately after Xiaoshu took down 369. Was not able to do much after that, and ends up dropping before dishing out a ton of damage. So JDG, this time they find the snowball they're looking for. In game 1, they kept the goal lead around 2 to 3K, never fully able to break it open. This is, I think, the largest lead that they've had in this series so far.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not letting up. We spent a lot of time talking about
Dodge there from Hongq, able to get away from that initial damage, and Cream's able to whip back and forth with Between Worlds as well. Tempered Fate landing here onto the Talia, but it's only to delay the eventual collapse from JD Gaming because Gall and the Vampire are on the way, and the Weaver's Wall coming out from Hongq as well. Seismic Shove not connecting, and so JDG will instead turn their sight to the top tier 1.
kind of an equally desperate timer from JDG.
Oh, they're going forward again. They're going to flash
Yeah,
away, but in goes the hostile
What?
takeover, and whee! There goes Junja onto Fungyue through the magical journey. Gala finishes off
GG.
one. He's got a double, looking for the third. It's Cream. It's not long for this world, as looks like the game ended a little early for our liking. JDG just dominating that fight in the top side.
Oh, that might have been a spoiler for the Queen feed. Oh, that's kind of funny. I mean, this one after this fight, this is super over. It felt like Top Esports made a desperation play, and then the re-engage was also kind of desperate from JDG. I don't know why they turned it like that. And then Top Esports sealed their own demise by going it again. So it ends up just being a 20-minute Baron. They can take this on time with the Vi with Denting Blows. And the Kalista being here guarantees the smite. It's going to make the Soul pretty hard to secure too. As JDG going to make sure they put the finishing touches onto this game when they took this Baron.
I think I know how this one ends. I've got a good feeling. JDG, this time able to hold on, at least for now, to their early game lead.
So,
really playing around the bottom side, and it worked out.
This might be one of the few times where not being an official broadcast is nice, because we can talk about client issues that existed in the past. One of which we were very victim of. Oh my god, he just found Cream over the wall. Off the sweeper. I mean, he's stuck. He's out. Okay, it's okay. There was a bug where if the game finished and you had used the timeline at all in spectate, it would instantly die. And there was an OQ where we were spectating Grapes, and we found that bug a bunch.
Just saying, we've had a lot of experience with it. Not on the LPL though, but we'll see how this one does end up finishing. And it looks like we know the end to this story. It's Gala getting another kill. It is the bot lane tier 2 being opened up. This was about the same area where game 1 ended in the opposite end for Top Esports. This time JDG look like they're in control.
I really feel like things went wrong for Top when they abandoned Jotchi to be Dove twice. Even the 1-for-1, I mean, again, that's where it was more valuable for JDG, because the experience was able to go over to Gala, who lived throughout the skirmish. And the wave was set up better for Gala, who lived throughout the skirmish. I think that the heavy mid-focus from Top Esports this game, I mean, I can kind of see trying to slow down Hongq, but I think abandoning Jotchi to beat Dove twice for that, wrong timers from Feng Yue, which is what got this game, I think, so out of hand, so fast in favor of JDG is top. Okay. Desperation play.
Gonna come in, it's will be Cream, goes face first into a 1v5, and in goes the hostile takeover. Jotchi with a self-sabotage onto his jungler. It's a double kill for Gala, a teleport into the base, and JDG looking to control game number 2. And they will do it in emphatic fashion.
I think the last 2 fights that Top Esports opted themselves into to try and bring this one back, I think they deserve to lose in pretty fantastic fashion. As the last 2 fights, not very close, as Top Esports, I think, looks with a little bit more desperation than pre-planning in this game. And JDG gonna put the finishing touches on this one, and even up the series 1-1.
369, the final death. Didn't get an opportunity to do much on his signature champ. A 16-kill lead for JD Gaming as they took advantage and even up our series at 1-1.
Yeah, again, I think that if we go through the replay reel of some of these attempts by Top Esports, this game felt a little bit over for a bit. And that's not even talking about the client that we had pop up on our clean feed here.
So, you know, I'm curious about that because I normally, like, we're on a delay on some of our remote broadcasts, but they're in person. I don't know what exactly happened there. Maybe some movie magic that we don't fully know the inner workings.
I think we actually needed more movie magic is what we need to create. we need more.
Get the edit team in here. They'll make everything look all nice for us. But yeah, this felt like how game 1 should have gone for JDG, and I mean that's a textbook solution to how they want these drafts to function. And they ended the game in less than 25 minutes. You don't see that often in Pro League of Legends, and Top Esports gonna have to go back to the drawing board a little bit as they just were not able to get to the scaling point that they wanted to here.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just think that the looks we had from Top were not good. I'm kind of curious to get the replay roll because I want to go back and put myself more in Top shoes of being like, okay, what are we looking for on this engage outside of desperation? I think the top lane play is when I can assure that was desperation that we're looking at. But again, I think that throwing all the resources that they did in the Honkyu, how Honkyu played his way out of those ganks, I don't know if we talked about that enough either, Grapes, because he really soaked a lot of the pressure that Top was throwing at him. A lot of those resources, it opened up dive windows on the Jotchi to cash in on this Kalista Renata that was late picked. And the early game comp got going and showed no signs of slowing down this game.
And again, I mean, we talked about it. This was a big point you wanted to highlight as we started off this series. Junja and Honkyu playing together, you know, coming over from CFO, wanting to take down an opponent in Top that they played against at First Stand over a year ago to get to First Stand in 2026. We saw it in game number 1, although they did not result in a win. This time, Honkyu maybe, you know, was able to absorb a lot of that pressure. This time, it actually allowed for Junja to get out onto the map, specifically to the bot lane, where he really allowed for Gala and Vampire to snowball.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this fight for me from Top was fine. I think they aren't going to show the 2 bot dives in the Corki, which were really the tough parts of the game for me. Just because, again, I think that once Kalista Renata gets going like this, Corki is a pretty good matchup into Kalista. I don't love the Bard into Renata. I just don't think that you're really able to... Like, for me, the best Enchantress play in Renata is probably Karma, and you aren't pairing Corki and Karma together. You want to save Karma for other games, because if you're going to use Jhin Ezreal at all in a series, it's probably your best chance. But yeah, I mean, again, I thought this fight from Top Esports, it ends up being very grim, because Xiaoshu just kind of takes a fat dumpy on the 369 Gangplank. I mean, sincerely, that's what happened, and then the rest of the fight goes the way of... It was a nice hostile takeover into Kalista combo. But yeah, this fight was over because Xiaoshu won the 1v1 and then won the rest of the fight.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think Xiaoshu's probably the player of the game.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if we're going to award one right now, probably goes over to the Crocodile. I mean, he was against... he blinded this Renekton. 369 had an answer. It was the Gangplank that was going to try to scale later into this one.
Yeah, I don't think this is a Gallopog.
Never let that happen.
I feel like Gallopog is just kind of because Feng Yue left.
Yes.
I think the secondary Pog, I would actually give a shout out to Vampire. I thought Vampire's hostile takeovers in all the replays were actually quite good, quite well placed. So want to give him some credit too. But yeah, I mean, we're getting nitpicky over who the Pog was because there's nothing to be nitpicky off of based on the gameplay we saw. This was a stomp from JDG, one that they can be proud of, and one that might actually mentally make up for the disaster of what the game 1 end was, which was you lost with Baron. You took
Never
Baron.
want that to happen.
Yeah, you took Baron, and then you got 5 pro and you died.
Take Baron into lose game with the lead combo. Yeah, not
doing that is pretty depressing. Absolutely blitzing a team in 23 minutes is the opposite of that. And now I think Top has to be the one that overcomes depression after this next game, you know.
They'll be feeling nice and refreshed. Top Esports just got to reset once again. I mean, this best of 5 still has legs. 3 games potentially left to play between these two teams. And, you know, we said it was a close matchup in terms of seeding. Our expectations in terms of closeness in reality maybe were more favored for JDG, but we saw what Top Esports had been able to do in terms of coming back. And now we, you know, just have to wait. These teams split their regular season series at this exact score, 1-1. It was a 2-0 for JDG and then a 2-0 for Top Esports later on to wrap up the season. We'll see if they have any of that juice left in them, as they definitely have to rebound after what just happened.
Yeah. Okay, it's gonna be Gala. We're gonna ignore
the
fact that
this is scoreboard watching.
Yeah,
Definition.
it was a bit of scoreboard watching, you know. I mean, the 2v1, they go 1 for 1, and then the 3v1 is only a 1 for 0. Come on, that can't be enough to warrant a Pog.
Hey, we know that Gala's been good. Him and Vampire, specifically in this series, very lane dominant so far. We'll see how many more 2v2 lanes they have up their sleeve at this point as you get closer to Fearless.
This is where I like to bust out the old Wolf phrase of it was a boom boom damage vote, you know? They voted for the boom boom damage. We pogged up Gala. We move on from there.
Except the guy that did the most damage in that last fight was...
We have one base observer, 1 base referee.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Those are our MVPs. That's the LPL English vote for Xiaoshu here.
Yep.
But shout out to Gala regardless, as he was a big part in allowing for JDG to even this series up. We're tied up going into Game 3. Our opening series has delivered so far in the 2026 LPL postseason. When we return, we'll have that draft, picks and bans, and gameplay. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We've made it to Game 3 of JD Gaming and Top Esports, which means our best of 5 has turned to a best of 3. First to win the next 2 games will be moving on to the winners semifinals. A dominant Game 2 victory from JDG has them evening up the score in a series that they probably feel like should be 2-0 at this point.
Yeah, it feels like JD Gaming won 80% of Game 1.
So 1.8 to
yeah.
Game 2? Can we do that?
Game 2 was definitely 100%. I mean, I would add more to it, but they kept the game so short and in their favor that, I mean, that does add points in your favor in League of Legends. Mistakes do prolong the game. Clean games should be played fast. So it was a clean one there for JD Gaming. I mean, I'm sitting here. I got my hands crossed, my arms crossed. We're waiting for Game 3, but so far it does not feel like a series that has been nearly as even as the 1-1 on our screens as we feel. It definitely feels closer to a 2-0 for JD Gaming so far.
Now here's the question, is what does Top Esports need to do to look more competitive? I think the easy step is to have a little bit more firepower in the early game. It feels like they've settled for scaling a little bit too much in these first 2 games. JDG very clearly have been able to exploit that so far.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking in the break a little bit, Grapes, about bot lane picks for Top Esports. Because the common trends we've had in the first 2 games, which has been Top Esports, both games, they've been first pick on red side for me. Red side does signify that you are putting a higher priority on the Drakes. Just given that Drakes are really powerful right now, red side you have easier entrance into that bot lane river to try and play for the Drakes, and that banana brush is really strong. It's in your side of the map to try and play for the Drakes. So we have seen a little bit of red side bias that is going to continue, as it is the 3rd game in a row in the series where we have Top Esports with first pick on red side as part of our first selection here, Grapes.
Interesting. So TES opting for that first pick this time around. And so this is seemingly the more standard thing that we've had in terms of how first selection has gone, which is nice because it's a bit of a deviation from what historically has been always picking blue side here in the LPL. Now we at least get the colors to swap around a little bit. You see Poppy banned away.
Nocturne ban.
A very high priority pick, I would say, for both supports. They both like this Poppy.
What are we thinking if we're getting rid of Nocturne in the jungle pool? As, I mean, Xin, Wukong, Vi, Pantheon, 4 of the cream of the crop junglers are off the board. Who are you banning out? If you're banning out Nocturne to maybe try and set up for an early jungle pick here. As I lied. It's Top Esports that have swaps that their first pick red side. So we just had a swap. It's going to be first pick Rumble. As, yeah, it is 369. Rumble coming through for Game 3. You have the options of Scion up. You have the options of Trundle up if a Scion does come through. That would signify to me maybe why they're getting rid of the Nocturne, because they want to open Rumble. And then if it is a Scion, I mean, they would want to go Trundle. And Nocturne is good in the Trundle. That's where my head's at right now. But I see a Rumble on my screen. I'm thinking that Xiaosha could go for a Kasate top. At the moment, though, they're going to lock in that Ambessa and maybe hold that as a flex. We'll find out.
Yeah, definitely still available to go towards Junja in the jungle if they deem it a better option for themselves. JDG don't have, I believe, too many games on Ambessa in the jungle. For the
They
most
have
part,
none so far. I expect every team to be able to
Xiaoshu.
play it, though, yeah.
Yeah. And here's Gala on the Aphelios. So we talked about bot lane picks. It's another one that Jachi has had a good experience on, and another one that has been taken away from him at this point.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious if Jachi ends up going for Misfortune here, which is his most played. Again, this is something where we've kind of looked at that 2v2 and said they've struggled a bit. So I think taking a winning 2v2 or something where Jachi and Fungui are a little bit more comfortable is key. As Alistar is no longer in the series. He was played last game, so it's going to be Sivir Nautilus locked down early. Depth charge is nice setup to help with the equalizer. It's going to be pressure into Aphelios, but I mean, it dissuades the Lulu Aphelios pairing, but it's still, I think, really encouraging. Like, you could pick Braum here, and I feel like you have a double winning bot lane for Goblet Vampire.
I mean, I was going to say Thresh.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Something that Vampire definitely has a good experience on.
That's nice.
A classic 2v2 down the bottom lane, and that makes a lot of sense here.
This makes more sense than the Braum because it gives you a way to play out an equalizer depth charge as well. So I like this for Gala and Vampire, as they've been really, really solid so far. Really good 2 games from them. As
look what's left here, Cubby. It's the mid jungles. We've talked about these all series long, all day long here on this show. And now Jinja and Honkyu. We'll see how far down the tier list goes. I mean, we talked about junglers that have already been taken off the table. The next option, specifically for guys like Nayo, who is more of a carry player, are things like the Viego, the Kianas, etc. Even a Jace could potentially get locked in at this point.
TF could be a tip-off towards the Kiana. That's actually I was going to say I think JDG or Top Esports should look for ways to protect Rumble on the side or protect Sivir because they're going to need time for this game. So I think taking away a champion like TF that can really pair well with Aphelios in terms of supporting. It's a champ that Honkyu plays for sure, and I don't think Cream as much. So I actually like that ban. As the two junglers that were hovered but not drafted are banned out from JDG. So they like, took the bait.
Yeah, I'm gonna write that. Top is like writing that down. Yeah, okay, we're gonna ban this one.
They took the bait.
Thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of 5D chess potentially being played in this pick ban.
Yeah, no
in more
Ari.
ways than one.
I like the Ari ban too. Again, I think that hunting Rumble in side lanes is a real way to play the mid game here for JDG, or just to play into Rumble. This is oftentimes the champ you see early picked, but they have the opportunity now. If they want to have counter mid, they can just show their jungler now and try to counter mid. And if you're looking for Sejuani, Viego ban doesn't make quite as much sense to me, but the Trundle ban makes a lot of sense if you want to play a Sejuani. And I think this still gives you a way to hunt in the mid game. Main engage with Thresh, what you want. Thresh can outplay a secondary engage. Glacial Prison is a way that you can, set up Ambessa to go in. I think it still gives you some real power with the permafrost when it comes to hunting Rumble and looking to pressure and snowball this game quickly, which is really, for me, what JDG is looking to do. That's not getting picked.
These final lock-ins are going to be here. I was going to say, if this is Ninjas in Pajamas playing tomorrow, this would make a little bit more sense because Care does have that pocket casted in, but it will
we're not blinding
Cassidy. Cream.
Yeah, we're not blinding Cassidy. Not this year. Yone for Cream. Again, you have a Rumble Yone comp in the top side. Just going to pair your best fighting jungler that you can take at this point. Sivir is going to be your late game scaling. I don't like how this plays in the JDG. I mean, Skarner's a decent take here. It's a matchup that I think Sejuani is still kind of comfortable in. Like when Skarner was filthy Imba OP status. Okay, this makes more sense.
So
Maokai got buffed this patch.
Yeah, got a little bit of a clear buff, and so
now,
should be able to get around the jungle a little bit faster. I was gonna say you would typically go with like a Yone with the Sejuani, but Silas thematically answers that while also doing a decent amount of magic damage. And as soon as you see the Maokai also get locked in on the other side, that's a great ultimate to steal over the hijack.
So I like Maokai on this patch. I think that he got buffed. He's already in a good spot, and it's playoffs. So everyone's just going to figure out that Maokai is good again. I really like the Silas pickup, and I love how Silas plays into this comp. You have Depth Charge to grab. You have Nature's Grass to pick up. You have an Equalizer to take. And you counter Yone in the mid lane, and you're further empowered in that counter matchup already with the Sejuani on your team. So I think the ability for JDG to play quickly in this game and to beat Top Esports before, they get to the Yone point of the game, your 2-3 items in kind of critical mass, or the Sivir point where you're 3 items in your critical mass. I like this game a lot for JDG. I think that having Sejuani in these short-range games where we've seen them play better faster so far in this series, Grapes. They've been the better early game team. This feels like a draft where they're better set up for the early game, again, which was a real theme in their last draft they had too.
And Jinja has 2 great soul lanes to play around in the Ambessa and the Silas specifically. If they can get those soul laners rolling, it won't really matter what happens down in the bottom lane, how far they scale. That's kind of a push at this point. Yeah. JDG's composition, once again, looks very strong, and got to worry for what Top Esports can handle it and how much of it they can carry in the early game.
I mean, it's still like top. They get going. You have Maokai, Nautilus to set up, Rumble, Yone. This sounds like a formula of a god comp from most of last year, right? If you're thinking about how people were playing the game, how they set up, but man, Sejuani, that tech, bring the 2 melee solo lanes to try and break the enemy's solo lanes. Aphelios Thresh is going to win in isolation against the Sivir too. So I think it makes a lot of sense to try and play towards the top side, play towards these melee solo lanes, and see if you can convert on the lead that you drafted for.
Game number 3 starting off with a bang already as immediately loading in. Cream has to flash away. Vampire with the death sentence. Not a good omen here for Top Esports in this one.
Cute setup there. Off of Honkyu hitting it and Vampire showing over the wall. That is definitely a scripted level 1 with Silas on your team. As Maokai was going to go for, looks like a late war, give you a little bit short to find the Raptors. But still, nice start there for JDG. You're playing a flashless, mid going against a Sejuani Silas. That is something that JDG must revisit while Honkyu's flash is down, or while Cream's flash is down. I'll be very disappointed if they don't visit the lane in that time.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane certainly in a very good spot at this point for Honkyu, and we'll see what Jinja is able to do as well. Let's talk about these mid laners for a second here, Cubby. We had a little bit of a graphic of how these guys performed last season, but even in terms of the champions that they're playing right now, the Yone, the Silas, these are guys that have come up and were explosive players as younger, prospects, and they've really had a good opportunity, getting called up to higher level teams, whether it's Cream here on Top Esports and now Honkyu getting the call into JDG, a roster that they think can contend for it.
Yeah, honestly, for Honkyu too, kind of a big takeaway pick for him going into Cream for this matchup. But two players that we saw it firsthand last year. Cream made a big splash in Split 1, wasn't able to really follow up the rest of his year with that kind of splash, whereas Honkyu, he had a really big tournament and started making a name for himself quite early, and Honkyu took off with that. As that was a bit of wasted time from Jinja.
Hey, you wanted a look, you got a look. Was it a good look? No. But still, opportunities. That Flash Climber still available here for Cream, as it looks like Jinja will just complete the bottom side jungle at this point. Bungyue very aggressive with his dredge lines at this point, able to chunk Vampire down to about half HP. Gala forced to burn the Ghost, as well as that heal being used by the Thresh. So Top Esports trying to keep things volatile at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and because of how the clears went early, and Sejuani taking that pit stop mid, should be Maokai getting ownership over the first crab. We will see if Junja sticks his head into the Raptor pit of the Maokai at all. Maokai did start Raptors, and as Maokai, you really want to ramp up your jungle. Getting to, I mean, the first item breakpoint's big, but man, if you get the 2 items, it is huge.
Nio. Oh, wants to double crab.
That's a split call. That's a split call kind of from JDG.
Jinja wanted to fight. Honkyu didn't. He's going to TP back in, but now it's going to be both the junglers skirmishing around this crab. 369 has pushed. He'll be able to get there first.
That is a mistake from JDG. I mean, they could have taken the mid fight in the 2v2. They don't. It was a flash with Yone too. And now the crab gets lost because 369 has priority in top lane. So that's a really, really good start for Nio. And I mean, if I have to talk about the best performing player this series so far from Top Esports across the first 2 games, is it Nio? I feel like from game 1 it definitely was, and Nio's the one who I've seen, making a couple positive plays, or at least trying to get incremental leads against his opposition in Jinja. I feel like has made a couple mistakes in this series, because the rest of JDG has kind of been getting the best of Top Esports. I think Nio's given them the best fighting chance so far.
And to his credit, really wasn't able to do anything in game 2 on the Wukong, right? So
yeah,
he maybe had 1 play or so, but that was more of a comp diff, and already having a good play here. Might have an opportunity on the top side of the map too. Xiaoshu doesn't know this is happening.
Yeah, I think he's dead. There's no 6 to get out, even a flash now. I mean, this is well set up by Nio.
Yeah, there's Twisted Advance. There is the burn. First blood. Over to Nio. The reverse caster curse. Talk good about him. Does something good.
I mean, he just had the dream start as Maokai. You are right now. You got both crabs. You cleared out your 2 camps. You rotated out early. You see the enemy jungler who is yet to base. Stalling time on a ward. This is a great start and setup for Nio. They're going to try and look mid. It is a 6 difference for Honkyu, but Nio should be able to deter this. Oh, they're going to go.
Yeah, they're going for a full dive.
Anyway,
they have the Sejuani
got
cross stacks, but the Fate Seals comes out. Cream sends both of them back in. That's Honkyu going down. Nio going to follow immediately with a flash of his own, because he knows that Junja's on the wrong side of the map already. Uses the blast cone to get away. Will it be an execute? Will it be an escape back? It looks like Junja's going to be able to live, unless Nio continues the hunt
That is...
Spot him right here, and he has the HP advantage at this point. Junja now just looking for an execute. Might be able to get it. Will not be able to land anything. Looks like no. So Junja just going to give over the experience here to the Maokai, but that is an advantage nonetheless.
Port the minion, you know, stole the kill. No. I don't really know what the idea there was for JDG. That's the timer you want to punish with Cream. I don't know if he was flashless at the time even. That was close. Cream played that so damn well. To E forward and get 6 and then send it back. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that, but that was so nice from Cream. Just good presence of mind to realize, what creep do I get 6 off of? Can I do anything off of it? Made the best use of that he could.
Taking a look here. Just about to get 6. He uses the Soul Unbound, I think, forward to finish off this minion, and then unlocks the ulti at just the right time.
Yeah, I mean, even the Q setup and the Bramble Smash afterwards is good. Meanwhile, Bot, Fungyue has to burn the flash to get over the body block from Vampire. Well played by him. Avoids the gank.
Top Esports, for the first time this series, having an advantage in the early game. And guess what? It comes through the mid-jungle on their side. Junja and Honky, all this synergy together. It's actually Nio and Cream having the upper hand, at least for now. Of course, time will tell how the remainder of this will go. But Top Esports in a pretty good spot right now.
I'm really impressed with how early Top was able to break what JDG wants to do. This is really going to slow down JDG throughout this game. Because the matchup only gets better for Maokai going into Sejuani. And I think now that people kind of figured out this phase rush Maokai, it just overall is a much better matchup now. My God, I mean, Nio has gotten everything in this game so far. And I mean, what a debut, I guess. It's the second time we've seen him in LPL playoffs, the first time with Top Esports, but I think for fans at home, this guy was an LDL champion, was an MVP of the league in the LDL. And to really see him step up and play like this with the team, Top Esports, I mean, these guys are fighting to keep spots and to play on this team, I think, moving forward in future splits with Jackulov, hopefully. And Nio, I feel like, has been a big improvement in at least the second round robin of the regular season. And now I think we've been seeing that so far in this series, as well as, I think, probably the strongest performer for his team.
Yeah, I mean, we remember Nio from his early stages on these Group Nirvana teams and playing on NIP, then and LGD, yeah. And on a top-level team like this, the stakes, the expectation is slightly different. And we have gotten criticisms of Nio's game, and it looks like Junja's going to have some answer towards it as he goes for a dive on the bottom side. Grub's taken, but it will come at the cost of some kills going over in the bottom lane. Gala gets the kill onto Jachi. They're going to look for Fungyue on the redive as well. There's the Glacial Prison at perfect timing, and that is the answer that JDG desperately needed.
So the first hook that you saw Vampire throw in the sequence, it was before Junja was in lane. It missed the Nautilus. It baited the spell shield out of Jachi. That really helped enable the dive that they were able to pull off on the Jachi, because Vampire got to operate that there wasn't a spell shield from the Sivir in the scenario, and it allowed for him to really easily chain his abilities with the team. Executed really cleanly by JDG as they get 2 kills and try to get themselves back into this game.
The gold swung back in favor of JD Gaming, but Top Esports able to match by taking both objectives on the top and the bottom side. They get First Dragon and all 3 of the grubs. Honkyu throws out that Nature's Grasp just because he had to use it at some point. Heads back towards his side of the map. And we've hit a bit of an interlude at this point. Not a ton happening across the map. Waiting to see what each team wants to do, and I feel like both teams comfortable with scaling at this point.
For me, I think Top really comfortable with this game state. I get concerned for JDG if this game gets like past 20 minutes on even footing. They could make some plays. Cream has flash, has ult, so nothing more will get committed from Junja.
That top lane is going good here for 369. Xiaoshu taking low. He will get bursted down about 200 HP, pops the biscuit, and able to stay alive.
Junior maybe trying to interact with this solo lane too, but 369, his spider senses are tingling. Knows that he has nothing left in the kit, so he's playing a little bit further back on these waves. We're gonna have Nio covering him in a sec. And will be enough to make sure that Xiaoxi can't connect on a play. With Junjo, who, I mean, we've seen him make attempts, try and get active on this this top side of the map for both his mid laner and his top laner. Hasn't been able to do so, really.
I mean, that was the formula that we delivered in game number 3 before this one started, and not a lot has been happening. And you know, in a way, Top Esports see that this is a very clear game plan on JDG side. Like, we're able to figure it out. They definitely are able to figure it out. And so they've been playing pretty safe. 369 specifically, not going too far forward, using the ulti to burst out Xiaoshu and head on back without doing anything more afterwards. Dueling in the mid lane. Cream's able to stay alive there. Push it down to the bottom side as he changes his focus.
I think we all just saw Junjo wiggle his tail, whether it's on the ward or in the lane. I think he showed the minions too. Again, after that double kill, Gawa has a pretty decent lead. Has a Cole that's about to pop. And does have a BF sword in inventory, which looks to be working towards, I'm going to assume, Yuntal's or a Storm Razor. As Nio gets the little ones, not the big ones. Now is close to evolving that Smite again, which could be important if Drake ends up being the next contest here in 2 minutes. But yeah, Galva's going to base. He does get the Storm Razor, Grapes. And the slowest of the 3 games we've had so far. But honestly, if you're a top esports fan, that's probably good news.
Yeah, because when games have been going fast, that's what JDG want to do.
Oh,
Looks like they want to speed things up a little bit, though, in the bottom lane. As Feng Yue already had used the dredge line, uses one more onto the wall, able to flash away. Will that be enough distance? It looks like it has, and it will be enough for a potential re-engage with this Maokai on the way. Hook goes wide. There comes the dredge line back in, and Vampire now going to be in trouble. Gets tagged by the last little kitty cat. Getting rooted up. Will it be for long enough? Twisted advance forward, and Jachi gets the kill. Moonlight Vigil does come out, but the Infernum is not enough to take Nautilus down. Feng Yue lives through it all, but we'll see if JDG have a response on the top side. Glacier Prison goes wide, but it should still be enough for 369 to drop.
All right, that was not the best Sejuani are, but it was a good play. Coming out from top, I really like the bait from Feng Yue.
They're going again.
The second one.
Oh my damage at this point? They do potentially. Gala gets one. Will he have a second? No. Naya will end up surviving. 2 desperately needed kills for Jachi and the top esports bottom lane.
I just think that's really, really well played again by Nio and syncing up with Feng Yue as well. I know the Nautilus fell, but that bait that Feng Yue was kind of making, like, hey, Nio's in the area, you don't know yet. I know, we're going to try and bait him in. That was a really good setup. As
Yone ulti. Cream gonna flash away, fate sealed just in time.
All right, he lives that one as his support comes in and helps, but I really, really like the setup, the attempt again from the first time around that we saw from Feng Yue and Nio, and I just really like how Nio has played this map. His ability to find the Sejuani and to kind of, like, he's kept good tabs on Junjo. I feel like they've been aware of where the Sejuani has been for most of the game. And that, like, even enables plays like that on the bot side, because, of course, that happens after Junjo shows, and yeah, it's a positive play for JDG, but Nio able to answer elsewhere and keep this matchup in his favor as the Maokai.
We are really duking it out here. I mean, this is like the textbook mid lane matchup where there's a lot of action going on. Maybe throwing a Kali in instead of the Yone. These guys definitely scrappy at this point in the game, forcing those resets. Speaking of, getting engaged here for Xiaoxu with the public execution. 369 is overheated, won't have a ton of spells left to use, but Xiaoxu does not hit that Q2, and 369 will just use the equalizer to clear the wave.
Yeah, you can see there's an XP lead, though, now for the Ambessa. So between that and Eclipse, we're at the break point where Ambessa's a lot happier in this bot lane lead. Got to reset it. Oh, we're flying an ad as the Drake's taken and the fight breaks out. Great spell shield.
Does not do much as the Moonlight Vigil goes wide. And it looks like those guys on the right of our screen did a little bit more fighting than the guys on the left.
Great spell shield coming out from Jachi. does get him out of that one. I believe I saw, oh, there's a cleanse there too. So there's a cleanse spell shield combo maybe to help out. Good take there from Joshi. I think taking cleanse is underrated a lot on Sivir. Not by the pros, but...
Matrix Grass traded here. Mid lane tower almost able to go down, but will be Nio that gets locked up, hooked in by Fungway as well. Twisted event to keep alive, and he is healing up enough, but now it will be Junja to end up getting that kill. Fungway dropping Hongchu, able to come online in the mid lane. Cream's gonna get this tower eventually, but how much will it cost TES? They really over-indexed for this one. Cream has the lethal tempo proc. He dashes forward with the soul unbound, should be able to take down Vampire, and that will be the sacrifice. The minions end up finishing him off. As we've gotten wild here over these last few minutes, Covey.
Yeah, Hongchu just didn't feel good going in there. He wasn't able to find the E in the back half of or both skirmishes, honestly. The first time he was positioned to kind of be gate kept out from being in and couldn't because he was low from the initial trade, but that other one, the 1v2 into Cream, I think Vampire might have overplayed his hand a little bit. The Thresh so far has been quite good mechanically. Yeah, I think Vampire's had a lot of good catches on the death sentences when the trade Aftershock. He's playing this pick out pretty well. That time around, though, mechanics were good, just didn't have enough gas in the tank. Try and get the kill as ult committed.
Got the flash away. Gala has red and blue at this point. Very strong team fighting. Guns Fungway once again dashing back in with that dredge line, knowing that he's able to survive with the Aftershock. In comes Cream with the teleport. He has the Fate Sealed on cooldown, so unable to use it for a more full-fledged engage.
Nio can look top. And doesn't need the lane. Does mean a Rift Herald, as Hongchu might die because of that. I think Honkyu's dead, yeah.
What happened here? I totally missed this. Tower. God.
Took 2 tower shots, Grapes.
That was not worth it. Played for Death and Herald.
Yeah.
Taking a look at this one.
I mean, so Honkyu's already low in this scenario, and this is where the positive trades that came in earlier that Nio had in the mid-jungle matchup kind of cashed in later on. Just with Cream having a big health bar advantage against Hongchu here. He was trying to play outside the depth charge range, does end up eating it, was able to re-engage because he knows that Cream's going to snap back there later on, so he can use the low health bar he has to wrap up the support. And the later kill we saw Vampire, just not a... Him and Hongchu didn't have enough gas in the tank to get through Cream, who does now find himself at 3-0 Grapes, and he's going to be quite the side lane threat with those 3 grubs once he finds himself there. I'm a bit curious as to why they haven't tried to put Yone there a little bit faster.
Mid still at this point. You'd think sending the Sivir mid would make sense now that the towers in there have gone down, but looks like they're going to wait on that. Maybe the showing of Hongchu down in the bottom lane will be enough to convince these lane assignments to swap around a little bit. See 2 items now in the hands of Cream on this Yone. Picking up that Immortal Shield bow for a little bit of extra survivability. That's going to be very important against some of these burst-heavy champions on JDG's side. Here we go.
Remember setting it before Dragon.
Top lane. 369 has to flash away. Junja has the Glacial Prison, going to eventually use it. Nicely chained crowd control. Should be enough. No! 369 able to survive. Here comes the chase. Will there be enough of it here? Xiaoshu, the Q2 misses. And there goes Nio all the way into a 1v3. Will be enough here for Fungway to rejoin the fight. Depth charge goes in onto Xiaoshu.
Rumble STP.
And they've saved enough time for Joshi to arrive. Another twisted advance goes forward. And Xiaoshu is going to not go down the Dark Passage. Everybody at the precipice of death, but none will fall.
I cannot believe the value that I just saw from Lantern. The first one dragged Nio in. The second one drags his own top laner out. And the whole time, I mean, 369, he somehow escapes the gank. Somehow there's no blood on my screen. And now Vampire flashes in. Okay, that's going to be a kill. Nio's the flash.
Vampire with impact top, mid, and bot everywhere. This guy has come to play, and it comes right at the 20-minute mark with the top esports jungler falling. You saw them think about it for just a quick second and then decided we cannot do this right now.
No, they're going to play in the top. I think that you just play for the camps here and play into the Dragon. Instead, they're going to play for, I thought it was Raptors Drake. Maybe they're TPing the dive?
Okay, here they go. Equalizer just to clear the wave out. Already the Zeeks has been popped by Jinja. He'll use the Lantern to get away, so Hongq just using that teleport.
Yeah, Cream soloing Drake.
Force him away, and Cream's just going to be able to take this one down. They're going to have to redive here for this to be worth it. There's the stolen away Equalizer. They're going to find the hook here on into 369, take him down. So 2 kills in response. Nicely done to save the play for JD Gaming.
Okay, I think what JD Gaming decided in that sequence is that Ocean Drake is not worth the soul this game. We're not playing for bot side because they killed the jungler instantly. It was too early to Baron. Instead, they play for the entire top side. Jungler's back up, but Vampire, another hook.
Vampire just fighting everybody here at this point. Nio has a 4-man Bramble Smash, but not enough damage just yet. This teleport from Cream, just a little bit too far forward. Jotchi now has to flash away as well, but Gala will follow him to his demise. That is another kill picked up here for JD Gaming as TES are now dropping like flies. Xiaoshu takes down Cream, and the Baron surely will go over to JD this time.
I mean, Vampire deserves so much credit for what he did to Nio in the last 2-minute sequence, because Nio was having a great game, but he just got destroyed by Vampire. Between the Dark Passage that forced Nio to flash early, then it was the flash committed by Vampire that secured the first kill in the sequence, combined with Gravitum Aphelios, the purple gun, to guarantee that on the Maokai, into the 3rd death sentence that gets Maokai off the map to make sure the Baron taken is clean. Vampire just owned Nio in the last sequence. Yeah. They're only going to show the 3rd one. But guys, the first Dark Passage that baited the Maokai so far in, and then the one they got initially, the pick kill they got in that top river to start the sequence before they got top outer turret down, was so good by Vampire to really create a sequence where they had tempo the entire time against top esports. It was late TPs in to respond. It was one member take Dragon while the rest of the team is responding. And top esports responds poorly as JDG come out on top in all scenarios.
So there they go. Snowball maybe has begun to roll. You see Gala at 5-1-2, and the Infinity Edge has been picked up. The Baron buff still in their hands for another 2 minutes, but let game 1 be a cautionary tale. You cannot count top esports out despite this Baron buff being in their hands. They were able to come back in game 1. Will they be able to do so here around this bottom lane? We have Dueling Nature's Grasp being sent. There comes the ulti for Cream. It doesn't find much as Hongq has popped the Hourglass. Junja now has to dash away, and the Protoplasm Harness will keep him alive for now. Feng Yue looking to chase. They want to continue this fight. They find the hook onto Hongq, but he's able to get lanterned away and make sure nobody goes down just yet. Moonlight Vigil will be enough to chunk Feng Yue down and nearly kill him, but he will survive.
Oh, he wasn't able to pop it. I don't know if he didn't have the cooldown. Looks like he still had the gun. But man, it still ends up being more gold going into Xiaoshu's pockets on this Ambessa, which is good. Feels like there's been a lot more back and forth action than there has actually been blood coming through on my screen here, Grapes.
Yeah. Definitely one of those, I mean, we were saying this game felt slow, and then all of a sudden, movement after movement, like some 40 chess game that has opened up between these two teams.
It has. I mean, it really opened up off the back of Vampire, and I like as we've kind of seen Thresh reemerge this year, just given, like, you know, Aphelios is very strong, Jinx is strong, you're getting some responses or just some Thresh lanes being played. You're seeing, like, some games you want Thresh on the front line. That's kind of old Thresh. It's far more often now you want him on the back line to play for lanterns like this.
Prison comes out. Nice spell shield here from Jotchi, but will not get spell shielded from the depth charge into the public execution combo. That is 2 for nothing already underneath the bot tier 2, but 369 and Cream still have a lot of DPS, and Feng Yue has the engage at his disposal. Gala has some great guns here for wave clearing and continuing the push with the Baron buff only available for 5 more seconds. Vampire does not find the death sentence, and the teleport is on its way, but top esports should be able to retreat for now. 20 seconds on Jotchi for respawning. Cream trying to take down that ward, but Xiaoshu not going to have any of it.
I actually respect that Ambessa, sorry, Vampire flashed forward and then didn't guess if 369 would dodge or not. He flashed forward and threw the hook forward. Is like, I know you're a pro player. Yeah. I'm going to guess that you don't dodge, you know? That is kind of level these guys play at sometimes, but no. For me, this has been a Vampire pog. I think Vampire has played so well this game. And again, with Junja, I was talking on my stream the other day about the Thresh Volderbear combo. It was played by FlyQuest. Because it really helps you enable a frontliner when you play Thresh, where you have a Lantern that can enable a frontliner, and then you can also follow up on main engage. Like Glacial Prison or Permafrost Stun, your Death Sentence is coming in secondary off a stun target instead of trying to open the fight on a main target, which Thresh really needs to be secondary engaged to function. And I think that the way the Vampire has played this, he's found the main engage scenarios because of how good he is, but playing secondary engage has been really, really clutch.
See if he can engage here as a Nature's Grasp already coming out here for Nio, and he does take the Dragon. That is Soul Point secured for top. And remember, there's no more Baron buff available for JD Gaming, so they don't have any extra stats. They're just going to have to walk away with this one without having any objective to their name.
Wow. They see the TP top now. They can look for a fight. Ooh, but they really didn't get a lot
off
that.
This is onto Nio. He will be able to flash away from that chain. Nicely done. But it will come at the cost of a crucial summoner spell on the Maokai.
Yeah, traded though. I mean, I'd say Flash more valuable on the Maokai than Silas, but that's if you're top esports, you're taking that every day of the week. You just got away with Dragon and nothing else lost into a 5k gold deficit. You have a soul point. I think Ocean Soul is a bit of a state of mind, but in a game where it's so melee heavy, you can see scenarios where you might be able to back off, get some health back, and re-engage.
With how razor slim these margins have been in terms of people getting out with 1 HP, people surviving by just a little bit of health. Getting that extra regeneration for top esports could mean a lot, especially against a composition in JDG that does need to burst people down.
I'll take any advantage I can get. And yeah, I think as this game progresses, the ability to burst people down for JDG, Xiaosh has gotten pretty fed off these last few sequences, picking up kills, and sitting at 3 items now on Ambessa is... I mean, that's a death stance in the inventory. You're usually building armor going into Rumble, and you're not worried about the Rumble, and that's definitely the scenario that we're in this game with Xiaoshi going into the team. So, yeah, I'm concerned about that for top. That, and I think Cream's dead.
Yeah, he's been caught out. No way out of that Nature's Grasp. Going to use the Fate Seal to stun up Gala for a little bit, but he's not going to be in any danger of going down. That's a kill onto the top esports mid laner as the Baron has once again spawned. Top know they need to do something,
Flash.
and JDG know it, so they're just biding their time and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. In goes Xiaoshu, has a ton of damage and a ton of survivability with that Eclipse already. Does not issue that full forced engage, and so JDG just going to be able to walk on out, be happy with that 1 kill.
I think they have to pull the Baron now, see if they can bait Nio in. They didn't get too much off the re-engage. The Bramble Smash out, I was worried about because it kind of knocked people out of the equalizer from Nio. I think Nio still feels like he's the one pressured to try and find the flip, and there's no way he's going to be able to get in there with no flash, no ult.
So second Baron picked up here for JD Gaming, looking to get to match point in our first playoff series of Split 1 of the LPL season. Of course, winner will play against the winner of our next series, Anyone's Legends versus Team WE. That'll be happening right after this. You'll have Rafa and Jay Beto on the call for that. And JDG looking poised right now to put an end to this one in the next 3 minutes.
Would dodge out of the Soul potentially spawning on the map. I don't know if they have enough in the tank, though, to end the game. It's hard to end the game against a Sivir. And I think JDG has a lot of terrain to make up, so it looks like they're really trying to prep for this Dragon. There has been a good ward snuck in by, I'm going to assume, Fengiyue, given that it's a normal ward and no one else has those trinkets in their inventory. It's Fengiyue. And he stuck one in right by that line brush that spawns what it's Ocean Soul. Yeah, you can see it right there in the top left corner of your screen. That could be a big ward later for top esports if they want to set up, even just break the push that JDG is setting up now. I don't think we're going to see any TP cast before Dragon's under a minute. That way the kills have consequences for that objective, but I would not be surprised if we see 369 make his way to that ward here pretty shortly.
Right now we have JDG pushing in 2 lanes at the same time. 369 opting to be on the opposite side of the map, take a tier 2 turret, get a little bit of gold, but he's going to have to get back to base quickly, otherwise the push will just continue. He's going to actually use his teleport before the tower falls, but Jachi has already been targeted, has to flash away, and already has used his spell shield. 369 has arrived. Equalizer still not utilized just yet, and Honky is being taken low. A really nice Rumble ulti could be the signal for top esports to go in. Cream will find the 80 carry and take him down, and this is a massive fight here for top. Second time's the charm. JDG with the Baron will lose another team fight.
And that's Ocean Soul down for JDG. Cream finds Gawa in the backline. That was massive from him. A fight winner indeed. As JDG pushing to end there felt a bit, I think, head over their skates, falling forward. As Top Esports now get a soul for themselves. Again, it is Ocean Soul. This isn't the best role you can have, but I think after the inhibitor, I don't get going for more. I think it's a take the dragon or go mid angle. And again, it feels split. Xiaoshu's trying to take mid. Junjia's going in, and they set up for a nice equalizer there. After that term was already used, you had Gawa burn flash to get out of the dredge line, still eats the fate sealed, and that seals the fate of a one-team fight for Top Esports and an Ocean Soul taken in the bottom left of your screen. So this game's not done yet.
And look at all the shutdowns that TES got as well. That was 1,100 gold into the hands of Cream. He's able to pick up that Infinity Edge now.
Yeah.
Jachi gets on the board as well. That gold lead that was 6,000 here for JDG has already been quartered after the taking of that team fight and the Ocean Soul.
I mean, this is a melee heavy game, so that means that there isn't as much poke in this game. You're playing into a Maokai with Ocean Soul. You're especially with Sivir Wave Clear, your ability to cocoon and scale up now as Top Esports, it's very real. And if a clean team fight breaks out from JDG, Ocean Soul's not going to have a lot of ramifications on this game. But any time you might have a skirmish, can reset, get that health back, and that's going to have you set up for much better conditions looking at these objectives moving forward. That will be in favor of Top Esports, not JDG for the rest of this game. So again, something in Top's favor.
I mean, we've already seen Top utilize a strategy like that with Fengyue. He goes in initially, takes a bunch of damage, backs on out, waits for that Aftershock to come back off the cooldown, and has gone back in for multiple really solid re-engages on this pick. The Ocean Soul, along with the Bandle Pipes and the Mikhail, that's going to help him stay alive even longer and allow for even more rotations of those spells to come through onto crucial members of JDG.
No, I think that's a good shout. While we're talking items so far, Xiaoshu also making a unique choice, taking the Endless Hunger. It does give you some more tenacity, and of course the healing, the Omnivamp. We did see him trade one in the 1v5 scenario. So, you know, if he ends up in that 1v5 scenario again, that item's going to get a lot of mileage. It's Omnivamp.
Yeah, I mean, you see how long and extended these fights go. Having as much survivability as possible here for Xiaoshu. The Death's Dance as well to delay an eventual death. Try to get a takedown before that. That's going to provide some huge value. He's been very important to how this game has gone for JDG.
You know, Grapes? It just added up to me that Death's Dance, as the name of the item, kind of thematically fits in with dancing your death. I never put two and two together until today.
You know that they call it League of Legends because there's a lot of legends in the league that they play in too. That
no, I actually thought it was called League of Legends because it took place with champions and summoners on Runeterra.
Yeah, I could have come up with a better analogy for that.
No, I liked it. Anytime my co-caster gives me a little bit of grief, it gets me, you know. It puts me in a good headspace. Great.
Come on.
Puts me in a good headspace.
Both these teams got to be in a good headspace right now as they've got to lock in for potentially a final fight. This third Baron, two of them have gone JDG's way. Will Top be able to claim this one? Now that the gold is in a much more even position, you can see it deadlocked at 66.5. Equalizer utilized here. It was just a stolen one by Hongq to push this wave out, and now JDG are going to go because Gala has that Calibrum. That's going to be very important.
He's green, white. White's great for taking Baron. Might want purple for these fights in control. They're going to try and melt it, though. Nayo can get in.
Already getting burned down. Nayo steals the Baron. A tremendous takeaway here for the Top Esports jungler, and here comes the team fight. Xiaoshu goes forward, but Dachi will spell shield the ultimate, and they're dropping like flies. A double kill in for the Sivir, and that's going to make it a third. Gala on the run. Vampire trying to delay the inevitable. Gala doing a lot of damage back onto Cream, but not nearly enough to take him down. 369 overheated, able to get a double kill, and that should do it. off the back of Nio. Top Esports going to push to match point.
I mean, I think there's a real argument that you could have said JDG 3-0 this series, but it's 2-1. Top Esports, they did a really nice job of turning this game around off of a Nexus fight that should not have been taken by JDG. Top Esports has played a couple of these late game team fights very well, Grapes, and it's gotten them a lead in this series.
Doesn't matter how many Barons you take, whoever takes the last one, who ends up taking the Nexus. And that is exactly what Top Esports has done for the second time today.
It's a happy
night. They're
Nio.
one matchup away for that upper semifinals.
He was looking at 369 like, did you just see what I did with that Cube Bramble Smash, man? Do you like that steal? It was a good game for Nio. He kind of saved his way, or his performance in that game, because we were talking about him for the first 20 minutes of the game. And then it was 2 picks that Vampire was able to find off of Nio when his flash was down right as that Baron spawned. That really created that first Baron take for JDG, that very positive scenario for JDG to start pushing and be up in the game. But then JDG, again, this is a comp that falls off. They do get outscaled by the Rumble, the Yone, and the Sivir. Like, that comp's better if the game does go late. You also gave away Ocean Soul, which helps make that comp even better when the game goes late. But I just think trying to force there, that wasn't necessary. You could have played for that Ocean Dragon, denying that, reset, and kind of keep the game in your control. That force was too much from JDG, and Top Esports made them eat it.
That was a difficult game to wrap your head around in full. It felt like it was close, then JDG was going to win, and then it came down to that one fight, and it's a similar situation to what happened in that game 1, where JDG had a big lead. You know, that fight around the Top Esports base, they tried to overforce, and then eventually a teleport comes in. That should just be their signal to escape instead of, you know, trying to stick around and try to, you know, salvage some sort of fight. They end up all dropping. Top Esports get themselves back in the game, and with the Ocean Soul are able to outscale themselves to just another very impressive win for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if I want to use the word impressive in the Top Esports win. I feel like the JDG Game 2 win was impressive.
2 fights.
I think that there's a very good tweet to be made of 3 screenshots in this series and then being like tops 2-1 right now. Just take the 2 worst screenshots from JDG's game 1 and 3. Feel like top is up 2-1.
Not able to seal the deal. JD Gaming just comes so close as we get another LPL gold graph in the bottom left of your screen here.
That's a special one.
Hey, Top Esports able to deliver in the moments that matter most. You know, we were saying Vampire for JDG, MVP potentially, but you got to give it to Nio, I think, at this point.
Look at the Maokai damage.
The jungle very, very well. Leading his team in damage percentage and kill participation on this pick.
Guys, why there are some champions in League of Legends that we just choose to put away and forget about in the regular season, and then we magically remember that they come back in playoff time. Maokai's one of those champions. If I know that he got buffed up a little bit, but how could we be doing that damage number? Okay, this was actually the passage of play that I was talking about that created the really bad scenario for Nio, because he had the flash out of this. So the next few plays that you see made by JDG and Vampire, the plays that I was talking about for Vampire being Pog, were kind of happened because of this play. So I know that Xiaoxi goes down. Sorry, that's right. He gets saved again by the Dark Passage. But when we get out of this one, the pick that was found, yeah, I mean, this was it. But then they found another pick on a Nio before this that actually created this play. This was a really good sequence from Vampire, as, yeah, he kind of crapped on Maokai a couple times, really opened things up for JDG, which was too bad because the early game featured Nio's first clear. He got a kill, 2 crabs, and started Raptors and like killed the repeat respawn camps before he based, right? And that's like the dream clear if you're a jungler and you're on Maokai's. You can really push and punish this game. So he kind of threw it thanks to good plays by Vampire until then. But yeah, this one, really good ult by Nio. I just think JDG, after they take that inhibitor, I mean, hindsight definitely says I'm right, but that your point against Ocean Soul, it probably is take inhib. We don't go for the end. We deny the soul. That should be the right chain of events. Decision was not made by JDG, and it cost them a game.
And then this last fight here, also impressive stuff from Nio to steal away this Baron. Able to get in there with the flash Q smite. I mean, you can't do a ton of mechanical stuff on Maokai. That's I guess one of them right there.
Hey, it's actually if you want to be mechanical on Maokai, it's actually Q flash.
Q flash
smite.
Yes.
It's Q flash smite.
That
I think Nio hit him with that one. As again, good Maokai performance from Nio. I think we're definitely going to see this champion more in playoffs. One of the reasons we haven't seen a lot of AP champs right now is I don't think 80 pairings are good enough or very good. But Maokai is one where you can see I think with an AP game, because you can go Bloodletter second on the champion. It's not the best, but you could do it. And again, like this champion's kit, I've always been on the very much Maokai's OP train. You have an R that's like the width of my screen going at you for an engage. Your QWE as a kit is just insane. And then you scale ridiculously well because of how much value you get out of putting points into any of your points as Maokai. And then what your passive does if it goes late. And if you get Visage, I mean, this champion is very filthy OP if you get going. So, yeah, really good performance from Nio, who I think Nio's been the difference maker in the series so far. I mean, Cream did find Gala in the fight that ended up winning them the game later on. Yeah. He outplayed some nice ganks. I'm not against this Cream Pog. You know what? We'll give him the Pog. We'll give Cream the Pog. I actually think he kind of earned it.
Damage lead, kill participation lead, able to get top esports in a good spot. You know what? It's fine. Cream did have, just like in game 1 on the Azir, the game-deciding ultimate onto Gala. That's
I can't believe there are no votes for Nio. I know a little bit more ball than that. That's all we're gonna say. We must have really valued killing Gala.
We're just watching the chess match unfold in the early game. I mean, from minute 1, Nio's in a good spot. Did allow for Cream to eventually take over, become that player of the game. But we'll see if Nio gets a little bit more love later, as Top Esports just one more game to win this series against JD Gaming, to move on to the upper semifinals and send JDG down to the losers bracket. Will we have silver scrapes, or will this series end in just 4 games? We'll find out in just a little bit once we return from this break here on LPL English.
We're getting to game 5.
Welcome back to LPL English. We've got Game 4 of our first playoff series in the upper bracket between JD Gaming and Top Esports. Once again, a comeback from TES put them at match point against JDG, the team who have had the better early games, certainly, in all 3 of the matchups so far. JD Gaming suddenly at the brink of being sent down to lowers, Cubby. This is not what we expected, especially coming into today.
No, it's not. I also wasn't expecting the scoreline right now to be 2-1 Top Esports after what we've seen on our screens for the first 3 games. But that's okay. We're just full of surprises tonight in the LPL, Grapes. I feel like the least surprising thing would be for the series to go to 5, based on what we've seen so far. So a real surprise would be that Top Esports wins this in like clean fashion. And then since I said it would be a surprise, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore.
Well, make sure you're locked in. Everybody at home, get your coffee, your tea, because you're going to be up for maybe 2 more games here and an entire series after this with ALWE.
I see a York ban. Are we going to see some Scion maybe in this game?
Oh, you know how I get about Scion. I hope that gets locked in.
What do we ban York for?
369. You know what's good for you. Okay. They're going to lock in a jungle Jace, most likely.
It could be top Jace. Jason, York's a counter to Jace. But yeah, probably Nio's Jace in the jungle here. Curious what we get in the top lane. I think the temptation, if you pick Scion now, is that you get Jace top into Trundle. That's the thought. But will be Jarvan left up and given over, which is a pretty big priority pick in the jungle.
Yeah, and Jinja 3-0 on it this season. J4 certainly a high-value pickup for any team, but specifically here for JD Gaming. They have a lot of success on this pick. Lucian going to signify another aggressive bottom lane for Gala and Vampires. Really worked in their favor so far.
You could deny Nami with Ezreal. You kind of build a poke comp formation with Jace already. I think it's an option. Or you just sign up for the Ezreal Karma. And what we expect to be a Nami locked in here. Unless things really get weird.
Is this 2021 again?
Unless things get really weird. I mean, Nami, I know, Grapes, you've been busy doing some very cool stuff on your end. You covered the Olympics for the last 2 weeks with NBC. Yeah. Badass that we, have you doing double duty with this and dipping into a joy. Also having your expertise behind the scenes. But Nami has been very popular in the last couple weeks. It's really risen in presence with Corki as a pairing too, which we saw earlier being denied. So, yeah, what is it, the year 2021? Fearless just brought back all the glories of old school League, Why not plug and play old lanes we used to have to play at the highest level,
It's like, oh, shoot, like all the cool new stuff has been picked away. Let's just go back to the old school here.
I think I've told this on air 1 or 2 times. One of the coolest parts, so 2021 going into 2022, I was one of Team Liquid's coaches behind the scenes for a tryout they did. Their academy teams, one they got APA in. And part of the tryout, they had Core JJ. He was one of the 4 coaches in there. They had the final bot lane run Lucian Nami versus Aphelios Lulu like 5 different times. Like, I'm talking, they rebooted the game 2 or 3 times because that lane didn't meet right before the minions spawn. And like, that's the level of depth that Core JJ is talking about this matchup in. But then also like the level of depth that they wanted to see if the guys could just learn it as part of like the trial process too, which I thought was very cool. Like hearing Core JJ talk about how to play Lucian Nami versus Aphelios or Zeri Lulu, I think it was on both sides was these guys are really smart, really talented at what they do. Not just executing it on the keyboard, which I can't even do in the first place, but even conceptualizing it, which is my job, and they're also better at that than me. That's okay. That's why we're up here, Grapes.
And the micromanaging in terms of how each little interaction can go in a Lucian Nami.
Blinding Zoe?
Exciting to see. Go through the second phase of picks and bans. We got 2 mid lane bans here against
We're
Cream.
blinding Zoe.
And we're gonna get a blind Zoe here for Honkyu.
Whoa!
Not what we were expecting.
No. Wow. Cream, what do you got against this? I think it really speaks to the priority that JDG and Honkyu puts on mid priority and the ability to function as a team. This is a champ Zoe where if you are playing ahead of the map, it's a lot easier because you get access to the walls. If you're playing from behind, it's a lot harder to fire those bubbles in. This is one of the better matchups in the Zoe. I think it's going to be Yasuo. Nope. Okay. Would have been Yasuo and AP jungler. Victor, also a good matchup. I like this pick a lot, actually, for Top Esports because it kind of already feeds into the poke scenario they have going with the Ezreal Karma and the Chase. Also a good matchup into the Zoe. That said, you need to find a jungler that I think can kind of patch the map together.
Or top laner. I mean,
I actually think you put the Jace top. I think you put the Jace top and you pick a jungler that trying to fit the map together. Because Ezreal, Karma, Victor, this is a very slippery team, and Lee Sin kind of fits as that slippery frontliner to match in with the poke comp.
Nice job by TS to ban away the Scion, a pick that's often played into the Jace for your ability to survive some of that early poke. Nio loves this Lee Sin throughout the entirety of his career. Been somebody to always frequent that champion. So getting more towards comfort here in that position specifically. Xiao Shu locking it to K'Sante to wrap.
I think at the end of the road, the top esports draft is a fun experiment. I don't like it. I think when you're playing a game of League of Legends with no hard CC, which it's what we have Lee Sin kick here and Jace E as guaranteed hard CC. Like that's not even lockdown. Like Karma W and Victor W is conditional. I don't like that. And that like it sets up, you have a lot of range, you have the ability to poke, like you can get advantages like that, but if JDG gets ahead at all, their ability to force and pull the trigger in this game is going to be so much greater than what top esports can do. So I think it's really hard as top to execute this draft, like actually make plays. And so I'm going to favor JDG for this, but we've seen top esports. We've done a lot of
favoring JDG here today.
Yeah, we have seen top esports get away with crimes so far tonight. We'll see if that can continue in this game.
Well, as the coaches head back to their studios, back to their desks, we just the 10 players on the Rift, fighting it out here for the 4th time today. JD Gaming trying to even up our series, take us to that game number 5. Whereas top esports looking to pull off a surprising result. Could this happen? Could this be the case? I'm not sure just yet. And the draft maybe doesn't entirely speak towards it, but as the fans in Suzhou get on their feet, get ready for this game 4, you got to do so at home as well. Let's get excited.
Would you like my excitement there, Graves?
Yeah, you're getting into it.
Cross-pollinating IPs. I gotta take advantage of the unofficial broadcast, you know?
You might get in trouble for that. They're pretty good at finding...
We can cross-pollinate IPs on here as much as we want. Mario or Wario... No, I'm kidding. All right. So we dive into this one. Again, I think top's comp, like, pieces split up, good ideas, could be good. I think together, a lot of hard CC is lacking, and that is a problem. As, wow, heal and barrier committed to juke the mantra Q. Big commit.
See, that's my thing about these matchups. Like, I feel like level 1, you constantly see these summoner spells being traded back and forth for like the smallest margin of value. Like, surely that heal would have been useful a little bit later on in lane. Yeah,
but if you use it then you get up faster to have it to be used a little bit later on, Graves.
That's my philosophy while playing Earth or playing ARAM with the snowball. But maybe not, an LPL playoff. They're the pros now.
Yeah. I think that was a lot committed early for Lucian Nami for sure. They're going to need some doubles to get into this matchup early on. Ezreal Karma is going to be better before the first base. I'm not sure Karma throws out too many Qs like that one, but I think Fungi is going to sort out the next one. As I'm expecting that lane to go better for top esports. Frankly, I'm expecting most of these lanes to be better for top esports if left in isolation. Jace should be up in K'Sante. That could be hard to execute later on, but early on, your Jace as okay. 369 missed out on the small window. That's good. He did go for the conquer, and also might be eating an early gate from Junja, who, of course, with Jarvan, you clear very fast. 369 gonna dip down and drop that ward.
Lands here on the Gala as well. The range advantage for Jotchi and Fungi really coming into fruition here. Mystic shot not connecting onto Vampire. That could have been enough to be fatal, but instead it'll just be Gala and Vampire headed back under their tower. Maybe a reset coming through for the Lucian.
The Crabs traded, but as you highlighted, nice early lead for Jotchi and Fungi, who I really haven't won a lane phase yet in this series. I think that we went into the last game talking a lot about how well Gala and Vampire were playing in this best of. Definitely still feel that way at the moment, that Gala and Vampire have gotten the best of their opponents.
Oh, there's that gank we were talking about, just coming a little bit later in 369. Think he knows he is toast. Gonna wait for that Q3 to come through. Instead, the flag and drag going to be baited. 369 is buying some time, but will eat the Intofo strike for first blood. JDG get on the board first.
Yeah, he gave the kill over to Xiaoxia too. Which matchup where you can stack up chain vests. So you can go for 2. One builds into your Iceborne, the other one builds into your Jockshow later on. And yeah, you can already see that looks like Xiaoxia's going to be doing that. It's good tech in this matchup where, of course, against Jace, you're facing a lot of 80 damage early and no Black Cleaver. On Q solo.
Trouble bubble, yes, that's enough. Oh, the sleep damage provides a rude awakening for Cream, and it's 2-0 JDG.
Wasn't flash, not the E. Can be tough to react to. Cream goes down. Even got the Q shield off. Don't know if it mattered. As well played by Honku, blinding the Zoe. Cream takes the counter and Mages. I think Cream plays decently well. But solo kill goes over to the Zoe early on.
Man, that is a really big opening
That's a big
here
solo
for JDG. Getting the
That's
mid
big.
and jungle on board. What they can do to open up the map. I mean, we were talking about how many possible combinations there were here for Junja and Honku. They somehow have found another one that's worked out so far.
I mean, this is just it has to be a game 5, Graves. We're looking at the scoreline like, okay, it's 2-1 top in a series that could have been 3-0 JDG. And naturally, this has to be a JDG win to get us to 5. And then game 5 it's like the last 5 minutes of an NBA game, you know? Like, that's when we really figure out what happens. Yeah.
Now a bot lane dive is coming through. Nice bubble actually landing from Vampire. They're taking a lot of damage under the tower. Josh is going to flash away. He will go down. And Gala ends up getting 2. Feng Yue should be able to finish this one off with that final inner flame and will get out with his life. But overall, you're going to be happy about this if you're JDG with Honku finishing off a 3rd kill.
3 flashes to celebrate too, but a beautiful double bubble found by Vampire in the bot lane is what turns that play around. And frankly, gonna need a replay to sort out all the tower aggro. Who took it, who kept it, and what that scenario was. As we do see Xiaoxia takes a chunk play on a 369 who is flashless now. He's getting dope.
The ulti can come out for Xiaoxia here. Not gonna need it. There's the flag and drag. Knockup secured. And Xiaoxia is now 2-0.
That was very well played. Ulted to get the chunk to set up for that dive. Even took the aggro to make sure that Jarvan gets out. Okay, we're going to go way back in time. How did we get the solo Bolo? Honku, Rocket Belt, cancels. That wasn't flash. Yeah, and then the shield goes away. I think I saw the shield go away before the Q hit. That's the difference. Okay, Nayo's going to wait to take aggro, but double bubble gets hit. It is Karma with the aggro. Feng Yue then flashes away at the right time. Then Joshi takes it next. The right call there from top, and this is hard to make in the moment. But it's to let the tower aggro reset and redive. And that's hard to make in the moment because Honku's back on the way. Didn't make that, though. This time, Cream does flash the bubble where he gets out of the mid play, but does lose his flash this time. But as we look at the consequences of what's happened on the Rift here, Graves, it is a lead for JDG pretty much across the board.
Don't get your hopes up though. We've seen these situations.
It's a
maybe
bad
not
sign.
work out yet. More work to be done. Job not finished, as Kobe would say. As in goes the Cataclysm from Junja. They're gonna find another knockup. Barrier used from Joshi to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but just delaying the eventual kill. Gala gets number 2.
Yeah, I thought he could find the trade kill in the Gala. Honestly, if the WQ gets off, it's a maybe, but did not have enough time to get the Q off there. And it is a well-executed gank by Junja, who... You know, I will say for Junja, it hasn't been Junja's best series, but if I see Junja on Jarvan, I'm a pretty happy camper, Graves. I think that historically has been a very good setup for him. And so far, this Jarvan off to a hot start in this game.
I mean, you think about what Junja has been able to do throughout his career, not just on JDG or just on CFO, even back in the earlier days of the PCS when he was with PSG. Things like this Jarvan, early game aggression, being able to make plays across the map, always been his MO. And we're seeing why he's been undefeated on this champion this season, looking like he's about to push it to 4-0 if things continue to go the right way for him.
Looks like he's gonna looks ahead of the Grubs. First off, to make that the right way. We're going to have a swap. It's going to be the Ezreal Karma lane. You know, it was kills, was a couple good plays that went over the Gala and Vampire, but that lane in isolation is still very Ezreal Karma favored. It's a nice interaction there by Xiaoxin. Knockup will be the first dragon given. And likely here, the Grubs taken in a sec by JDG.
Honky going for Rome as well. They've really made 369 a target early on in this game, making sure no snowball can happen. Sleep Trouble going to connect, and it's going to time up beautifully with the rest of the damage. 369 with one more auto will drop once more. Xiaoshu up to 3-0. He's on a killing spree.
And this is why we haven't seen as much Jace top, guys, because if you get behind it all, you get hunted, you're a squishy champion, and the way that Honkyu now has gotten in on the party, it was Xiaoshu and Junjia who first created it. Honkyu the one that gets to enjoy it a bit. As 369 is sadly rolling threes in the spot of the scoreline. You would not like to roll a 3 in this early.
Absolutely. And we're going to get another play here from Junja on to Cream. Not having a flash is a death sentence against a Jarvan. And Honkyu has gone up to 3-0. This game's gone out of hand way too quick.
Yeah, so this is part of why I wasn't really a fan of the Lee Sin, Victor, Ezreal, Karma duo, because again, what hard CC do you bring in this draft to make plays with? Like, what kind of plays are you making? And it also, that means that when JDG gets ahead, like, your ability to even force a play on the side and answer isn't there. All we've seen so far is, yes, Nio's gotten the first 2 neutral objectives, but it's been cleanups after the opposing jungler left a disaster in the wake of the lane.
Really good situation here for JD Gaming. Up 2,500 gold at the 10-minute mark. I mean, this is one of the more one-sided games we've seen all season, I feel like, here in the LPL. I mean, the early game has all gone JDG's way. That's exactly what they wanted, and that's exactly what they're getting.
Yeah, and again, like, I'll be seeing top kind of benefit off JDG. I guess I think they had a really nice team fight set up by Cream in the last game. You know, I just, like, who can make the plays to... Oh, yep, that's Zoe things. Who's going to be able to, like, find plays, make plays on the team of top to, like, even turn this around? It does not exist.
Well, India Chaos Storm being thrown out here by Cream. It's going to force Honkyu and Junja back. No dragon or any neutral objectives to take with those ultimates being burned. And at this point, JDG are happy that they're just out with their lives at this point. The calling issued here onto the bot lane. Jachi, oh, you're in a lot of trouble, my friend. As Gala's going to at least get this one plate, maybe some more. Here comes Junja into the mid lane. Flash flag and drag into the Cataclysm. Onto Naya will take him down. And it's all JDG here in this game 4. They want this game 5, and they want it now.
I mean, we saw top try to make a play in the last couple of minutes to pretty much take HP away from Honkyu mid. And then they still get dunked.
Oh!
And Honkyu still dunks Cream. All 3 of the carry lanes for top esports are sitting 0-3 right now, Grapes. Thoughts?
Yeah. That is, you know, not what you want for a team with no hard crowd control and no reliable way to set up a team fight.
It is a nice way to honor the legacy of their captain 369. But I also agree that in Game 4 of a playoff game, this is not quite ideal.
You know what? Gotta just, they want the drama. They want to just be able to lose. They want to win the series despite losing all 5 early games. That's exactly. They want to set a record. They want to make
See, this is like, these are the drafts that people look at, and then they go, Tabe's the GOAT, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, Nio. Okay, I was wondering why we saw a Flash R onto Lee Sin. It was because Nio went for the minion into the Sonic Wave onto Honkyu. And that missed, and sadly, the mid-jungle duo for top esports end up looking quite silly against the duo brought from the PCS. Yeah, that's a nice one from Honkyu. He's got to do his best BDD impression, you know?
We've seen actually a fair amount of Zoe, I feel like, here in the LPL. I mean, Angel whipped it out a little bit earlier this season. Icing up a little bit more priority. Being able to provide a lot of dueling power. Speaking of dueling, they're going to try to do some dueling onto Gala. Barrier not enough. And a big shutdown picked up here for Jachi, desperately needed here for TES, and they've already utilized a lot of resources. And in comes Honkyu and the rest of JDG. Throws out the Paddle Star. They decide that shall be all.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a Junji as blue buff. That was a lot committed. It was a good play. We'll give that one to Top Esports. Cream got 3 plays from that. That's actually pretty significant, as I don't think JDG's answer there quite got them enough. And we've spent a lot of time talking about JDG tonight, Grapes, because from our perspective up here, it feels like this should be, even if you don't agree with a 3-0 for JDG, we can all agree it should be a 2-1 for JDG, right? I should have won that. I should have won that game 3. That's anyone that thinks they should have lost that game. That's tinfoil hat category. You know, we can talk about game 1, game 3. I gotta give him the right of that one. But JDG, you know, we haven't really had time to talk about the mistakes they're making, which have been overcommits. That last bot skirmish, we might actually talk about as a mistake. If the skirmish for too long, Nio turned it.
Oh, straight line. The Sonic Wave, Nio waiting for that Intoko strike, but not going to have enough damage to take this Visante down. So Xiaoshu able to stay alive and should be very happy to just clear out the rest of this wave under this tower. Lead at 4,000, we got the Herald in 15 seconds, and that seems to be what Top Esports have focused on, at least making sure that JDG don't take it easy.
Oh, they did take Cream's flash, lower third there. To Cream is flashless. That is significant on the Victor. That said, Honkyu is going to be lifeless.
In a 1v3, he's going to be dead. Taken down. 369 should get the kill. At 840 gold, step 1 in what could be a big comeback once again. That is a big kill.
That is a big kill, a big shutdown. Well played by Top to get that one. That's a roughie from Honkyu, because your jungler is on the bot side of the map. You don't see anyone else. There was a play attempted mid. Cream flashed it. That's a wave that you probably don't have to play as Zoe. And so, even being ahead, I think just given your jungler being bot, given no one else was showing from Top Esports, probably one you shouldn't be past the halfway mark on quite yet as the wave meets. You can wait for more info there as a player. Good punish by Top. Oopsie, though, from JDG. And again, JDG, I gotta talk what have the mistakes from them been so far tonight, as they are down 2-1 of the series. They've made a couple plays too fast, and those decisions have been very punishing by Top Esports. So, I'm going to slow things down.
Okay, Xiaoshu's able to get away. I was wondering if maybe he can overstayed his welcome in there. Shigala and Vampire do their best here in the mid lane. However, Shock Blast comes through from 369 to change the equation a little bit. Culling comes out alongside the tidal wave, beautifully combined in terms of those ultis. Both Gala and Vampire. It's not enough to take anybody down, with JDG opting instead to take the Rift Herald up on the top side of the map.
Visante soaked the gank in the bot lane. I still think the Top are trying to play off tempo / play around some of the timers here against JDG because they were behind.
Nice hunting. Hoping that Gala steps a little too far forward. Looks like instead they're going to take the reset. Wisely so. Make sure that they maintain the lead that they already have at about 3.5k.
6ix9ine doing a good job there, respecting the bonus play that could have can't see. He was waiting for Nio to get up there. That's what we were talking about the last time at Honky. Top. Honky was able to clean up the turret, so a lot picked up there by JDG getting the turret and the Herald, Grapes. And you gotta believe with Honky sitting here, this Herald's gonna be drop mid. Yep, and yep. And it's gonna be a tough scenario for Top.
How bad do they want to defend this? You can see that Lucian Nami damage just being so devastating for Jachi. Takes one auto and nearly 30% of his health is gone. That will be the mid lane tier 1 going down, as JDG have now cleared out the outer ring of structures on Top Esports' side.
Playing ahead with Zoe. I think that Jace is still going to have a big target on his head, just being Jace in his side lane. Right now, Cream is still flashless. So if you're JDG, it's probably where you're looking. You're probably looking to put Cream in the safer spot, which JDG has him in now. Given he is down that summoner spell, or Top has him in now. Yeah, so Cream is going to pick these waves up safely and kind of chilling right now, Grapes. It's a quiet game. And I am not exactly sure where Top Esports can find their way into this one. without JDG making mistakes, because again, the best trigger pull they have is a Lee Sin, kick flash, and getting really fancy. They have no hard lockdown to set that up. It's got to be a lot of poking, a lot of prodding, and hopefully JDG making a lot of mistakes.
You got to get lucky, hoping that somebody from JDG overextends. Otherwise, not too easy to fully set up and engage. Get a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, not connecting onto a champion, as it will be the blue buff stolen away, I believe.
Yeah, stolen.
Junja's going to control that one. We got the Dragon up in 20 seconds. Top laners trading on their side of the map. And not much you can do if you're top at this point. It's going to be Nio actually heading up top lane to try to get a trade kill on to Xiaoshu if he overextended.
It's going to be Dragon picked up. Mountain Soul spawning. Good pickups for whatever team picks up Mountain Dragon. Junja going to guarantee that one for his own team in JDG. As it looks like observing is a little bit funky right now. We've got the main overlay up with the backup overlay, and the camera didn't spot the Drake going on until this one. Might be putting out some fires in their side. Fortunately, we've got Trusty Dusty producer Caddy behind us all day today to help us out. On our side,
this is for all of you who are mad about the client. They're just like they're giving you the old-fashioned little taste of what things used to look like. But I've actually gotten used to the champions on the bottom of the screen. I feel like it took a while. My one gripe has always been consistency. We want it to look the same for the internationals as the domestic leagues.
You know, that's a reasonable gripe. I made some threads about UI and transparency, given that was actually some of my full-time work before my startup job. Because I have opinions on that. Because I also stare at this game a lot. And this system is worse. But that's okay. I've been learning to get used to it. Yeah. And I didn't comment the last time I looked at 369 CS number and went like, that looks high for this point of the game. And, you know, didn't realize it was his IGN and thought it was the CS number, but it wasn't. And I figured it out. That did happen the last
369 CS?
Yeah, I looked at the CS. I was like, he's that much in 25 minutes? I definitely thought that in the last game. It's fine. We're learning. We're learning.
Yeah, I mean, that's a struggle that wow. I mean, Cream has Cream CS? That's... I've never thought of that. Okay.
What do 210 creams mean?
Got a root here into the True Shot Barrage as JDG's bot lane might have gone a little too far forward. In goes Hongq though to make sure that it will not be any of his friends going down. Maybe just him though as Jachi flashes forward and makes it a 1-for-1. In goes 369. They go underneath the tier 1 turret. They'll be able to take it down as well as a double kill's already been picked up from Nio, who was just wreaking havoc in the mid lane. It's a double kill for the Lee Sin and 4 members of JDG just dropped.
Yeah, big feature of that fight off screen. Cream was able to cancel Xiaoshu's TP with his own ult. And I think that was a big difference in this one as Gawa, I mean, we dash straight past the wave into a Mystic Shot. Hongq isn't here yet. Junja's not here yet. Takes a lot of chip damage early on. And that's kind of why we talked about top getting lucky to find these engages. You see that TP coming in. That Xiaoshu's in the top right of your screen. That was canceled by Cream's ultimate or W off screen. That's really significant. Part of what allows 369 to play as far forward as he did, who had a really big fight and a big entrance into the fight. So the top laner that was able to make his way to this fight, able to have a big impact, 369 did just that.
Yeah, I mean, you could be 0-3, but if you're there and the other top laner is not, you are more useful. And that is exactly what happened there for 369 and top, who... Uh-oh, Cubby. Look up. We thought maybe this was a wipe. Maybe we're going to Game 5. Not so certain yet. As we have seen Top Esports once again come all the way back to an even game state. It's all too familiar at this point. Maybe this is just their identity. Maybe they're just the late game team fighting team.
I mean, that's kind of funny because that was kind of Galwa's identity with IG, you know?
I know,
and
yeah.
a big part of Galwa's game from last year with that IG squad. But that was a big win for Top Esports. Again, I think JDG, like the setup with Zoe getting pushed and rotating down was good. With that and Junja, you do have Xiaoshu's TP available. You want to push the tempo of this game, I think. You're the one that has... You're able to make plays, but Gala being in front of a wave before those members are there is not a great start to it. And I think that's kind of been the story of the night, Grapes, is that we're setting up. We like JDG's setup. We like their drafts. We like their play. And then they make one or two decisions that are so catastrophically bad. The game is now in the hands of Top Esports, right? That kind of is what happened in games 1 and 3. And now it feels like it's kind of what's happening in game 4, as their decisions as a team aren't clean enough to punish this very slippery poke comp that Top Esports has. And my criticism of it lacking hard CC isn't exactly landing when the hard CC engages from JDG do not land themselves and are not clean.
And then we're just all even at that point. With the dragon spawning in 30 seconds, we'll see how much this poke composition can do in terms of setup for these neutral objectives as we get further into game number 4. JDG trying to control this mid lane for now. They clear things out, but Honkyu has suddenly been caught out by Cream. He's going to be forced to portal jump away. Trouble bubble not going to connect. Now the poke wars can begin from JD Gaming as well. Top Esports have themselves a death rush here with Jachi and Feng Yue throwing out mystic shots, waiting for this dragon to spawn. Honkyu throwing out another bubble. It will connect onto the Lee Sin. Nayo going to be able to survive it though, as here comes that tidal wave. Not going to find a single target. These two teams dancing mercilessly, waiting for the other team to make an error. It'll be JDG starting up this dragon right now. Honkyu chunking Jachi down very low. The empowered shield will keep Jachi alive and allow for JD Gaming to take their 3rd dragon of the game.
Yeah, I mean, outside of like poking, it's not a lot that Top Esports can do to start a fight. And you definitely don't want to start a fight when Honkyu wins the poke war on his own as Zoe, which won't be the case for the rest of the game, but is the case now. We'll say a positive that I see from Top at the moment is that Cream, yes, he's 0-3-0, but this guy has picked up a lot of side lane farm. And when he was Flashless Victor, they put him in the safe side lane, you know, the one that's kind of getting pushed in by JDG and crashed for free. Cream has gone uninterrupted with trying to acquire a lot of resources, and part of why you're picking Victor into Zoe is that later on in the game, Zoe can't move you, and Victor scales very well. So Cream doing just that as he continues to operate the side lane.
Picking up farm where he's unable to find kills. That's what Cream's strategy has been so far. Has the fully stacked up Rod of Ages, working for what could be a death cap, what could be something like a Shadow Flame instead. Still a lot of options left here for the TES mid laner, who again, finding opportunities, finding angles to stay in this game. Nayo getting slept, but not actually taken down. And you can see it in the XP as well, Cubby. Honkyu is 2 levels down to Cream because of all that farm that's been done.
Yeah. That's has been really nice for Top, actually. The fact they've been able to tunnel like that definitely says that JDG is pushing in all 3 waves and not necessarily thinking about how to use all 3 waves sometimes. Serpent's Fang built like Gala. That is a big delay to his spikes, but speaks to the shielding in the game between the Victor, the Lee Sin, the Karma. The Gala feels like this is the best decision for him. To A, be the one that goes Serpent's Fang on the team, because it's something that Jarvan can buy. And C, I mean, or B, I should say, he's delaying his IE for it. I think it just really speaks to the power of the shielding in this game for Top Esports, and that's a pretty nice utility buff for Gala. I mean, that's gonna definitely depress a lot of the value of Karma Lee Sin.
I mean, especially when those Mantra Shields are being used to basically off of cooldown for Feng Yue when you get to this point in the game. Combine that with some of the other shielding, the barrier available for Jachi as well. It's going to be a very useful item for Gala, especially if he can get onto a priority target. We see Junja caught out here by Nayo, but very confidently standing next to the wall. But Honkyu is not so lucky. He's taken down by Jachi, as it will be Nayo who has found his moment. He'll be taken down, but Junja will fall as well. It's both junglers and Honkyu dead, as it's a 2-for-1 for TES.
That portal, once you take it, you are stagnated. Nayo takes full advantage out of that with both junglers down. It's going to be Top starting up the Baron. They're up a man overall. It might just be doing this to pull the Kasante TP, which gets pulled immediately. Cream's going to take a lot, though.
Yeah, culling is huge, and Xiaoshu provides a massive frontline. Cream taking a ton of damage from just the Baron alone, and that is all that JDG needed to do to prevent from that objective from being finished.
I actually really like that play from top. It might look a little goofy, but the fact that they just got Cassante TP out for free, really going to help them setting up this next dragon, which they need. Again, JDG, this is their soul on the table in 90 seconds. Top Esports, we talked about their struggles in terms of starting fights or finding engages. Well, they can poke. And taking away a top lane TP, I mean, that's one condition that you could use or need to be enough. As, yeah, that R being used. Zoe shows up in the face. Nice snap reaction from Nio. It's the Sonic Wave. Coach loving it, too. Let's go. He's hyped up trying to beat Tabe. He's like, I couldn't do this last year.
I don't think many people could.
Only in Split 1 they were able to do it last year.
Yeah. So, overall, a lot on the line here for Top Esports. Again, they are a developmental team. They got these players like Nio, like Fungyue from their academy system. Even Jachi coming over from some of these lower tier teams. To him and Xiaoshu, former teammates over on RNG, a team that's no longer in the LPL.
Yeah.
Fun crossover there. Getting an opportunity to try to carry the flame of Jackie Love. Here comes that C2C Bubble Bubble. It lands here on to Fungyue. He forces the flash away. 3-man Cataclysm forces a ton of summoner spells, but no deaths. That is a big cooldown from Junja as the dragon is about to spawn.
Honka can get some of those summoner spells. That is quite nice. Yeah.
Flash. Bubble not going to connect, and now the Arcane Storm going to rain it down. True Sharp Raj doing a lot of poke damage as well, and Gala is already out of the fight. Nio dashing forward with that Resonating Strike as the Sleeping Cover Bubble lands here on to Jachi, and he slept up like he's Snow White and taken down. Junja on the backside of things will be traded, but look at the health bars.
What?
They are so low on both sides. Hongq dashes forward against Fungyue, but now with that 1 HP, he goes for another at the slimmest of margins. Hongq and JDG come up clutch. It's Cream in a 1v4. The health bar still very, very low on JD Gaming's side, but not on Gala. One more double shot should do it as Cream is running for the hills, and he won't be running for much longer. It's an ace picked up for JDG.
I think they've got to take the dragon. They've got the time to do so. That is soul for them. Frankly, I mean, I didn't think JDG played this fight super well outside the opening. I think that they... Like, for me, this top fighting in mid is weird. I think that this enables top's comp to be really mobile, which they excel in. And then these lockdown tools really aren't that great from JDG. It just ends up not mattering in the end because Hongq has a big enough fight from like start to finish on the Zoe. And the fact they found Jachi like this is kind of the big difference maker. Cream's got bad conditions, but I mean, Junja overcommits, Vampire overcommits. I think Flash Bubble is just completely, like, not really necessary there. Like, I don't think they're really setting this up in great spots for them, but it was Hongq who was the star of the fight.
Yeah.
As his ability to bounce back and forth on the Zoe to snag these summoner spells being used and put down this damage. It's a flashy champion, and Hongq's making sure that he's shining.
I mean, Hongq made his fair share of mistakes in this game. Getting caught out allowed for that teleport to be burned by Xiaoshu, namely, and falling behind in CS, falling behind in experience, but has come up clutch in these moments, doing exactly what you need to do on a Zoe. Locked it in, blind, had confidence in the pick, and it's paying off so far. 3,000 gold still ahead of Cream. And the rest of JDG now back in an advantageous position. They're fighting around the mid lane right now, waiting for an engage, and there they go. It is Junja with a Cataclysm, locking up the backline. Cream forcing to use the Allograph, but Fungyue is already dead. Xiaoshu all out, on to the mid laner up top, and he has gone down. But on the backside, it is going to be 369, still taking a lot of damage. That bubble just hurts too damn much. It's another kill going over to Hongq as he goes to 8-3, and it'll be only Nio and Jachi up to try to save their mid lane inhibitor.
I think that's going to be it. I mean, again, Top Esports didn't exactly draft ways to initiate plays on their own. They kind of have to accept whatever happens this game against JDG, and JDG played well enough where they can finish this game from start to finish. So, JDG, we move on to the 3.5 to 0.5 territory. If they can find this win.
Wave is getting chunked out here. True Shot Barrage actually going to finish off the last of these minions. So the wave finally coming through. Fungyue has arrived. Nio taken dangerously low. Jachi doing his best to try to save this game, but it will not happen. The Nexus is exposed, and our first series of the LPL playoffs is going the distance.
Welcome to the LPL, man. We shrug and end up in Game 5. And now we're in the last 5 minutes of the NBA game, you know? You can see the real winner is. But this has been a wild series back and forth. I think that, for the most part, JDG, they should feel like they have won this series already. And going into Game 5, I mean, this is going to feel really bad for them if they are not able to topple Top Esports. This is now one game for your last life, or one of the 2 lives, I should say, that you have in this playoff bracket. And it feels like JDG have found ways to lose games they've lost, and then the games they've won, for me, have been very convincing in their favor. And I wish I had more positives for Top Esports about this, but it feels like Top have somewhat, outside of Nio, who I think has done a lot of good things actually in this series, Top for me feels like a team that has been existing in this series until JDG makes mistakes. When JDG makes mistakes, Top are there to punish. It looks great, right? But we haven't seen Top really take control of a game from start to finish outside of kind of Game 1.
No, that's a great point. I mean, just seeing the lack of... I mean, the closest we got was in this game, right? Where Top Esports had maybe a slight lead, continuously, attacking the bottom side of the map. They got some advantageous, positions, but even then, JDG were able to punish 369 up in the top lane. Xiaoshu basically unkillable the entire game, and Honkyu also able to get a big advantage that he absolutely was able to capitalize on, popping off here in this one, as just like the bubbles that were landing on basically everyone on TES.
I mean, that game, the fact that that game was as close as it was, because we looked at what it was, 0-3 top, 0-3 mid, 0-3 2 AD, 2 dragons in. So kind of surprised that this game ended up being, in a way, as close as it was, given that we didn't love Top's draft and they were able to find something out of it. I think Nio, again, had a good game, like doing what he can. I think Nio's outperformed his peer and in this series, and in a series that we're saying that feels like JDG has found ways to lose a couple of the games in here.
Take a look at another just beautiful LPL gold graph. As for a second we thought maybe Top Esports gonna come back. They had that very successful fight around the mid lane tower, but again, it continuously feels like the damage that JDG is giving to themselves largely self-inflicted. A lot of mistakes, being caught out early, being caught out in sides, and that is the situation that Top Esports are able to punish, but without any go button of their own in this composition, unable to make any plays happen on their own.
that graph really felt like the blue trending up is draft diff, the dip was player diff, and then we kind of got back to where I thought the draft should be. I mean, again, like, I really hate this draft from Top. Like, where's the hard CC? Like, these are the games where having stuff like a Galio mid or Sejuani jungle kind of makes it all work. Like the glue champs that put it all together. It really felt like Top Esports were lacking that. And again, in isolation, like, I like Ezreal Karma into Lucian Nami. I like Victor into Zoe. I think Lee Sin is really good in comps where you already want to be mobile, or your front line has to be kind of mobile, because you can go back and forth and play with your back line and play in the front line. There are a lot of things in isolation I think are good ideas from Top Esports. It's not the same draft together, because I don't know what you can do outside. Like, in this game, the only highlights we're seeing at Top Esports are the ones where it feels like Nio was just absolutely heroic, right? So I think it made the rest of the game pretty hard to play.
Nio, pretty heroic in this game. I mean, the reasons that the gold graph curved down, a lot of it because of him.
Yeah,
he's the ace of this game, but Honkyu, the way he was able to play some of these team fights out, specifically, I believe it was this one around the mid lane, the reason that JDG were able to get back into it.
Yeah, this was a crazy Zoe fight. And again, summoner spells grabbing them throughout the fight. You look at how the fight plays for Top Esports. They have to kite back. It allows Zoe to keep on walking forward, grabbing summoner spells. Having the barrier here definitely helped enable Honkyu go in. And it actually is what enabled Honkyu to live. The fact that barrier ate some of the damage being brought back by Nio. So, yeah.
Strain. Once this happens, I mean, again, you think about the previous fight that just happened with Junja using his Cataclysm and forcing 2 flashes. Then he goes right back onto those targets. They don't have flash. And again, just the story of what happens when you're up against a team that doesn't have a lot of engage themselves. You can press the go button essentially whenever you want without any fear of retaliation. That's exactly what JDG were able to do at the back end of that fourth game. They pick up their second win, and just one more for the decider to see who exactly will be facing off against the winner of AL and WE later tonight.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I think that the top side of the bracket, I think a lot of fans look at it and say that it's a lot harder than the bot side of the bracket from what we have in the upper bracket, given that I think a lot of fans at home think that JD Gaming and AL and probably BOG are 3 of the teams that can win this. I don't think Weibo has proved enough to me yet in that case, but 2 out of 3 teams on the top side of the bracket. If we kind of zoom out and prepare for the match that we have after this one, as everyone else gets welcome to the LPL schedule. That said, Grapes, we have a Game 5 to prepare for as we try and wrap up this one.
Yep, congratulations to Honkyu, winning player of the game for his Zoe performance. A masterclass in that mid lane team fight sends JD Gaming to an even score at 2-2 against TES. These longtime rivals in the LPL, the teams that have defined this decade of the 2020s, facing off in one of what have been many matchups in these past few years. The first maybe of a couple that could happen throughout 2026. Who will win and move on to the upper bracket semifinals in game number 5? We'll find out right after Silver Scrapes. What a way to kick off this first series in the playoffs of the LPL. JD Gaming and Top Esports, the 4 and the 5 seed. Only one series separated them in the regular season, and now one game will separate one of these teams between their first round series and a trip to the upper bracket semifinals. It's Grapes and Cubby here for your final matchup of our first series. A reminder to stay tuned for AL versus WE after that. But Cubby, we've made it this far. These two teams certainly have had their ups and downs. JDG seemingly in more control in the early game, and Top Esports need to find an answer to that here in this draft.
Yeah, we didn't like the last draft from Top Esports. They didn't have a cohesive go button. And Top Esports has not been the better team in this series, and it is 2-2 on the scoreboard, so all sins could be forgiven with a clean, solid Game 5 win here for Top. But this is a team coming off of a 5-game series against Team WE that didn't look great. That also went to 5. And now, again, I think JDG has been as big of a proponent of their own demise as Top has been in good play against JDG to win 2 of the games that we've seen. I think that, again, Game 1 was close. I think the way that Top played back into that was quite good. I thought it was a good game for both teams, but Game 3 from JDG, I feel like was more of a win than a Top win. Even more so than Game 1, which I also was calling, like, I felt like JDG won that for 80% of it. So we're looking for more out of Top Esports, and I think getting down into the depths of their pool, and these are the games where we need to see a player like Cream, who is no longer a rookie on this team. He's now a veteran on this team. This is his 10th LPL playoff. This is where in series in the past, Cream has kind of ran out of effective champions to play, and a good opportunity for him to find one to play into Hongq going into this one, as he's going to need to dig deep and help bring his team to victory. He's been the plug and the 2 wins that Top have had so far tonight.
And yeah, again, this transition for Cream from young developing player like somebody like Hongq is right now. When he first got called up to Top Esports from OMG to now being here in his 3rd year with the organization, and somebody who is now having to lead players like Nayo, Jachi, and Fengyue. Being able to take that, burden of having the champion pool pinched, able to whip out something like the Galio or the Smolder like he did against WE later in that series. That is the next step that we're expecting for somebody like Cream, and he's going to have to show it here in this 5th and final one if Top Esports want to have a chance to win. Definitely did not show enough in game number 4 as Hongq, the young upstart guy. He had a pretty good debut on that Zoe, and has had a pretty good first series in the postseason of the LPL.
Sorry, I gotta adjust here. I'm getting older, Grapes. I feel like I'm dressed like a chopped unk, just embracing my future here.
Oh no.
Yeah.
If I had the Vine Boom sound effect on my soundboard,
I don't want to be older, as you can tell from my vernacular.
Oh man, yeah, it's a long battle here. It's gonna be long nights here on LPL. We're gonna have more battles here later on in the night. Big shout out to our producer Caddy as well, who is going to be taking the brunt of it, all of the games that happen here.
I need Top Esports. I want Top Esports to give me something to cheer for as we leave, win or loss today. Because I think even if Top Esports wins what we've seen in the first 4 games, we're not thrilled about it. Yeah. I would like to see, like JDG has had 2 clean wins in the series, and then 2 losses where it feels like they threw from very winning positions. I would like a Top Esports clean win, or like anything that, even in a loss, gives me more confidence in this Top Esports squad going through the lower bracket of this very long playoff format. Because, of course, we are 18s, double elimination, no BS outside of that, Grapes. So, this Top for me, even if they win this next game, so it's been kind of uninspiring, no?
Yeah, and you'd love to at least end this game on some sort of high note, some sort of way to generate some momentum, right? I mean, the fact that you're playing this double elimination bracket, full 8-team double elim, in 2 weeks' time, right? Like, the split's going to end on March 8th. That is very, very soon from now. We saw what happened for Top Esports 1 year ago today in this exact same, or a very similar format, where they caught fire at the right moment, even though they had some inconsistencies, went all the way through the lower bracket, and ended up winning Split 1 of 2025, sending themselves to first stand. We'll see if that happens here this time around as we get into the final draft of this series. Top Esports opting for that first pick, while JDG will once again be on the blue side.
I'm seeing a Lulu ban, a York ban. I think Scion priority is going to exist in this last one. Trundle is going to be the big tip-off to see if Scion gets banned or not. But could definitely see that being a blind, a valid blind for both of our teams here. Some of the mainstays hit the ban list. One that is missing at the moment is Nico. So I think a real choice about whether or not you let Nico through the draft for, I would say Fengyue, but Fengyue has only played it once.
Yeah, Nico, low-key, not the highest prio
It's been banned all series, though. I think that's got to be the conversation for JDG.
There it is.
Nico's
taken away here. They don't want Fengyue to have his hands on that one, so that gives Top Esports the first selection in what is already a very pinched pool. You can see as the fearless champions stack on top of each other like their Jenga blocks. It means just a whole wide array of options no longer at their disposal. Nayo going to maybe lock in this Nocturne first would be a very fascinating decision.
It is a new pick for Nayo. It really dissuades the Trundle from coming in from Junja, which I think is a good sign. I mean, at least now for JDG, like, you could go Scion on 3, but I think that Scion's the discussion that you're having right now. It has been Xiaoshu's most played. And, Ooh is right. I mean, this is a way to play in the Nocturne later on.
Wow.
That's interesting. That's grabbed so fast.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the first Xayah that has been picked in the LPL in the 2026 season. And it looks like Rakan is also going to be locked in. Rakan to match his lover girl in the bottom lane. That duo.
It's been banned twice.
Very powerful here for JDG.
First one picked, and they're going to feed more into the dive identity. It is Akali for Cream. The signature, but I mean, how strong is it if you just pick a little FU Galio right now? Just play some Galio and make the game really hard for the opponent. Like, I think that this is just the perfect scenario. You just slam Galio and you go from there. See if JD Gaming does it. It's not exactly a champ that Hongq plays or is known for. Could also be an opportunity for Xiaoshu to pick up an answer to the Gnar, which he will choose Jax for. Which I don't love, but it does give you options. I think it sounds weird. I would like to see a Ziggs ban against Jiachi. I could see a world where, like, Nocturne, Ziggs, Gnar, Akali, you just go for like a one bang R fight and then leave it from there. I don't think it has been played by Jiachi. I'm really curious to see if they want to take that away, just because the early setup I see right now, I really favor the JDG side.
I think the Misfortune takeaway makes a lot of sense. Jiachi's been playing that
TF makes a lot of sense.
TF as well to try to match exactly what the Akali can do in terms of roaming. Still
the reveal Akali and Shroud takes away a lot of her power. Good lane too. Definitely good Hongq champ. Like that ban. Yeah, I think MF Kaisa probably just the two no-brainers. And then Galio is taken away.
Galio. Okay, so Hongq gonna have to find some other answer here into the Akali, the Twisted Fate, and the Galio no longer available.
No Silas. What do you play here? What do you play here?
Decent amount.
Yeah, Ahri's playable and grabbable in this scenario. Do you want to take jungle and wait? That's kind of my other thought. Or you just take Ahri and wait. Okay. Yeah, it's just Ahri and wait. All right. I would have liked the draft better so far if Galio was picked on 3 for JDG. And I definitely think Jax would be banned for Xiaoshu. But I think that Galio, again, thematically against this team is really oppressive. Synergizes really well with Rakan. And it's game 5. We are resorting to dark technology. It is Zeri Yumi, which can really help with the dive comp. I mean, I think it's good this game. It's being played again. I'm quite into it. I really am.
You know what's funny?
Don't like the fact I see Yumi on my screen.
The funny thing is the last time that this was picked in the LPL was against Top Esports by Team WE. Yao and About.
That's funny.
Or the Yumi, at least. It was a Sivir Yumi against a Zeri Rakan for Jiachi and Fengyue. Obviously, Top Esports ended up winning it. That's why they're in the upper end of the bracket here. Going to be a Kiana for Junja. Spice things up. We've got an electric Game 5 draft set up for ourselves, Cubby?
I don't like the draft that JDG ended up with. I think Jax on 3 was an oops. I would have rather taken Galio, and then you could have opened yourself up for some more carry options in jungle and top. This Qiyana, for me, this really puts the game on an early timer for JDG. I think the JDG really have to win this game early. Jax is the one scaling element that they have that kind of exists in their favor. Zaya a little bit as well. But going into Zeri Yuumi, this really puts the timer, I think, late game in top's basket. And for me, like, being able to play quickly with Qiyana Ahri, I mean, these are real snap engage timers and combos. I think that tops engage in timers and combos just get easier as this game goes on for them to pull off, like with the Nocturne Akali and then the Yuumi over the top. So this is an interesting draft for JDG. I think that they ended up with kind of risky, assassin-y mid-jungle picks, which we definitely talked a lot about mid-jungle and the fact that JD Gaming, as a team, they like to play fast out of mid-jungle. I think this draft kind of speaks to that. Game 5 and making sure that they have picks that can move and have priority to do stuff early and be active on the map.
Got a feeling we're going to be moving around a lot here in this one, Cubby.
So.
A lot of roaming, a lot of early game action from both of these teams, while also having some of that late game insurance is exactly what you want in a Game 5 of a playoff series. JDG and Top Esports. Winner stays in the upper bracket. Loser goes down to the lower end. Let's do it one final time between JDG and Top.
Nice and somewhat filled up early on. You know, it's the first round of playoffs. We're going to save those big giants for later on.
You know, I always forget that in China right now, it's like the series today started at like 2 p.m. in China, and it's Tuesday. So
that is true.
Maybe we're telling people like, why aren't the Gios louder? Maybe they're not here yet. Maybe they haven't gotten to their seats.
I will take more games anytime. So happy that in the LPL, we never have to worry about not having enough games. This region is crazy to follow. Shout out to anyone and everyone that is in the chat and joining us for our double best of 5 opener to playoffs tonight for the LPL. Of course, we have AL versus WE coming right after that, which is what Grapes is kind of hinting at. But Grapes, you have to have a good conclusion, hopefully a good conclusion, to what has been an adventurous series between Top and JDG so far.
You can say that.
Adventurous.
Adventures is one way to put it. We've gone on adventures mentally, especially if you're a JDG fan, I would say.
The last time that I casted was Ultra Prime OMG, so a little bit less than that.
You know what?
A little bit less than that.
This has the vibes of that matchup, though.
It
you know?
sadly does.
Not
that I'm surprised.
Yeah. It's a lot of the same emotions that we're currently coming out as...
I'm mouthing the word "why" into my mic a lot. That's the emotion that Grapes is looking to convey.
Yeah, exactly. As you know, that's what we love though about the LPL. You could be the bestest of the best, or the bottom of the barrel, and you still have top tier gameplay mixed with a little bit of head scratch and stuff. You get the perfect blend here on our stream here in this league.
We have teams named up at the bottom of the standings and teams at top in the middle of the standings, you know? Just, yeah, crazy is our game.
Crazy is indeed our game. Like we might get crazy up here in the top side.
That's not this year's motto, but it still is in our hearts.
Xiaoxu lands a stun on a 369. Nio just trying to gain control on the top side, but it will allow for Junja to come in and take this crab rather handily. So both junglers starting on their bottom sides, making their way up here.
Junja is smart. He looks at the Raptors. Yeah, he should. He has the choice for double crab or Raptors here. He does have a choice. And yeah, that's actually a good read from Nio. That step back from the brush and the Q means he's reading the fact that Junja could be there. Knows that could be a scenario.
And Cream, 200 HP. Not going to be able to find much. Ooh, Hongq flashes in. The electrocute was barely not enough damage as Cream able to stay alive with the help of that Doran shield.
If Cream doesn't flash there, I think that the auto attack comes out for Hongq and that ends up being a victory. So Good attempt on the connection there from Honkyu. What this means is that in terms of the clear, Junja's kind of behind now.
Ooh, Flash is traded up here. Junja finds the root just at the tip. But that's all he needed here. 369 going to be in trouble with that Mega Gnar form, but survives with just about 100 health.
Okay. This has been kind of unfortunate for Junja. I mean, you can look at a screenshot of this game for Junja and say that, you know, he's on the first crab, seeing the top crab, seeing Nayo above him, knowing the Raptors are likely going to respawn, is going into Nocturne. And we're now at a game state where he only got one crab, and his Raptors are the ones being invaded upon. But Vampire was here lying in wait. And it will at least get Nayo out. Yeah. So Raptors denied, but I think that there's a world where Qiyana could be ahead in ramping in this jungle matchup that wasn't taken by Junja. That time was spent trying to deny the Raptors and gank top. And both turned out to be bad investments of time. And that's pretty good for getting Nayo into this game. He's yet to base, but he's going to clear out his respawn Gromp and Wolves and feel really good about where his game's at.
Ticking for Nayo, waiting for that level 6. And he'll eventually be able to use that Paranoia to great effect. Not a ton of incredible follow-up or setup for the Nocturne ulti. And so it will have to be used in conjunction with something like a Gnar ult. Or, you know, we've talked about conditional crowd control for top esports. I feel like it's a similar situation here. But instead of crowd control, you have the go button here in the Nocturne. And hopefully that's a little bit more, and that's just enough for top esports to be able to be okay with it.
It does help their bot lane is Tom and Jerry. So, you know, if there is some chaos with the lights off, I feel like that's a world that Tom and Jerry's they're going to be happy in that world.
Yeah. Definitely true. A lot to think about in terms of the interactions between these two compositions as we get later on in the game, because this is game 5. It's not going to be, it feels like we're not going to have a stomp. JDG currently ahead in terms of gold, mostly through the CS advantage that Honkyu has been able to generate, but it feels like we're going late game here. I don't know about you, Cubby.
Yeah. Probably. I mean, this is the last 5 minutes of the NBA game, so we're going to play for real.
Yeah.
As
Nayo. He hits level 6 and comes in immediately with that Paranoia. Junja at very low HP, and there goes Cream with the perfect execution to pick up first blood for top esports.
I mean, again, these are the consequences of Nayo getting a part of the Raptor camp away from Qiyana, and then Qiyana not being ramped in this matchup. Like, again, after the first crab was taken by Qiyana, there was a real world where Junja could have taken 2 crabs, might have been able to deny the Raps, could have taken camps and outclear the Nocturne, but no. That time wasn't spent well, and now Nayo is answering back in full force.
Oh, Xiaoshu, he couldn't get the ward hop in time, and Nayo L369 will take him down, going from mid straight to top lane and having effect in both sides. Nayo with an excellent first 7 minutes of this decider.
I've been a little bit hard on top tonight. I think, again, like, there is a real argument for JDG being 4-0 in the games we've seen so far. The shining light of top esports, and the one person that we can distinctly say has been a better performer than his counterpart in this best of 5 for top, it's been Nayo. And it's been a massive start to the game. Again, I think Junja really lost the opportunity he had to have tempo on this map. And that gift being given over to Nayo, it kept the Nocturne at pace with the Qiyana, and that, I mean, we're seeing Nocturne. If Nocturne stays at pace to Qiyana, that's a big problem for Qiyana. Qiyana really needs to use her strength at this point of the game to get ramping and start taking these camps really fast, because she will fall off later. Nocturne can stat check her later.
Really good start here for Nayo. Again, going through that top esports developmental system. Of course, he had 2 splits in the LPL last year, but making his return off of loan, back on his parent organization and making the most of this opportunity. JDG, though, they want to respond on the 369, but he is approaching Mega Gnar and holding the wave in a position that would make it difficult for a dive to occur.
The fact that Yumi's even up here is a little bit surprising, seeing Yumi out of bot lane pre-10 minutes, but I guess it gives away that it is a constructed game. As Grub seems to be a big focus here for both teams. No Dragon's been taken yet. And Yumi's going to show herself on the top side. I don't think Nayo's going to be able to pull the trigger. He did just get access to his Paranoia up again, but they are behind on the grub control, and they do not want to fight a Rakan at 6, and I do not blame them for that.
And so, will just be those grubs going over to JDG, but still an 800 gold lead for TES. Exactly where they want to be, specifically on the top side in 369. You know, 369, you get to game 5 of Fearless, you think, this guy, Mr. Eclectic, playing all sorts of champions, whipping out the Vladimir, the Kennen, things of all sorts of natures. Maybe a little disappointing to see him lock in the Gnar, until you remember that he's 369 playing Gnar, and he's had countless moments of being excellent on this pick as well. Of course, not always at the top of the priority list in terms of the meta, but when 369 is playing this champion, you are in for a good time.
Off to a good start in the matchup. He's up a lot of CS, actually. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Again, that first gank for Junja just did not go his way. That's an interesting trade. I guess he gets some more of the wave, or some more of the trade before the wave dies. But yeah, I mean, Junja early on, I would have to look at a replay to look at how he contested the camps against Nocturne. I don't even think mechanically he was contesting the camps correctly as Kiana. I'd have to kind of take a second look, and we'd have to slow-mo a little bit. But I know that we talked in the break a little bit about how Junja's champion pool was going to be pinched for this game 5. Part of why we were talking about the Trundle and draft Grapes. And so far, I mean, Nio playing the pretty straightforward first pick Nocturne, champ that most of us at home, I feel like, could mechanically execute.
Yeah.
Maybe not master.
I could press R twice.
Yeah. I know the flash.
Maybe once.
Preemptive flash is good on Nocturne. I'm probably not good enough to decide to do it in that moment.
Yeah, I don't even know that. I probably wouldn't be able to do that one. But,
okay.
You know, we gotta have.
So far, though, the you know, being basic has been good for Naya.
Yeah,
and that's a positive.
Find that one kill. Now working for the first dragon, Jachi and Fengyue here first. They should be able to pick this one up. We see a teleport up to the top side of the map for Vampire, who utilizes the unsealed spellbook. They're gonna look for a trade onto 369, who has recently gone mini and should be very vulnerable here. He flashes away from the initial grand entrance, but gets moved right back into the wall with the supreme display of talent, and it should be all too easy for Junja to secure 300.
The play didn't even need the help of the Jacks. Xiaoxia just watched in enjoyment as they ran 369 down. So, Cream finds his way up to the top lane, which is kind of interesting because that means that no one's catching mid, but he could go for a play onto the Jacks.
If that Q hit, I think maybe the trigger would have been pulled there by Cream. Getting close to lethal, if not having that opportunity, but instead goes back to clear out the wave as JDG have flipped the gold lead, albeit a small one, into their favor once again. Wait for, you know, some more action to occur across the rift. It's been a slow one, and you know how high stakes games like this, Cubby, can often result in teams being a little bit more reserved. That seems to be what we're seeing here.
Yeah, sometimes this is nice, though, where, like, you just know that you can plan your Nocturne timers, so at least you have a go button. Or Cream on the Sakali can hopefully get Gunblade and get playing that timer. As Cream Sakali, it is deserving of every bit of praise it gets and more. He is really, really, really good in this champion.
Yes, absolutely. But so is potentially Gala here on this Xayah. He has to flash away. The paranoia, though, he's going to follow him all the way in. The Root Caller at the perfect time will make sure it's a one-for-one trade. And in comes Hongq with the Ahri. Spirit Rush forward. Jachi, can he get to the wall in time? No, it'll be another kill, as well as Fengyue likely dropping. The 2-for-1 combo will go the way of Junja as he evens up that kill down in the bottom lane and makes it 4-3 for JDG.
Fengyue was trying to do everything he could to prove to his coach that he shouldn't be playing Yuumi in a game 5 of those clicks, but, you know, still on the Yuumi. He was dodging. It didn't matter, though, the end, as Gala was able to get out of that one. I just think Nio, again, when you press R in the Nocturne, you're kind of committing for the play. And once R is pressed, they commit for a play that I mean, is this there? Is this necessary from top? Like, I think the real answer for me. You just, like, you're doing a swap. Look at where Akali and Gnar are. And you don't have TPs up on either. And you go for this solo all-in play with Nocturne on this side of the map, and you know you're not going to have mid-priority. I think, that's a bit of a risky ask or a bit of a risky take, and that, in the end, is what ends up collapsing them. Because Ahri was one who was mid at the start of this play, and you're Ahri, so you delete the wave for free, and Hongq interacted, so it ends up being 3 kills over. And I just don't know. These are all young members from Top Esports, the squad. I just don't think that's the right time to all in as Zeri Yuumi. Like, even if your conditions are good, take the condition win. You don't need to trade more sometimes. That's where Nio comes in too. Like, if you use that to take away a Raptor camp, get a better reset for a Dragon, use that to pressure mid for a wave. I think that's the kind of stuff that you need to look for sometimes in games where you're playing from behind or from being down, which they're down in draft early, what we talked about in this game. 369's ditching the wave.
Oh, wow, they're fully committing here. Yeah, onto Xiaoshu they go. It will be enough. Jachi able to finish off that kill. So it looked a little bit dicey at the start. Maybe that trigger should have been pulled a little bit earlier, but Nio nonetheless able to get one back.
They used 369's TP to overload top with the bot lane, send 369 down to catch the wave. That's quite good. Now you're going to see the rotation matched as Xayah comes up to catch this next wave. Ari comes up to catch this wave. And Jax, we'll see if he ends up burning his TP to go answer bot. Good play, though, from Top Esports. That was a good coordinated play across the board.
As both junglers have had big opportunities to set up the rest of their team. Junja taking a lot more of those resources, while on the other side, Nio has been spreading the wealth rather nicely. 369 Korean and Jachi each with a kill. And we'll see if that ends up being beneficial as the game progresses. Rip Trail started, likely taken here by JDG.
Xiaoshu being behind this timer is a big deal, and TP was burned by the Jax to go bot, so he can't interact with this fight if a fight does break out. So Herald is taken, but Nio and Jachi trying to cut him off, at least in the mid, get the wave, and cut them off into the bot side, which, yeah, good response.
So, wait again for a little bit, as waves will be cleared, camps will be attacked. Now we have this dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Top Esports obviously did get that first one. Try to start the stack of this one a little bit in the bottom side. Nio there early to try to take this crowd.
Cream's solo kill pressure up here. I'm curious if he goes for it.
Ooh, if he hit either of those spells, maybe. Now we have brought back to the bottom side of the map. Top Esports have started up this Chemtech Dragon, and the Paranoia has been issued, but Junja is able to get over the wall and almost steal it away, but no, it will be TES to secure the Drake. Top laners fighting on the bottom side of your screen. Nio living for a lot longer than he maybe should have because of the Yuumi, but 369's dealing, 369's wailing, and 369 is in Meganar and stunned up Gala. That is a dead AD carry for JDG, and Hongq and Xiaoshu have to do the rest of the work. Double kill already here for the Gnar, but he's approaching Mini once again and will back on out. Top Esports get the Dragon, and they end up winning the fight.
Yeah, it took too long to kill Nocturne, and I'm curious how the Smite battle went down the way it did, because I saw Dragon hit 1 HP there for a second. So I don't know if it was just Junja trying to combo damage, it wasn't quite enough, or if Nio snuck in a Smite at 1 HP. We're going to get another look. I think the setup of top holding the brush is fine. The TPs were a little bit far south. It looks like he smited it at 1 HP.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Got the snag. From here, that's a hell of a stall that we missed on the Herald. Wow. The Herald from Junja knocked everyone up, but then he said, see it from the fight. He blew the full combo and then took mid, outer, and inner from this. So they lose the Dragon. They're even on the members of the fight, and 2 towers go the way of JDG because of how they use the Herald. Frankly, probably worth it for JDG. Ocean Soul was rolled, which isn't super useful. I mean, I wouldn't want to give that away this game by any means, but I'm kind of down to take the fight and take the tower win there for JDG. I think opening up mid is quite nice for protecting yourself against the Nocturne.
And another tower taken here on the top side. So that's 3 turrets, 2-0 in favor of JDG. So they take it back. It might have looked cool to take Gala down, but the result of the play in general is a lot of gold going into the pockets of JD Gaming. Specifically into Junja. 3, 1, and 2 on this Kiana, getting dangerously strong, approaching that 3rd item at this point.
Yeah, this is... I think the game slowed down a little bit too much for top, as that's a defensive Paranoia. You can't really go on Ari. Yeah, that's just a waste. That's a waste of cooldown. Okay.
Oh, he still has another Spirit Rush proc. Oh, he lands the charm, but it will get Mikhail's by Feng Yue. Vampire doesn't care, though. They still want to go in because Junja is here, and he displays his talents supremely, taking the Zeri down. 369 is mega, but he'll have to hop back over the wall, and JD Gaming find another pick.
All right, Junja trying to make his mark, get felt in this series before it wraps up. That was a big play, as that really opens up the game for JDG. Cream was top. He can't get the inner. Again, it's 3 grubs to 0, and some of these trades for JDG with the grub advantage they've had, that's led to pretty much 4 towers being taken now since the last dragon went down. They got mid, outer, and inner, and the other 2 outers. That gold went over. I mean, it kind of got Xiaoshu back in the game, which is important at this point. Being this far behind against Gnar in these breakpoints isn't good for that matchup, but look at how far ahead Junja is now. Who was the big benefactor off of taking those 2 kills. And look at what he just did with that gold grapes as he flashed forward and pretty much destroyed the fight, opened up the game even more in JDG's favor. So we've been saying it's been a rough series for him. We felt like Nayo's gotten the best of him, but those 2 turrets he got for himself off the dragon being lost, he's trying to cash in, make up for that smite being missed.
He heard us talking some junk in favor of Nayo. Junja absolutely delivering here in these last few minutes. We'll see if all the gold going his way ends up being valuable, though, right? Because at the end of the day, that's gold not for Hankyu, not for Gala, not even for Xiaoshu. It is on the assassin Kiana, who kind of has a timer on her to make things happen in short succession. But so far, it's been working. You just got to keep the gas on. You have this dragon spawning once again in 50 seconds.
Taking inventory before this dragon. At the moment, it looks like top may not contest. We'll see how Cream walks after this wave. But yeah, this is looking like top is trying to kind of control the top side of the map. And giving away dragon control.
Yeah,
so
this is interesting. Because
I mean, I don't think they're strong enough to fight yet. I think it has to be feed Zeri as much as possible and pray you can get to 3 or 4 items and then make a difference.
I think maybe getting those 2 dragons ends up being a big difference for Top Esports, helping them delay this game out a little bit. Or if they just want to fight for it and secure a soul point. It looks like TES is opting for the latter at this point. We have the dragon at 2,000 HP. Charm already connecting onto Nayo. He dashes in looking for the smite, but no. It will be JDG to secure the Drake and perhaps the fight after that. Gala, though, taken very low as Cream is going to find the kill on the marksman, looking for Hankyu as well. But he'll be able to dash away with the Spirit Rush. Xiaoshu in the meanwhile in a 1v4, able to get 369, but will drop in a response. Jachi gets the gold. It's another 2 for 3, this time in favor of TES.
All right, on one hand, I'm like, I don't like how we fought this as top. I don't know if this is necessary. The setup was not there. We could have taken some camps or played for other farm. I don't think that fight was there. On the other hand, how sick does Cream play this fight? Oh my god, this is awesome. As, let's take a look. Okay, so we aren't able to interrupt Jachi that much. But watch Cream play this. He's gonna backflip into the shroud and Q Gala, leave it there, take it, and then be able to R Hankyu and pressure him out. He got Honkyu's flash for that. That was very well played by Cream. Net of the bonus summoner spell because of how well Cream played that. Just understanding his limits, could use the basic ability to kill off the AD who already flashed. Use the E to get back R2. Talked about Cream's Akali early on, how it's good. That said, wasn't enough to really make a big dent in this game. And another play is coming down to the Jachi, and he looks dead.
There's 2 towers that he would have to run under that do not exist anymore. And Hankyu able to get this one, 369. He gets charmed as soon as the TP comes through. Still in Mega Gnar form, so rather healthy. And in goes Nile. Cream doing a ton of damage already. The second proc in the perfect execution should be able to take down Vampire. And it will be overall just those 2 kills. Looking for more, though, as he uses the R2 to back away. Hankyu no longer having that Spirit Rush means that he will not be able to follow the chase. But Top Esports end up making something out of nothing there.
Really well played again by Cream in the 2 for 2. That fight took place. Look at Gala's ult. It's still coming off cooldown. He didn't have access to go up into the skies as Xayah. That's why Cream played the fight as aggressively as he did. It was the right decision as Jotchi on a wave he can't be on. Cream was pushing bot, rotating here. 369 was not pressuring a wave. And that he doesn't have vision or help on that one. That said, JDG trying to play more. Hit out of the TP, so nice skill shots, but Cream is able to go directly for the Xayah the instant that he shows his face in the fight, because he knows there's no flash, no ult on Xayah from the last fight and how quickly this one took place after it, which is a good scenario for top esports. Like that is a scenario that JDG should be avoiding. Yeah.
I don't know what happened there, but 369 is dead for another 30 seconds. We'll have to get a replay to see exactly what went down, but it's 4v5 on the map for JDG.
I see Supreme display a talent on cooldown. I have a hunch.
Oh.
Other guy one shot. Yep. All right.
Good luck in esports, buddy. See ya.
Well played, Junja.
Junja is really putting on a show for us at this point. 6 kills now on this Kiana. You know, if he didn't exist in this game, Top Esports would have a 2,000 gold lead. But now it's JDG up 2K instead. That is just how demonstrably far ahead he is compared to his opposition. It means there's a lot of pressure, but so far, again, he's delivering.
See, you can deliver this game to their team, their organization, honestly. I mean, again, this is a game 5, and it is, I don't want to say it's been a lackadaisical back and forth. It's been a pretty aggressive back and forth, with both teams fighting, I think, pretty quickly. Taking inventory before this next dragon again, as we are a minute away. Potential soul point for Top Esports. Seekers completed on Cream. I mean, I think we just have to watch Cream in these fights. He's been able to do so much already, Grapes. We got to see what else he can do. There is a ward that has been snuck into the back of behind the Dragon Pit by Top Esports on the JDG side. As JDG, I don't think they can or want to threaten this Baron. I think they would really want to fight again. The only bummer is that Gala and Jotchi are on the same item break points now, which wasn't the case at the last Dragon where Xayah had the advantage. So, talk about getting Zeri as many items as possible. Jotchi has done a decent job of catching up so far, even if it is Gala still ahead.
He's in the gold lead right now. Jotchi has 700 in his favor with that Infinity Edge, so certainly will be powerful.
He's got change, yeah.
Especially with that Lightning Crash, unlocking the empowered crits that his items do provide. Teleport coming into the backline. They don't know that this flank is happening. Here goes Xiaoxi, but here goes the rest of TES. They're diving straight in, but Nayo's already gone down. Cream stuck in the Shroud, but he's in a 1v4. Will he be able to find a way out of this? I don't think so, as HonkQ dashes forward and takes the Akali down. A 2-0 in favor of JDG. They should be able to go for the Dragon, or maybe more. Oh, they go into Jotchi right now. Lightning crashes pop. Oh, Jotchi is stealing, but he's not going to be able to be stopped by Xiaoxu. The counter-strike finds its mark, and that's another kill over to JDG.
They're going to have to heal Gala throughout this Baron take if they want to do it. He's a little bit low. They have the quills. They have the plans to try and do it. That was a wild start to the fight. Supreme display of talent was cast in Whiff, and then Paranoia and Kali were set into the void, apparently. And we're just going to decide the Baron off that.
Man, I need to take another look at this one, because the fact that Cream was so low so quickly, not something you would expect with how well he's been able to play this champion throughout his career.
It was a good... it's just the charm right in. Beautiful. Well played. I mean, Vampire played that well, sitting on top of the Nocturne, and whoever Akali was ulting to get the charm. I think that's Top just not going at the right time. And again, where Nocturne without the sound combo, you kind of hinted at earlier, Graves, it could be poor. As disaster averted here, is you could see how much damage Zeri gets down if she dashes and autos, and people are stacked on top of it. But fortunately, a good play from Xiaoxu to shut down any hopes of Jotchi pulling off a miracle in that fight. It is the Baron. It is the Dragon going over to JDG, and we're starting to lay siege.
I've seen this movie before, Covey. Baron buff for JDG, pushing, and then disaster. Will it happen again? And will Top Esports be able to pull that rabbit out of the hat? Or will those demons finally be conquered and JDG able to lift themselves to a series win. They have the empowered minions for another minute and 50 seconds. We see a teleport coming in from 369. He wants to join the rest of his team around this bottom lane tier 2. In goes Nio with the paranoia, but he's already taken very low and has to flash away. Supreme Dismay's down, and Cream is down. Junja picks up the gold, and now Honkyu is able to dish out some more damage on Nio. It's a double kill for the Ahri, looking for a third. Gala's taken down Jachi, and that just might about do it. 4 kills for nothing for JDG, and they're pushing down the mid lane.
Top Esports, this was a close series on paper. It's going to feel like one that JDG should have put away earlier, but this was a solid Game 5 win for them. And I think, again, JDG drafting to play fast in playoffs and play fast through their LCP mid-jungle duo, and it's working.
369 is shut down. The Nexus Towers are the only thing standing between JDG and that Game 5 victory. What a way to open up the LPL playoffs.
It is, and honestly for JDG, I mean, I think overall they played pretty good today. They didn't convert a couple of the leads they had, and that's why this series went to 5, but I have to look at other positives for this team, man. I think Vampire put up a pretty nice series as well. Thinking of that Game 5 Rakan, you're against the Yumi, a lot of opportunities to make plays. Vampire really cashed in and played those last few fights cleanly. The Thresh game in the WAS, I think that if he plays Thresh next time I see it, I'm going to be excited. I thought he played really well that game.
Yeah.
JD, and then we're still seeing the holes with JDG. I think sometimes they play games a little bit too fast. We saw them overcommit for plays, but it still is coming off the back of decent ideas for the most part. And also pound for pound, like, they've got Honkyu in the mid lane, man. This guy, he's got the hands. He's got the cojones to back it up. He's a scary player. And seeing Honkyu pop off the way he did on the Zoe in that game, and then the Ahri for this Game 5 too, got him out of the 2-1 hole and got them the 3-2 win.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people to credit on JD Gaming side. Not satisfied, I'm sure, in terms of how they won this series, but they'll be happy enough to be able to live another day in the upper bracket. I mean, you talk about Junja and Honkyu being the go buttons. It was Honkyu for the majority of the start of this series. He had the Zoe pop off in game number 4. And then in this decider, it was his partner in crime in Junja absolutely popping off on the Kiana in that decisive game number 5. Of course, everyone else also contributing. Gala, I think, just very solid throughout the series. You saw Vampire as well put up some good performances. But you got to be very happy if you're JDG to at least make it out of this one alive. And then most likely getting ready for probably a matchup against AL.
Yeah, I'm expecting AL to win the one later on. And again, I think I can take a lot more positives out of the series for JDG than I can for Top Esports. For Top going into that game, I was asking, win or loss, can you give me something where I'm excited for this team going throughout the lower bracket now? Or at least going throughout the upper bracket, I still find Top to be out bottom 4. And I think whoever they draw next, I mean, we'll see in the bracket. My guess is that they draw WE and then the bracket flips after. I think that's, I mean, it's a rematch, but it's kind of a toss-up. And I don't see, like, the foundation for Top Esports. Like, coming out of that series, what can I point to throughout the 5 games that was consistent or exciting for me to go off of, or to think that this team can beat other teams in the LPL playoffs moving forward? I can't name one of those things off the top of my head. Like, I think Nio did a pretty solid job, or had a decent series. Last game wasn't his best towards the back half, but yeah, I don't know what I can point to really for Top Esports to be like, what am I going to build a foundational, or foundationally, what am I going to build a playoff run off of? What's consistent enough, what's good enough for me as a team now? I don't know what that is for Top.
And there's always that caveat that this is just split 1 of 3. You have
Jackie Love's not in. Yeah.
In the back. He could come in. You have other free agents available. Somebody like Tian is still available in free agency if you wanted to go for that move. But I think Nio, in this series and hopefully throughout the rest of this playoffs, is able to prove that he is a player worth keeping around and working with if you are TES, because the stuff that we were able to see from him in Group Nirvana is starting to translate now in Group Ascent, and that is a very exciting thing to see if you are a fan of TES.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Nio and Fengyue, like, the way I view it as TES is that if you're going to make any changes for playoffs, you probably would have already made them. You're not going to BLG your jungle position. And then also, this is still a trial run to see if / when Jakulov gets healthy and decides to come back. You know, what is the lineup then? Because Mako is still sitting in the wings on this team as well, potentially. Talking about free agency. But yeah, for me, Nio is still a player that seeing him climb the seats as fast as he did, going from Thunder Talk to NIP to literally running the Group Ascend Gauntlet, I think has been impressive. And there hasn't been anything from Nio's game where it's been like, oh, I'm for sure out on him, right? Like, his game's not perfect. He has good games and bad games, like I expect out of any young player. Unless your name's Rayo, where you just come in and you're God. But yeah, I think that Nio, like, seeing him climb as fast as he has, it has been a little rewarding to see a young player get rewarded in the LPL system, where I feel like a lot of these players end up in bad positions. We don't see as much young talent come up from this region as we do others, and I think that's hurt the region over time.
And you could at least see Top Esports trying with that roster building mentality. Even JDG, honestly, right? Xiaoshu finally getting his first big shot on a top level team. You have a Vampire kind of going from WE, where maybe a more middle tier team, and EDG back up to JDG, where the expectation is to perform when you have players like Gala, like Junja, like Hankyu here. And that's the thing with JDG, is that when they are not making mistakes, and when they're throwing games like they did often in this series, it can get ugly. But when they are kind of all at their top tier, when Xiaoshu is playing like that all-pro top laner that maybe some of us thought that he could have been, when this mid-jungle of Junja and Hankyu, when a combined 14-1 and 14, is able to deliver, this team looks beautiful as those fireworks and behind the castle in Hollywood and Disney World, picturesque displays here for JDG. And so that's what we're hoping to see more of as they can start to continue their playoff run here in Split 1.
Grapes worked the Olympics and now just wants to have the I just won a gold medal rollout for JDG is what I'm picking up on.
There's still a lot more work to be done.
They're not fighting for gold yet.
Can't crown them just yet, but I'm excited about this team. They've got a lot of upside, and we saw it here in this series. Effectively could have won 5 of these games.
Yeah, I might have checked Twitter real quick and saw Swift 5-0 for JDG from someone else, and I feel a little bit not as bad sitting up here and calling that as I see it. Sometimes it feels bad to be like, oh, the teams won games that other teams actually won, but that happens. It's the game of League, and one game of that, I think JD Gaming, again, have a lot of confidence that they can use to take from this series, build off of it for a playoff run. Excited to see if they can at least do something with that moving forward.
Yeah, and we have the interview going right now in the post-game with JD Gaming, which means it's our time to hand things over to our next matchup. Cubby, thanks so much. It was a blast, obviously, to go through all 5 of these games with you. Hope that there are more of these long, exciting series to go, as JD Gaming take down Top Esports 3-2 to move on in the upper bracket of the LPL playoffs. Don't you go anywhere, though, because there is still a lot more League of Legends left on your plate. Anyone's Legends, the 1 seed, taking on WE right after this.
3-0.
Hello and welcome everyone to our second best of 5 on our first day of LPL Split 1 Playoffs 2026. My name is Rafa. I'm joined for the first time with Mr. Jack Gebetto. The entire time for this entire regular season of Split 1, even through Knights, Rivals, and even Demacia Cup, we have yet to cast with each other. So now we get a little bit of Peruvian and Australian action here on the LPL English broadcast. So first of all, if anyone is just tuning in and they missed out on the banger best of 5 series that just happened between JDG and Top Esports, well, we've got an updated playoff bracket for you quickly before we get into the rest of our show. For Anyone's Legend and WE, JDG do move on to that upper second round in the bracket where they await the opponent who shall be the winner of Anyone's Legend and WE.
And the loser of that series, Top Esports, will go down to the lower bracket. It's not quite known, I believe, where they're going to be seated exactly, but they will be down there playing off against potentially the loser of this series, but it also could be loser of one of the other 2 series we've got later on during this week. But yes, go back and watch it. It was insane. I know both of our casters were losing sleep a little bit because the series went on so long. But that's just what you guys do here. You know, I don't have that issue as much, but I got to respect how much effort is put in by the Americans here on the sleep schedule side.
You know, I can appreciate the awareness from that. But, you know, one of these days, Jack, we'll have to get you flipped on our nocturnal schedule so that you understand what the life is like living a DGen nocturnal schedule. But let's go ahead and start progressing through the rest of our pre-show because it is Anyone's Legend taking on WE. And a quick refresher for anyone who is unfamiliar with the roster, well, if you watch them in 2025, it's still the same here in 2026.
Yep.
Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle. And they are still, Jack, our clear favorite going into this tournament and what many of us expect to see at first stand as one of the representatives from LPL.
Yeah, definitely a favorite team to, like, kind of minimum for in my opinion for this team is to get to finals. They're an exceptional roster, the best like performing LPL team in 2025 internationally. Not necessarily with the results. You know, Top Esports did get one past them in Worlds, but, you know, went to 5 against T1. They had a very good MSI showing and have continued to look really good. You know, only 2 series losses so far this year. One to BLG and one to JDG, but then they ended up tying those with a win against JDG and a win against BLG later on in the second round robin. And, I mean, this team not only with the accolades last year, but already, you know, Tarzan, MVP of Split 1, AL as a whole team, like team of the Split, as voted by the official LPL, and then Flandra, Tarzan, and Kyle all pro first team as well. So this team is, it's a rough matchup for our boys over on the other side.
Now let's take a look at that roster. Who will have to take down the Giants in those Pandas? It is Team WE representing Group Perseverance as one of the only 2 non-Group Ascend teams here on our 8-team double elimination bracket. Cube, Monkey, Cars, About, and Yao Yao make up the roster for WE 2026. And the very strange thing about this roster, Jack, is when we first saw this roster on paper, a lot of us at the beginning of the split were hoping that Monkey, who demonstrated a great 2025, was going to get himself on a better team because we thought that WE was not good enough for him. But it turns out a couple members on this team have stepped up tremendously, one of them being former tenured member Cars from 2025, but also rookie About, who just won Rookie of the Split.
I also want to say, bang a slogan for this team, keep your dreams. I mean, this team has made, like, I guess their dream a reality coming to Group Ascend now. And remember this playoffs, the bracket that we saw earlier is the teams for Group Ascend for Split 2. The Team WE had like a very good performance in Group Perseverance. There is an asterisk next to that. It is Group Perseverance, but they still looked really, really good, and they looked good against Top Esports. You know, took them to 5. They, a little bit unfortunately for me, did sweep past LNG. They only lost a game to them, and it didn't really look that close. But yeah, they've been having a pretty good time so far.
The way I like to look at this WE squad so far is Kars has been an exceptional overperformer based on the 2025 year that we saw from him and WE. But this is also a roster that had some core members in Cube, Monkey, and Kars that made up the WE team that upset Top Esports in Split 2 playoffs last year, made a top 4 finish, which was just insane. Didn't live up to those heights in Split 3, but the magic is there. And I love that you pointed out keep your dreams is the slogan, because that is what WE are hoping for. Unfortunately, their first opponent is anyone's legend. So one win condition that Kars can try and hope for, Geppetto, is to imagine Shanks as just another Group Perseverance or Group Nirvana mid laner and just plays better than him today.
Yeah, he's got to turn the nameplates off. It's just champions only. He's got to, maybe, it's like an APA kind of angle where he's just got to talk some smack in all chat. He's got to bring the vibes up. You can't be approaching a series like this and just say, well, I'm going to sit there and, I'll do my best. Like, no, you've got to come in and you've got to be confident. I think that's really important for matches like this. You have to be confident. We don't do like predictions for every series when towards the end of the year. I know you guys did them at the end of last year, but I would say if we had to do predictions, which I'm going to do here, I think this is a pretty easy 3-0 for AL. So Team WE, got to be realistic. They are the underdogs here. That doesn't necessarily mean that they can't make a really big upset, but they do have to bring out some confidence, bring out something to bring into AL, who have been, number 2, but number 1 right now team in the league so far.
Yeah, anyone's legend being able to clinch that number 1 spot by the end of the regular season was quite huge after getting the win over BLG and securing the top of the table. One of the things that WE can try and look for if they want to leverage some of their best pieces is considering some of the changes that we just had going from 26.2 or 16.2 to 16.3. That is our official playoff patch. I was hoping it was going to be 16.4, but that first series that we got, Geppetto, already some exciting junglers that came, or not just junglers, but exciting champion picks that came to the fray in that series.
Yeah, these last 2 patches, I say last 2 because on live patch it is 26.4, but they're both huge patches, a ton of changes, and we can't get all of them in here. I'll have some time to talk about a few of them later, but I think the biggest change here for the LPL specifically is the Xin Zhao buff. Extra passive healing, extra attack speed on E. I was looking through some of the champion play rates. This is the most played, or high success most played jungler in Split 1. It's also the most played jungler through play-ins as well. And he's getting a buff. Our junglers in the LPL love this champion, and he's getting stronger at elements that make him a better skirmisher. It's already, really, really important for the game. Fighting around those dragons, fighting around the, the third scuttle spawn, and having that aspect of him buffed. I mean, it's a first pick. We saw it earlier in the series. It was top 2'd, I think.
Yeah. Xin was already getting picked a majority of the time in our games, and then Riot threw him a bone and say, you know what, Xin, you need some extra attack speed on your E. You need extra healing and sustainability. And just in time for an Enchanter meta, which is now starting to really control metas around the world regionally. Yep. LPL is still kind of going for tank supports, at least based on that first best of 5 that we just had. But I would not be surprised if a team like Anyone's Legend is going to be one of the teams that pushes forward. No, goodbye tank supports. We are just going to play to win lane and get priority in every single lane and just invade your jungler. Because if Tarzan is the person that is leading the charge on this team, that is 100% what I expect to see out of the Pandas tonight and going forward in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the banger series from the other week, the T1 DK series, there was a game 1 Zeri Yumi from T1, and it was just no engaged supports, many of these enchanters getting picked up. Pardon me. And this is something that I wanted to talk about. we haven't really seen it a ton in the LPL. The win rate of some of these champions aren't great, but globally, especially in the LCK, but in the LCS as well, the Pantheon Nocturne prior has just skyrocketed into infinity. Like, it's getting banned away every game. It's their first pick when they're up. And the LPL hasn't really found that a ton. Like, we saw the Nocturne, we saw the Pantheon in the last series, but the really remained, and I do agree with the LPL here, is the Nico. The Nico priority in the LPL, it was banned every game. And that's something that, that T1 DK series missed out on. It got played in Game 5, but there were no bans on it basically at all. There were no picks for it. And our teams here in the LPL still valuing that Nico. And I think it is really strong. I think it's a pick that dominates lane. I think that it's got great, crazy team fighting. But Rafa, something that you were really excited when we were talking about is this Maokai change.
It's not even 26-4, and yet Maokai, I think, got buffed enough on 26-3 to be played in the jungle again and be viable. Especially in scenarios where if you see the other team picking a tank jungler or a skirmisher that is not as oppressive, Maokai Phase Rush gets out of a variety of bad situations, and he just has like everything that a team wants. He gives you objective control with saplings. He can give you non-committal long-range engage with ultimate, and Q Smite is just one of the best objective securing tools in the game. I think it's better than Pantheon because you're not reliant on execute damage. It's max percentage HP, and it pretty much beats a majority of junglers that's not named Nunu Smite. But what you're seeing here on the live view, folks, is about receiving Rookie of the Split award. He definitely has been really impressive and a very surprising addition to Team WE, but it goes to show that the promotion or the gamble on taking this guy over Taeyun, who was the AD carry for them last year, has paid off really well for WE in their split.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he goes in Group Ascend. I mean, that's a massive thing, right? Rookie of the Split 1, and then into, into Group Ascend for Split 2. He does have a pretty scary bot lane duo to lane up against tonight. A tenured, experienced bot lane internationally and domestically, but good for about. Happy to see rookies. I think Cubby was talking about in the first series. Not a ton of rookies you really see recently in the LPL come up and flourish. So seeing a few players actually, Vampire from a couple of years, and now about getting some recognition, playing really well in Group Ascent. I mean, I wouldn't say that this is the series that he needs to step up, but over this split is a really important time for a player like other players like Honky that we just saw, who's not a rookie, but rookie in the LPL. He's still really, really young, to really take in a lot from the veterans in the league.
You got to cut your teeth and test your limits against the best that LPL has to offer, because we play so many games that domestically, this really does feel like the hyperbolic time chamber when it comes to just getting in reps of League of Legends action over and over again. I know there was something mentioned where I think I was watching a TikTok from Jat, who is a caster for LCS, and he was remarking on the fact that, First Stand is literally about 3 weeks away from now, or 3 or 4 weeks away. It's in the middle of March. And, LCS has 3 series left. LEC has 3 series left. LCK has 3 series left. LPL is just starting their playoffs, and we've got 14 series left to go. Our grand finals is practically a week away from First Stand. I mean, talk about just games upon games upon games. That is just pure reps and pure practice right there, which always makes LPL super exciting for not just obviously the entertainment and the gameplay, but I think for data and just being able to just understand, okay, these guys are being able to test this more than anyone else in the world. So you don't have to necessarily take from that as like, oh, this is gospel now, like these guys are playing the best strategies, but you'll get the most data from it, and you can just kind of learn for yourself. Does this work here? Does this matchup look good here, etc.?
what the funniest part about that is, though, is that globally, as far as I'm aware, I remember seeing a conversation about it. Thunder Talk from the LPL was the first team to get eliminated globally from first end contention, and we're also the last to finish. So we have both ends of the spectrum, right? We've got finals on the last day, and we had the first team eliminated. There is a lot of games in the LPL. There's also the most teams in the LPL as well. But yeah, I think we've got some more awards to come up. I know, again, there was the split. There we go. The split one MVP for Tarzan. The team MVP of I guess no, it would be MVT, most valued team. Is that what you would say for AL? You can't have a team MVP because MVP stands for most valuable player. So I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I think they just called it Team of the Split, but I don't know if there's like an acronym for that. But I guess they're doing MVP and Team of the Split awards. So
yeah,
we are definitely still some time away before we actually get into our draft series, which is totally okay because you know what, Gebetto?
Need to break up that last one.
Well, true, but also I was gonna say we have been denied from each other a cast this entire time.
This is true.
So now we're just making up for common ground. The only other thing that we've done together so far was the podcast, which, by the way, if you are not subscribed to our YouTube channel, you probably are watching it either on YouTube Live or Twitch. Check out our YouTube channel. We've got not only all of our live broadcasts stored there, and if you want to ever check out those VODs again, we also have other content. We've got shorts with all the recaps. We've got podcast episodes as well. We just uploaded podcast episode numero 5 as a playoff primer earlier today. I think now this is them giving, I guess they gave the coach the award for
yeah, that's the team one, surely.
Yeah, that's got to be the team of the split.
Yeah,
and then maybe this will be the MVP one.
Are we bringing out Tarzan? I think this is a conversation that I'm ready to have.
Sure.
T1's eliminated from first stand, right?
Okay,
so no
okay,
owner,
okay.
and I think owner is the best jungler in the world currently. I think that he's been that for a while, and I think the conversation is really flourishing. But he's not there. Canyon has been in a bit of a slump. He's looked better this year, but the end of last year he really didn't look like himself. I don't think that it's Lucid and Raptor, right, from the other two teams in the LCK. I'm ready to make an argument that Tarzan might be, if he goes to first end, the best performing jungler going into the tournament. Now we have to see how playoffs go. I love being a game on Andy before we even look at the games, Andy. I love that, but I am ready to have this conversation. He's been in the conversation about best junglers in the world, plural junglers, for a while now. But there is a world where AL can rock up the first stand and Tarzan just sets the pace like no one else can.
I mean, even at Worlds last year, many people were considering him second best jungler, if not best jungler going into the tournament, because at the time, T1 was coming in as the 4th seed again. So they were like, oh, we don't know if it, T1, or at least what the T1 fans were selling me, the propaganda is like, oh no, T1 are struggling. And it's like, listen, bro, I've seen this script. T1 come in as the underdogs. That's when they're the strongest. That's when they're the most terrifying, because then you're counting them out. And
so what's the best hyperbolic time chamber? Is it the LPL of 10 million games, or is it T1 having a bad summer? Which one's the better hyperbolic time chamber? Because so far it's been T1, unfortunately. They've got the hyperbolic time chamber premium. They just don't look good in summer. Everyone gets stressed, and then, oh no, they win again. I need some LPL internationals this year, all right? Please.
Considering that, I don't know where I saw it, but I think there was somewhere where T1 mentioned that they felt that IG were one of the stronger teams of the that they played through at the entire Worlds tournament. So, and IG kind of represent that LPL hyperbolic time chamber, and T1 in that play-in series to Worlds as the 4th seed from LCK versus the 4th seed of LPL IG.
You got to bring it up. Oh, you don't have to bring it up, man. That was a tough series to watch in front of the IG home crowd too.
Tough.
It's just, yeah, it's a tough one. It's a for sure tough one. And then what? T1 gets to win in front of Korea the year before. Man.
Well,
2 years before.
That was 2023.
2 years before.
Which was quite cinematic. The final itself was kind of a nothing burger because it was just a 3-0 over Weibo, and you know, we were like, oh my gosh, Weibo beat BLG in semis. Okay, this is gonna be so epic, and then it's just a 3-0, and it's like, okay, well, at least it's T1's first Worlds win in 7 years since their
and
last
now look
win.
at us. And now look at us.
We're
looking down. You a tennis fan? Do you know the Grand Slams in tennis where you go like the So T1 are gonna get the 4 major region worlds run. Like they win a world in every major region back to back. That's a world that we're living in because it's in America. They lost in America, right? To DRX lost in 2022. That was in America.
Yep, 2022. So they have to run it back. Oh my god. You know,
and then they can stop.
At this point, up until that point, Gebetto, I was only thinking, oh yeah, you know, like T1 are going to try to be the team that be the first team ever to win Worlds 4 times in a row after becoming the first team to win 3 Worlds in a row. But now to put it as like the ultimate Grand Slam, we got to start pushing this because T1 fans are going to eat it up. They're
they
will.
It's
like, yes, give us something more accolades that we can boast. Listen, I'm not trying to hate T1 fans. I just you guys are the favorites all the time. You guys are the favorites all the time.
If you doubt them, they win, right? So we need to build up so that they've got a lot to lose, so that they're coming in for the whatever you want to call it, the world's Grand Slam, and then whooshes in an LPL team and upsets it. Think about that.
All right, I like it. Let's go ahead and push it. It's a heavy gamble, but you know what? LPL has lost to T1 the past 3 years, so I don't mind taking this gambit. It is what it is. All right. This should have been the last award because we did Rookie of the Split, we got Team of the Split, and that was MVP. So now, we should be close, chat. So
yeah. We should be, but Rafa, this does give us more time to acquaint ourselves with each other, and exactly because we haven't casted together at all before today. It's been through Demacia, through the start of the Split 1, and in plans as well. What has been your favorite series so far that you've casted or watched? You can add one that you watched too, but I'll go first. I'll go first.
Just for this split.
Yeah, just for this split or Demacia. It's got to be this year. Or sure. I'll count Demacia as this year. My favorite one was, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's the one where it was Elk on Kaiser, the most recent one, where there's a play where he flashes away from the Ambessa. I'll have to find exactly what game that is. I have it. I will find that exactly what game it is. But that game, I mean, we were talking about the Elk Kaiser being unbelievable, and it he did it again.
The most recent one that Weibo Gaming played to have been regular season. I'm looking at week 4, probably. Dude, my internet is so slow. It is. Give me my table graphic. Was it against IG?
Weibo. Who did Weibo play?
That's the last series they won, and that was week 4, 2-0. Because before that, they played against Anyone's Legend. It was a 1-2 loss. Anyone's Legend won 2-1.
I will gold.gg this, and I will find what game it was.
You're just gonna go look it up. Fair enough.
Yep, I'm gonna look it up.
Enough.
I thought I had it, I thought I had a clip of it somewhere. I do not. So I will figure it out. Weibo Gaming Season 16. Match list. We're going, no full disclosure, no making this sound better.
You know what? I'm going to take a gambit just because I'm looking at Player of the Game Awards, and I was looking for where Elk was, and Elk wasn't in any of the Player of the Games for Weibo versus IG. It's
Weibo AL Game 1. That was the game. I'm pretty certain.
There we go. Okay.
I think that was my favorite series so far.
Okay. I can respect that. And see, those kind of series is what makes the LPL top of the table so interesting, because we've already propped up Anyone's Legend as we're still waiting to get into draft. We've propped up Anyone's Legend as our clear number one favorite. And the reason why we say they're the clear favorite, it's because the LPL has been so inconsistent. They have been the least inconsistent of the top 4 teams, to just put it quite bluntly and as simply as possible. Because even BLG, who I think have the strongest laning phases out of anyone, even more than Anyone's Legend, at their ceiling, the problem is their late game discipline gets punished a lot by first Anyone's Legend most recently, and then they got clapped by JDG in both series because despite having major early leads in some of those games, they make one overextension, JDG punish, and they just never give back control of the game, and BLG are just completely fumble the bag. So it's one of those things where we imagine BLG should be like potentially the best team in the LPL, but they have to clean up the part of the game where it's after 20 minutes.
And even not even just like looking at their games. If you even just look at the score, AL are 8-2. They've lost 2 series. One was to JDG, one was to BLG, and then they tied it up in the second round robin and won against. They went defeatless basically. But BLG won against AL that time and then lost back to back to JDG. They've been a bit all over the place, right? Well, so where is BLG feeling right now? They are up against NIP later on in the week, so again, that's probably a series you take pretty positive odds for BLG. But
we did it.
We are getting there. AL versus Team WE, getting the walkout soon. This is a really exciting team. I think again, this is the team that was the most successful internationally. We don't talk about First Stand last year. I think that Team AL had a great performance at MSI.
They
were
there.
not. Exactly. We don't talk about it. And then even though they didn't make it as far as top esports, I think that I genuinely thought we were going to get an AL T1 finals. Like, it's just how it felt to me. But then we ended up getting a very banger finals. But, AL could have, I think that at the time, AL could have beaten Gen G with Gen G's form. I think AL could have beaten KT at the time. So I think AL could have been a top 2 team in the world if the bracket had been a bit different. I remember hearing one thing. I think Dom, like I Will Dominate, said this. That World is really, really good at figuring out who the best team is, but it's not very good at figuring out who comes after that because of the not like double in bracket, and that's fine. But you can't put so much stake in. Top esports did better than AL last year because they were 1 spot higher and then got 3-0'd by T1.
Oh yeah, no. I don't think anyone who knows LPL ball would ever say that Top Esports was the best LPL team just because of the placing. Because if you just didn't know what the LPL season was like and you just watch the placings, you probably just walk away with that assumption. But yeah, no, Anyone's Legend, unfortunate reality of playing against the world champions in quarterfinals, and literally they were 2-1 in the series, but T1 best of 5 aura
up in game
is
5.
Just crazy aura. So, but we'll see if that changes going into 2026. Obviously, Anyone's Legend won't get a chance for revenge here at First Stand. If they go, they'll have to take it out either on Gen G and then one of DK or...
Unfortunately, First Stand's not called World, so I don't know. Genji might be a bit too strong. If it was called like First Stand Worlds, maybe like Genji might. I don't know. We've got to sneak in some like. Maybe we go to Brazil and just shout, "It's Worlds" at Genji, and they get a bit nervous about it. But we're getting to draft soon. I want to talk about something else we didn't have a chance.
We dodged and walked around the precaution of angering T1 fans, and now we're heading into angering Chovy fan territory right now. So
he's the best player in the world, uncontested. And I mean that. But that's all I'm going to say. But Ari got a buff. We saw it in that last game. Honky played it very, very well. And I was talking to you about this. We did, because we were in a different call watching the previous series before, just you and me. And we did a mock draft for our game 5 because there was a lot of picks that were pinched at the time. And we actually got the mid lane matchup correct, right? We got the Akali Ari, which is what it ended up being, I believe.
Yeah.
And well, we're in. Nico ban. Pantheon ban. So AL. Ball knows here. Nocturne's up. Do AL want to send this Nocturne early?
Zin.
Or
No, Zin.
Rumble?
Zin.
Or
Okay.
Zin?
The other thing that I'm curious about is, I like the Rumble pick. One of the things I'm curious about is, do we see Zehen jungle from Tarzan? Because I think a lot of people in LPL are
Oriana's
sleeping
up
on
too.
Zehen jungle. Oh, Oriana also got through, but WE are just going to commit to the Azir. Azir Zen, really strong team fighting combo already. Decent winning 2v2 as well, or at least a powerful 2v2 winning.
Wow.
Jarvan early, just to really synergize
Jarvan
with the
Oriana.
Rumble Hot Pot combo.
Rumble. Oh, God. So this is something I was talking to you about a bit earlier, Arthur. I've got the stats here exactly. So Karis on Team WE, globally all-time, has a 38% win rate over 26 games. Not great. And he has played 0 Oriana this year. He instead opts to play Akali or Azir every game into the Oriana this split. And he's been winning quite a few games on it. So this is something that Team WE are very well aware of. But it's not just about the Oriana. It's about what surrounds it. It's a Jarvan Rumble. I do think that the Xin Zhao is a great point. Like, I was talking about it getting buffed. It is very, very strong. But AL do have Rumble, Jarvan, Oriana. That's pretty scary.
I like what AL are targeting their bans on. Obviously, they're looking at AD carries, but they want to look at marksmen that can escape that Cataclysm. Ezreal, the safest one with the free Arcane Shift. Probably looking at something like, I don't know, Lucian, or I'm just trying to go through my head of like what other AD carries have built-in escape mechanics that do not rely on flash.
I mean, and you could go the Zeri. Like, we've been seeing it pop back up. But I'm worried about an Ashe Seraphine for AL here. I think there is just nothing that WE can do. If that gets locked in, you have so much damage. You have 3 winning lanes. You have the best team fight possible. And they haven't put... Oh, actually, okay. AL banning the Ashe, so worried about the thing on the other side. So now you do have an option to maybe get something a little bit more mobile. Or you could go the Thresh, which does have that built-in escape for your AD carry.
Low-key, yeah, okay. So I was expecting either a Corki or a Thresh ban from anyone's Legend to try and prevent a hyper carry getting a free get-out-of-jail card with the Dark Passage out of a Cataclysm combo. And because you're setting up that Wombo, I don't mind the Misfortune being comboed alongside it. Xin Zhao does work pretty nicely into it, though. Just blocks a lot of any range damage from the bullet time. But anyone's Legend, game 1 draft, they commit to the full Wombo combo. Get everyone in that hot pot and cook them alive.
Yeah, AL are pressing R this game. They need to locate on their keyboard, and they need to press it as often as they can. I like the Braum pick here. It's good against the Nautilus. It's good against the MF. It can be good against things like the Jarvan as well. It has options to get out of the cage. I think the Team WE have a good draft. You know, they've got great damage, especially late game with the Azir side lane, the Ornn upgrades. But AL do have a very tier list draft. You know, they've got the Rumble and the Oriana together. They've got a great jungle to tie it together. And then I don't really think that bot lane priority is going to be won by either team here. I think that it's a lot up to the jungle and how this mid lane matchup goes. If either side of this mid lane matchup goes heavily one way, I think it's really hard for the team that's losing that trade to really get accelerated or catch back up.
I'm with you on the jungle focus for this matchup. Tarzan, MVP for regular season Split 1, going up against Monkey, who had a standout 2025 season. Hasn't really lived up to those expectations this split consistently. Had a massive series, though, into LNG's Croco specifically, which is a sign of some good potential that could come out. But then again, this is a whole other level that he has to clear. Literally, David versus Goliath, gargantuan matchup on the line here in their first upper round playoff match.
Yeah, Team WE, they're going to have to persevere. They've learned how to, get some perseverance. They're going to have to use it in this series. I think it's very favored towards AL just based on how this team has performed in the past, and it could be a long series. I think the Team WE have got their work cut out for them with this Game 1 draft.
Let's see how it all plays out as WE and Anyone's Legend take to Summoner's Rift for Game 1.
A little bit less quiet. I'm sorry, a little bit quieter on the WE side, but I'm happy, to hear some fans nonetheless. But
I was about to say,
I'm also
definitely nice to see some turnout for WE fans, because this is a very, very heavily favored Anyone's Legend matchup. So just any support counts, baby.
I hope we get to see it happen in the Series 1. I'd love to see the audience, like the LPL audience, odds, the predictions, the bar. I'd love to see what everyone thinks is the chance of Team WE winning. I think it needs to be on the back of Kairos and Monkey. I think that, especially in this Game 1, this is a matchup that we've seen and got pretty accustomed to recently, the Orianna Azir trade, and I was surprised. There's a nice hook.
Look at this.
The shield from Yaya, early heal trade will come out.
Tarzan is already aggressively pathing invading. That signals to Hope and Kael to get massive aggressive trades. They are prepping for a dive. And by the time Monkey comes over, if he goes straight to his Raptors and doesn't check any of his camps, they will not know until it is too late. But the
wave's not in a great spot. I think against a Braum, it can be a bit rough.
Yeah.
To dive this. And we've seen in this first series of tonight, the dive against the Lucian. And JDG were able to get a ton of gold in bot lane for that, but Monkey will now know. And Tarzan had already based, bought a longsword and a pink ward to continue going. But Monkey has some tempo here, whether he wants to run topside or just come through and swing past a gank.
Shanks procs the phase rush. He still is not necessarily in a safe spot. Has to walk pretty long ways away. And Monkey wants to decide whether he wants to go for the Raptors or look for the collapse on Shanks. But top lane cube just based and ported. So Flandra has the first collapse if he wants to play for this river fight. Tarzan says, Monkey, do you really want to take this fight, brother? The flash from Monkey is followed by Tarzan. Cars swoops on in. Shanks with the passive revs up those autos for first blood, and Cars will fall too.
I just have to say, it's such smart gameplay from Shanks. He passes down into the enemy side of the map and then doesn't base at low health. He sits there and says, Tarzan, we win this 2v2. Come over, and Monkey will stay. Tarzan ends up winning it, and it's 2 kills early over to AL. I mean, if you want it, this mid matchup is already hard early game for Azir. It just got a ton harder. It's already a 700 plus gold lead for Shanks.
Yeah, and it was good awareness, too, from both Tarzan and Shanks. Remember, Tarzan got that invade early, didn't go for the dive, but based and has an extra longsword. Extra combat stats, even in an even level lead, makes the whole world of difference and gives them the confidence to take that fight. Monkey might try and look for a bot lane, but it's not quite pushed up to the tower. I mean, Gebetto, this is a tough state for Monkey, man. Yeah.
not only the kill, like he's down 900 gold at 4 minutes, but the XP lead as well. Tarzan is a level and a half up on Monkey right now, and he's everywhere on the map.
Cube is in trouble. Tries to flash! I mean, he still gets flashed on, but Tarzan will fall to the turret shot. Shutdown ends up going over to Cube's Ornn, but he just teleported, so this is a major win for Flandra.
Yeah, it's you know, gold and XP being lost in top, but again, look at the gold lead in jungle. He's up more than 1,000 gold, sub 5 minutes. If you wanted anything from your MVP of the split, he came out and is showing Team WE why exactly he's getting that trophy.
It's just very creative pathing from Tarzan, and he's not necessarily overcommitting on like the super extreme parts of the pathing. At first we thought that, okay, he goes for this aggressive bot side pathing to set up the dive, but as soon as they recognize, okay, this dive is a little bit harder, Tarzan doesn't even waste time waiting for it to happen. He just immediately pops base, goes back to cleaning his camps, and he still maintains this tempo advantage. Already, it's a 2.2 thousand gold lead here at 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's not great for Team WE, but I mean, there's not really a but there. They are genuinely just down 2,000 gold, and back in mid,
Emperor's Divide into the quick shuffle. Kars is able to escape and doesn't pop his flash, so well played by Kars.
Yeah, there we go. There's a little bit of a silver lining. We do live the gank in mid and only lose the ult. No TP, so Kars will go down a bit more CS and some experience as well, but it's not too bad. It's nearly a full level there. And I guess for Monkey, like, he has evened up a little bit of this CS advantage in mid, but in jungle, the XP. But yeah, I'm not sure if you're allowed to be here, Monkey.
Monkey really would love to deny this from Tarzan, but Monkey's got to be careful about how long he commits to this, because Tarzan, if he secures it, hits level 6, and you do not want to play into Cataclysm without a flash, so he's forced to give it up.
This is very difficult to play for Team WE. Like, AL are up 2,500 gold in 6 minutes, and it's all on like an early game jungler who loves to play exactly how Tarzan is playing, be all over the map, fighting, skirmishing in these small 2v2s, 3v3s, and on an Orianna, who is not going a rower build, is just going a Lost Chapter item, most likely a Ludens. That's going to be so difficult for Kars to play out the lane. And then you've got kind of small wins in top, small wins in bot, you know, up gold, up XP. You know, will have these items completed. And for Team WE, like, how do you play the game from this aspect? Tarzan can go anywhere he wants, whenever he wants, and he's always got a kill free and waiting for him.
Flandra already prepping that dive for another kill to be hand-fed to Tarzan. Monkey is here for the collapse. Instant Cataclysm right onto Cube. Looks for the flag and drag. However, takes a little too long to try and finish off the kill, and Monkey's there for the punish, getting a 1-up on the MVP.
Well, that's a nice mistake by AL that Team WE are going to capitalize on. It'll even the gold lead up just a little bit. I was fully expecting Flandra to just walk past the tower, flash, ignite. Like, there's so much damage on the side of AL. I think that's a bit greedy from Tarzan. He'll lose the grubs as well, but it is gold injected into Team WE. Not a ton. Like, it is still very, very dire for Team WE as AL approach for another round.
Monkey knows that he has enough time to at least secure one grub. Back off for now. Does have Smite to go for a second round, but wants to see if he can punish Flandra. Ignite and Flash at the ready from this Rumble. Overheated, Monkey dashes in with the Audacious Charge. Flash for the 3 talent strike, knock up, and Cube secures the kill.
Okay, so Tarzan, like, shone his trophy and said, see, Monkey, this is how you get an MVP of the split. And then Monkey said, oh, bet? Okay, I understand now. And he's been all over the map, gotten 2 kills back in favor of his team. And okay, it hasn't made the gold lead look any better, but the tempo vibes of this game have swung slightly back in Team WE's favor. They get the 3 grubs now. Top lane is a lot easier when, you know, you get more gold to put into your Kanik Rooken. It'll be the Dragon trade on AL side, but Team WE saying, okay, look, we do know how to scrap as well.
Ends up being all 3 grubs secured for WE, as you called out. Not sure if that is something that WE can ever utilize properly in side lane scenarios, but those 3 grubs, if you ever win a team fight, which this team is built to do, it's going to pay off massively, as we've seen it do for many other teams. Both dragons, or both objectives, have now been taken off the board, so Gebetto, for the next few minutes, we're kind of chilling until the Rift Herald and the second dragon of the game spawn.
Yeah, we're just hanging out. And I'm assuming both these teams are just going to be hanging out as well. I think that even though the like the mid lane matchup is looking really rough right now, like full Luden's completed and the Lucidity boots is pretty brutal for Kairos to lane into. The grubs are good on Azir. Like when he's in a side lane, if he can get some of these items online and be alone in the side lane to push down some towers, that will be really nice. You know, get some gold back. There is some split push potential with that, but other than that, yeah, the Ornn not amazing at doing it either. First item spikes being completed for most of AL. You know, the Sundered Sky, the Luden will be pretty close to the Bloodthirster as well for Hope. So when those are completed, AL are significantly stronger, and Team WE are going to have to be a bit careful with when they take their fights.
First item spikes coming online for a couple of characters here. Luden's completed for Shanks. A lot of burst damage on this Orianna. It's going to be a little hard to take down Cube, but that's not going to be his job later on. He's just hopefully can connect that shockwave combo onto anyone caught in the Cataclysm that is a squishy target, like Kairos and About.
There's a big big item discrepancy in the mid lane right now, and Monkey takes a bit. All the flash in.
Two-man shockwave in the 2-man flag and drag the Cataclysm onto 1. Kairos tries to put him into a bouncy house and manages to survive.
I mean, living that is huge. Okay, you're losing more, and there is a Nautilus hooking in to try to, you know, close the gap, stop some bases, but like, the fact that you're living there, that could have very easily been a double kill instantly for AL. Again, there is a massive item discrepancy in mid and jungle. Nash's is finished now for Kairos, but in the BT finished for Hope as well. AL are still very, very strong. 3,000 gold in the lead. I think Team WE have had good responses to what AL are doing, but they have no agency. They can never be first unless Monkey finds those times in, you know, in the top lane that we found, sorry, that we saw a little bit earlier, but still 3,000 gold lead for AL.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for WE because you look at the actual fights themselves, they're being played pretty well by WE for the most part. Unfortunately, all the gold that anyone's legend have just been able to kind of strangle WE out of, whether it's the laning prowess or the way that Tarzan has just been able to bleed resources from Monkey's jungle over and over again. Death Charge forcing About to flash away. The flat, swing and a miss from Kaya L. That hook did not find the mark.
I mean, About has barrier. Under tower, do they kill him? Maybe with the bullet time. There is a possibility, but I think that you do take a lot of damage, so maybe Kyle a little bit happy that that happened. Yeah, Team WE, they're a little poor. They would love some gold, you know. Looking at all the gold AL has, and they say, can you please give us some? And AL just, they don't answer. They're stoic, right? Cole completed already for Hope at 13 minutes is a bit insane. So it has quite a bit of gold right there. It, you know, just completed, I believe, 900 gold up off of... Honestly, I can't even tell you what he... Like, is it just plates? Like, he's up 900 gold, and he's up 9 CS. I don't know how that works. Maybe cashback as well. I know that that item's really strong. Oh, rune, sorry.
He is running Inspiration. I didn't get to see what the runes were, but that could make sense. Could also just be plates or the Bulwark procs. Shanks is basing on a ward, so Cube is just going to try and stall that one out and continue to delay Shanks' time to recall and get redeployed back on the base. We've vamped long enough, Gebetto, that we are now back to the second round of objective spawning. 5 seconds before the second dragon. WE are pretty well equipped to have first move into it. And Herald is not spawning for another 35 seconds. So anyone's legend, if they want this objective, they have the gold to kind of just brute force their way into it. Can WE use vision to their advantage?
Yeah, Team WE do have item spikes, which is pretty important. They are down a lot of gold, but the item completions are very even. No TPs for the mid laners who are up in the top lane, so it's just going to be a 4v4 down here in bot.
Tarzan goes in, EQ flag and drag onto multiple people, but he is the first one bursted out. Flandra with the flank and the equalizer roasts them alive, instantly takes out 2, but Flandra cut off from the rest of anyone's Legends core. He manages to flash out at the last possible second. They don't get a chance to stop the dragon from being taken, but during this entire sequence, Gebetto, Shanks is pushing and getting solo gold on the top side.
Well, he also got the solo kill. He killed Karis 1v1 up here in the top lane, and then is getting all this gold. The top lane, or sorry, the mid lane matchup, not looking very good, but what is looking very good for Team WE is the cancel on this MF ult with the Zinzao you were talking about earlier, being able to immune the first bit of it, and then the Ornn ult canceling the bullet time. Flandra in the backside did a lot of damage, but Tarzan was killed so early in this fight that you really need Shanks to be around these fights, right? We were talking about the gold leaders. I guess we'll see this replay. He's full health. I can't believe that Shanks does this much damage. Flashes and then just kills him. So if... I know this is great for Shanks, right? This is really good. But if he was there at the dragon fight with this much of a gold lead, he has 2 completed items in a professional game of League of Legends in 16 minutes. He is really, really, really fed right now. If he was there, if he's ever there for these objective fights, I feel like it looks completely different, but instead he's not there. Team WE take down the gold lead from Tarzan immediately, and then there's just not enough damage. We'll finally get a look back at this. So Flandra is wrapping around the bot side, but the bullet time from MF gets cancelled instantly, so the Crescent Guard blocks it, kill Tarzan, and then it gets knocked up. No one else is tanking the damage from Hope at all. Cube is so tanky at this point, and once, you know, once Tarzan is dead, there's no real way of continuing on the fight without Shanks being there.
It is genuinely so intriguing that anyone's legend can play that fight, essentially go even, if not have it be WE favored, and they're still going up gold. Like, they went into that dragon fight at 3,000 gold advantage. They walked away, and it's like, WE think, okay, we did pretty good at this fight. And they're like, wait, we're down now 4,000 gold. Tarzan making the engage on the Yao. Yao gets snagged up by the dredge line and locked in place, but the quick stand behind me gets over the wall to Monkey, but about not in a safe place anymore. Tarzan isolates him from the rest of the group, and now WE contemplating a way to escape, or at least keep their distance. Monkey decides to go back in. Flash from Kyle gets him out alive. Tarzan might be a little worse for wear, but he goes back in with another EQ flag and drag. Bullet time from the shockwave as well. Blows up 2. Gets the double kill onto Karis. This is here. Monkey falls next. And now, just like that, Gebetto, anyone's legend go from 4 to 7,000.
I think Team AL are finding, like, someone on the Rift has a hole in their pocket and a lot of coins are falling out, and AL are just picking them up, because you said it was like a 4,000 gold lead. You look away and you look back, and it's now a 7,500 gold lead for Team AL here. And I mean, Team WE, you lose 1 in mid, or so you lose like tempo in mid. Sure, you look at this fight, it's okay, but then AL just find a great fight. There's no way of interrupting the Ornn ult. Shanks is actually... Sorry, there's no way of interrupting the bullet time. Shanks is actually here this time. And I think that Team WE... I know that the stream is No, let's go back. Because I don't think Team WE need to see this again. Maybe if it's like really frame laggy, maybe it's a little... We don't necessarily know what's going on. Maybe they could have won a fight. I don't know.
For anyone at home wondering if we're also witnessing the slideshow, yes, it it is happening on our end too. But hopefully, Gebetto, the phrase "a picture is worth 1,000 words" carries a lot of value, because if our Huya feed continues chugging like that, we're really gonna have to start playing Pictionary and see if
Picture is worth 1,000 gold in this game, I think.
Yeah.
Well, these pictures are they're worth quite a lot, but only for AL. You know what's even worse about this is that the only really relevant shutdown is Shanks. If Shanks dies, it's a good amount of gold. It's not even like 1,000 gold yet, but if Kyle dies, if Flounder dies, if Tarzan dies again, there's no shutdown on them. It doesn't matter. So
He's
Team
quite
WE,
squishy too.
yeah, they're pretty, you know, they're a bit like the mouths are dry. You know, they really need some kind of water here. They're pretty thirsty for some gold, which is crazy to say because I think that Monkey did have a pretty decent early game with the way that he was able to pull back the start that Tarzan had. You know, I think that's a statement as to how this player can be. See, Team WE, they did order this slideshow back because they looked at the gold. They weren't happy about it. But AL, you know, they end up making the decisions and said we can't have the slideshow for too long.
Prage that the feed is clean.
AL have been getting fed. There's some kind of feed going on.
Does go to Tarzan. Shanks managing to flash away from the call of the Forge God's second cast. Gets out alive. But for WE, if they want to aim for that shutdown booty, it's got to be communicated that, hey, Shanks now has no flash.
I will say it's kind of insane that AL are allowed to get away with what they just did. They had Tarzan soloing the Drake. They had like weak side top where they could have been dove, and then Shanks is just dangling himself as bait in front of a tier 2 tower. 2 people come and he just flashes away, and that's it. I think that AL has spread themselves very thin towards that play, and it could have gone very badly for them. They could have given away that shutdown. They could have all died across the map. But AL still have nearly an 8,000 gold lead. They've got this Herald ready to be used. I mean, we could be seeing like a T1 Baron anytime around this corner. It's not great with an MF Orianna, but with zero vision, you'd have to walk in, and I think that AL are just happy to take the fight after that.
Mm-hmm. Good use of the Equalizer from Flandra, clears out the minion wave. Does not have access to, or does have access to, empowered TP from his top lane quest. Rift Herald is dropped in the mid lane. Dredgeline does snag onto Yao Yao, flag and drag for the knock-up right on top. Forced to flash away, as he was not in range for the stand behind me. As a flash down on Braum as well as the exhaust. And tier 2 turret does get felled. Gonna make the charge into the inhibitor turret, and anyone's legend gonna back off, shift over to topside.
So what I want to ask, Rafa, is what exactly have we learned from this game 1? This is a nice hook, but is this a kill? Does he just die?
Cube does flash away. Monkey now leading the charge. It's a teleport coming in from Karis, but Flandra answers it. So WE are going to call off the play. Monkey goes in. Okay, well, Crescent Guard is popped. He can block damage from both Shanks and Bullet Time for now. Karis with the Emperor's Divide does scoop in. Shanks! They get him! Big shutdown, but what about the rest of the Panda squad as they lay waste and completely ruin WE? Ace at 22 minutes and Baron's on the menu.
Okay, well, what I learned from that fight is Karis' Azir is not bad, but you need to do more than just kill this Orianna. Hope silently building up this gold lead on the MF and does so much work in that fight. I think that AL overstepped for the cube kill, but I mean, they're ready to respond. Flounder on the backside again. The Crescent Guard is good to buy time and space, and this shuffle from Karis is actually really cute, but Hope doesn't get hit by it, and then he just stands in the backline and kills absolutely everybody.
The tragedy of this for WE is that they're not playing these fights badly. There's some good moments mechanically. It's just the wallet diff. That's the unfortunate reality. They're playing these fights down 7,000, 8,000, and now 10,000 gold. So going forward into the series, I know it sounds pretty predeterministic to be like, okay, yeah, we're already talking about game 2, but come on. This is a 10,000.
I'm talking about game 2.
Yeah. This is a 10,000 gold lead from anyone's legend. And what we can look for from WE is that, hey, if we can manage to not get bled out this much gold before we get into these team fights, as we get another one breaking out in this red side jungle. Call the Forge God already used. Glacial Fissure, decent knockup on the two members. Tarzan below 50% HP, so is Kyle. Shanks wants to go in. Shockwave on the two. Monkey tries to sweep into the back line, manages to assassinate Kyle and speeds on out. But this just feels like a consolation prize as the bullet time executes him where he stands. Triple kill for Hope, and Cars is just trying to fend off Flandra in the top lane.
Shanks is so confident that that fight is done that he just went bot before the last kill had been taken. And I mean, this all kind of spurs off of what we were talking about at the start with the fact that Karas doesn't play Orianna, and he's happy to play the Azir and the Akali into it, and has normally found a ton of success. In this game, against one of the best mid laners in the league, he is down a ton of gold, solo killed earlier. Shanks and Tarzan completely set the pace early throughout this game. Hope's picked up a bunch of kills and has skyrocketed his goal lead as well. Thank God for Fearless, though. We won't have to see the Orianna again through this series, but this is, I feel like, outside of scrims, this is the first stage game that at least I've seen from taking a look back through the matches that Karas has really been handed a true Orianna experience.
And the best part about this game 1 draft from Anyone's Legend is that they're not showing anything new. There's no trick cards being revealed early on, not just for WE's sake, but for the rest of the league's sake. As Monkey, oh man, he got roasted in the 1v2 and Flandra flashes away. Don't tell me he escapes and even throws down the equalizer just to make sure the cars can't get to him. He's gonna go gold and burns him away with the flame spitter. I think Flandra got a little too greedy for it, but I respect the flair and the style points, keeping Karas at bay while the rest of his team is trying to finish the game here at 26 minutes. Glacial Fissure knocks up Hope briefly, and the turret aggro was starting to ramp up, so forcing AL back off for now. Karas manages to recall in time, but they've got Baroned up minions, and one more wave. The EQ flag and drag into the bullet tide. Good night, Karas, Yao Yao, and about. We're talking about game 2, because game 1 is already wrapped up.
I mean, it took a little bit of time, but once the coal was put in the engine, it just did not stop going. And I think that is a situation for AL where they just play so, in a good way, egotistical, right? They are so far ahead that they say, we have one wave and Baron, and Flandra's going to fight a 1v2 and nearly take positive odds to get the double kill there, keep Karas in the top lane, and then just win the game. No soul, one inhibitor down. That was... Normally, we haven't been seeing in this season, Ralph, but games end like that. That looked like last year's, like a win from last year. You're not supposed to end like that anymore. You're not supposed to be able to, but AL did it.
That looked like a scrim game. I'm not going to lie, Gebetto. That was one of those moments where the enemy team decided to play it out, even though it seemed pretty over after a certain point. And obviously, because it is stage, you can't just FF, but it was really brutal, not just in the way that Anyone's Legend had bled resources from them the entire game, but how almost nonchalant they went about winning the game. Because you called out moments like Shanks leaving the fight before it even ended because he just knew that his team was already going to win it from that point on. He's like, yep, I'm just going to go ahead and optimize our time, try to speed run this series as fast as possible, take this turret while you guys finish him off. Flandra is also just dangling 2 people by himself while Anyone's Legend are pushing to end the game. These are the kind of efficiencies that, you know, when we talk about a team like Anyone's Legend being the clear favorites against Team WE, these are the ways that you need to be winning these games. It can't just be, oh, you barely win, or, oh yeah, you had a pretty good win. No, if you're going to be the clear favorite for the tournament and one of the expected finalists and representatives to first stand against a team like WE, you have to stomp them like this.
I think AL's draft was incredible. You know, like I was very cautious about how good this draft was for AL from the start. Getting Rumble, Jarvan, Orianna is... I don't know how you're allowed to do that, but they did it. The Zinzao looked good. Like, Monkey had his moments, I think, but he was really the only person who managed to find anything in this game. Everyone else was completely out of it. The top lane matchup was rough. The mid lane matchup was impossible. Yeah, that's a lot of damage on Shanks. That might be an MVP for this game.
I think when we look again at this draft 1, I want to restate to chat that
32%.
yeah, that's sheesh. I want to restate there's no fancy tricks being thrown in this game 1 draft. It's nothing we haven't seen before, which is why it makes it so impressive to watch anyone's legend win the way they did, because it's the creativity of Tarzan's opening path, invading early, and just making Monkey's life be filled with more questions. It didn't necessarily make Monkey like out of the game, but that first onset of, oh, I passed bot and now my red buff and Krugs are gone. Okay, well, what do I do? Well, now I want to get camps back because I don't want to fall behind in tempo. Oh, I guess I can look for Shanks and try to pressure him off. Okay, well, now Shanks ran away and I don't want to chase him forever. I want to go for camps. Oh, but now Tarzan's here and now I'm stuck and now I'm overcommitted. What do I do? And those are the kinds of high-level gameplay that anyone's legend can present, even with just like a normal basic draft like this.
Yeah, I'm sure these teams have been scrimming, but I mean, Team WE, welcome to Group Ascend on stage, right? Like that's how this looked to me. I think that, again, Team WE, like, I think that Monkey had a good game. Game 1 was not bad from him, but everyone else, I didn't like. I think mostly this is the draft for me. I think that the bot lane is whatever. It really doesn't matter. Corky, get out of the Jarvan cage. He never really got activated. The top lane matchup is just, you can't beat Rumble right now. They banned Cassante, which has been like the answer. I don't think Ornn does a good enough job. You just have no prio. The team fights are very hard to play. And then the mid lane, there was a massive gap. And this was something that I was very concerned about, talking about the Kairos Orianna. He has this idea, or at least looking at the picks and bans, where Orianna gets left up fairly often, and he'll pick something that Kairos likes against his Orianna. But unfortunately, here it didn't really pan out the way that I think WE wanted it to. Obviously.
Yeah, I if you have counterpick, I think this is just a meta where push and priority is so damning for the jungler that doesn't have priority in his lanes.
Yeah.
Because if you're playing against a jungler like Tarzan, he's going to abuse that. He's going to move in and he's going to try and stat check you, or pretty much hand check you and start posing questions to you and see how you react and think on your feet. And that kind of pressure, not many junglers can really adapt as fast as the best junglers in the world. And that's why earlier on, before the series even started, we started saying, if anyone's legend managed to go to first stand, there's a world where Tarzan enters as the best jungler in the tournament.
Good choice.
Yeah.
This is a good choice. Is this first MVP?
I think this is for playoffs.
Okay, that makes sense. I was going to say, really? Shanks has not got a single one so far? That makes sense. Yeah, I think I don't want to diminish AL at all, but I do really think that the draft for Team WE is just so difficult to play. Like, not on paper, not looking at the picks isolated, but the lanes are just so hard. Like, it is a bit greedy to play this matchup. Like, we've seen it go well for the Azir, but we've also seen what happens when the Orianna gets any gold. Like, I spoke early about how this comp is going to look, whereas it's about mid. If, like, bot lane is whatever, top lane is going to be a lead for Rumble no matter what. If the mid lane goes either way, in any way, shape, or form, the game's almost done. And that's exactly what we saw, right? Shanks got a gold lead, and it was impossible for Kairos to do anything. It was impossible to play the team fights. There was one where Shanks wasn't there, and the bullet time got interrupted, that Team WE looked good in. The team fighting wasn't bad, but you're going to need to set yourself up a little bit more for success with your lanes. You can't be down 3 pushing lanes against a jungler like Tarzan. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, you got to get priority somewhere for yourself in the draft. And if you are giving counterpick over the top lane and you're not able to get push, then that is going to be a recipe for disaster, and probably is better to try and set up push elsewhere. But that is game 1 wrapped up in the books. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 2 right on your stream. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Anyone's Legend and WE, where it was a pretty brutal beatdown, and it wasn't even like super bloody back and forth. It wasn't Anyone's Legend constantly going in and aggressing on them, but it was just this stranglehold of resources that Tarzan was able to leverage just off of an early invade, punishing Monkey on trying to get his own resources back, and just from there, it was... I don't know how else to describe it, Gebetto. It just... 1 minute, they're only 2,000 gold up, then they take a fight, it looks even for WE, and yet somehow Anyone's Legend are still going up gold.
Yeah, it's like a race, right? Where like a bike race, right? And you're cycling your team WE, and you're cycling away, and then AL have like their bike on a string, and the string is being pulled by a car, right? So like you're like, okay, I'm even. Yep, not too bad. And then you look up again, and they're just going faster. And then you look up again, and they're so much further ahead of you over there. It felt like everything the team WE were doing, like you mentioned, AL were getting gold back somehow. Like they were trading up even when the kills were in favor of team WE. It was like a 2,500 gold lead at 5 minutes. With the pushing lanes and the priority that Shanks had, it is so difficult to play a game like that out for team WE. So back to the drawing board for sure. But AL, I mean, this is kind of what we've expected of them from, the pedigree of these players and this team.
Yeah. And we want to not diminish WE completely because, like we said, Anyone's Legend were super favored going into this series. They are the number 1 seed, and WE, off of the Knights Rivals play-in, are arguably the 7th or 8th seed going into this double elimination bracket. So this is an insanely tough matchup. WE had an awesome split in group perseverance, but this is the group ascend treatment that you're going to get, right?
Yeah.
And like we saw in those fights, mechanically they weren't bad, but you're going into those fights down 7,000 gold, and all Anyone's Legend has to do is just say, guys, we literally have a wallet gap. Every fight is winning as long as we don't botch our hands. And
yeah,
even killing Shanks early on in that fight, he still got a majority of his spell damage off, and it's still one fight for Anyone's Legend.
Like I will say, as it pains me because I do like the Team LNG roster, Team WE deserve to be there. They showed in the play-ins, they are the team that deserves to be here. It is not a question, in my opinion. Like they could have beat Team Top Esports. They could have beat they did beat LNG very convincingly. This is just what happens when a team like WE comes up against Anyone's Legend, and
yeah,
it's going to take some time to settle into the group ascend pace. But we have time here for our game 2 draft wrap up. Nico will be banned the entire series. I can say that for sure. Our LPL teams do like this Nico champion. After that, I mean, there's a ton off the board. Oriana, Rumble, Azir, all gone already. You can see that the Rise, the Mundo. I'm surprised. We could be getting a Pantheon, like Nocturne angle, one of those 2 junglers.
And normally Mundo has been banned in the past whenever you're trying to potentially prep for a Malphite jungle, as that has been a common answer. But I would imagine that if you're trying to go for Malphite, you should also pay the Trundle tax, which technically it's a good champion for Monkey, but I don't know if you really want to... You don't need to go that far down, and I think Mundo just happens to be a safe, reliable blind tank pick for Monkey that he can go to. And Anyone's Legend, off of now taking off the Jarvan and the Xin Zhao, which in that LNG series were the 2 champions that Monkey did pick up Player of the Game awards on. They're now gone from the series. So I would not be surprised if Anyone's Legend are just trying to push him off comfort and really force him to start picking champions he's not nearly as practiced on for this split.
I would love Pantheon Talia here for AL. I like the Yunara. I think it's great, but there's options into it. The Aphelios that's been prioritized in the LPL a lot. You could play Kai'Sa into it. Ezreal's up as well. So there are things that I think you can play against this Yunara that allow you to have like either a good lane or a fine team fight. But I think that Pantheon global prioritization is like really, really up. I think the Talia pairs with it really well. I'm really shocked if this is the answer. The takeaway of the Lulu plus you're first picking Lulu and Sion. I mean, I was very wrong with where my head was at with this draft, but I have to say, I don't really see it right now for AL. Trundle value.
Yeah, Trundle Valley is going to go up here, and I'm curious if anyone's Legend are trying to bait it out of Monkey right now, because picking Trundle early when you don't know the jungle matchup can just be as damning as it is when you do pick the Trundle once you see the enemy tank jungle. Now, because Sion is going to go top, WE, you get the Gwen. More than likely, that should be the answer into the Sion.
Yeah.
And this is what we're talking about, Gebetto, that what we wanted to see from WE. Try and find good counter picks that should give you priority, that should give you winning lanes, should give you push.
Yep.
And Karma, that is one way that you can try and help win push with this Yunara, despite not getting the Lulu combo. I take that back. Should have waited until the selection finished. My apologies.
So this is still a flex, like potentially. It can be Gwen jungle because Aurora is fine into Sion in the top lane. I think that it's very likely Gwen top, Aurora mid, but I still want to put it out there. Like, it is a possibility of a flex. I think WE's draft is quite nice so far. They've a very, very strong ADC. This is something that we've seen rising up in priority. I think the Jinx is better. Normally into the Aphelios has been the matchup that we've seen most often, but it is strong. It's just, I'm really surprised at the lack of Pantheon Nocturne. I think that WE can get either of those. Their draft is so strong. Getting a Pantheon with an Aurora, with a Gwen is lovely. Nocturne Aurora is something that Gen G and T1, mostly Gen G, were playing on Aurora's release. I remember that combo being pretty nasty. I would be surprised if those get let through, which they're not. But then, then you're going down to maybe a Vi, maybe a Wukong, or even, maybe like an assassin-style jungler. It could be the Maokai too, but I think AL, I'm not on the same logic train here with their draft.
Let's see if anyone's Legend continue down the route of getting those junglers away from Monkey. You already called out the Nocturne. Let's see if you can get 2 for 2 with the Pantheon band snipe as well. No, it's the Skarner, which, to be fair, that is another Monkey comfort champion, especially from his 2025 days and 2025 season. So anyone's Legend now have a chance to lock in their champion of choice. Wow, this just really feels like anyone's Legend trying to goad Monkey and saying, what are you going to pick? What are you going to pick for the rest of the series if we start taking these champions away from you?
Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a flame hover there. Like, we know what you're picking. The Pantheon makes a ton of sense, taking it away from... Like, I think that if you give a global to Gwen, Aurora, who have great side lanes anyway, the game is very difficult to play. But taking the Pantheon for AL, very needed, I think, with the Lulu... With the Sion, you don't have like a primary engage tool that like snaps onto somebody, and now you do. So WE will take instead the Karma, and then what is going to be... I don't know if I love... Trundle Karma is strong in a 2v2. In a 5v5, would I prefer Trundle over a Wukong here? I can't say that I would. I think that you've got enough tank damage with Aurora, with Gwen, but it is going to be the Trundle lock-in. So, Shanks, what do you have up your sleeve?
Yeah.
The Victor's band, maybe it's just... Okay.
Oh, honestly, so the big thing that you hit on, Gebetto, is the lack of strong engage from WE. Because you're just relying on speed boost from Mantra Inspired from Karma and tagging someone with slows from your Trundle Pillar or the Needlework from Gwen. You're really, really banking on heavy flanks with WE if you want to ever get these team fights to be as explosive as you want them to be. Because if you just try to run into anyone's Legend, that's really tough to do. But if you're the first ones at objectives and they're forced to run into you, then that's a completely different story. But once again, WE, you have to be the ones that move first into objectives, and you have to be the ones getting priority for yourselves. Now, looking at these drafts, do you feel like that they actually have priority in some of these lanes that can accomplish that?
I think I think WE do have priority in lanes. I think the Lulu Jinx can find windows, but against Kami, you shouldn't have prior ever. You know, the Gwen, the Scion, when Gwen gets first item, the Aurora is a very scary lane. But the problem is, like you were talking about, you rock up to these team fights, and how do you fight? You've got a Jinx, as soon as you get a reset in your front-to-back pick-style comp with Ahri Pantheon that will take over the team fight. You've got guaranteed confirmed engage with the Pantheon. You've got great follow-up CC from almost everyone else on the entire team. And you're not that tanky. Gwen can buy time, sure, but everyone else on this Team WE draft is just going to die upon getting CC'd by Pantheon. So if a reset goes over to AL, I mean, I see the draft, they end up going with the Pantheon. I don't know if I agree with the order, but they made it there in the end.
Global pressure from this Pantheon, the quick movement of priority from this Ahri. We'll see how it all pans out as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2.
Looks like we're straight into some action here. No time for gyos in our Game 2 here. But I will say something we've seen a few times, like a handful of times, maybe not even a handful, is the mid lane gank down bot early because you can't base. So if you do happen to catch, you know, the bot lane of WE here on a good timer, is he going to flush the wall?
Yo, I love this
baby.
from Monkey. Just go for the chomp, stat stick, beat down strat. Tarzan already took 50% of his HP as damage. And Monkey is just going to say, Tarzan, this is my jungle now. Monkey has the health bar advantage, wards him off. Yeah, Tarzan, you're just going to have to force to go back towards the top side. He is trying to see if he can at least space out Monkey and trade some spear shots into him without Monkey getting any trade damage back. And Monkey's... Wow, this is so fascinating.
So this is actually so incredibly good for Team WE. The reason is that delaying Pantheon's level 6 by any means is good. This is kind of what Trundle does, right? He just walks in and says, this is my jungle now. You have to walk away. You have to pay the tax. Trundle walks in, that's not your camp, little bro. You got to go somewhere else. But the fact that Tarzan sticks around, what for? What are you expecting to do? Are you expecting that Monkey's going to forget you were there and walk away? Like some Skyrim, you know, type beat? But I think that delaying the level 6 from Pantheon is so big, it means that the side lanes are safer. You have time to let this Gwen maybe get solo killed.
Oh boy, Cube forced to flash. Flandra flashes on top! Oh my goodness gracious. Anyone's Legends top laner Flandra gets the solo in the blind pick Scion versus the counter pick Gwen.
Okay, you know what? I like the start from WE. I actually do like the draft. Like, it's not... It's a bit tough without the guaranteed engage, but it's still not bad. You should have pushing lanes, and you don't. You know, the Karma had to base very early on, and you had no push in bot. Your Gwen has just been solo killed by a Scion at 3 minutes. So, we're gonna... it's pretty brutal out here for WE. I will say, again, I like the start from Monkey. I think that he's been doing a pretty good job in this series at, you know, trying to give his team something to work with, but his lanes are just not responding.
If you had to be a lawyer and try and defend Q in a laning phase case, I think you would just want to drop the case as soon as possible. Be like, I can't do this, man. This is too much.
Look, the Scion lane early can be really tough. Like, he does do a lot of damage, and Gwen needs time, but at the same time, you can't be getting fully killed at level 3 when the game is set up for you, right? Again, Tarzan is not going to get level 6 for a while. He's delayed on his clear. You should be fine isolated in your lane. He's not going to be there. You can't get solo killed. But, you know, there was a solo kill. At least WE have this pressure in bot lane. It's working well now, but yeah, that's not the best start.
There are not many tank matchups that can survive against a counterpick like Gwen. Scion is one of the few, but also I think it's fair to say that Flandre is just really good at League of Legends, guys. And,
Yeah, he's kind of him.
Yeah, he got first All-Pro for a reason. Is getting ganked by a quick ad here. We'll see if that pops down. But first dragon is going to be spawning in the next 10 seconds. Dragons so far in at least playoffs haven't necessarily been an immediate priority for junglers. It's just been so important for them to get their camps. And considering the level 1 start we had, where Monkey and Tarzan were kind of dangling each other and trying to ego check and mog the one or the other.
They were
literally trying to mog each other and see, and Tarzan was trying to see, like, maybe Monkey messes up. Maybe I'm just better. And Monkey's like, can you just go to your side of the map, please? Oh my goodness. Yao. Just solo killed Kyle. He was trying to receive the wave and make sure that it was set up nicely for Hope.
Maybe Kyle saying worth. Like, I kept the wave out. The kill went over to Karma. It's fine, all right? Hope got the full wave. He's up CS. I will say, speaking about mogging, what are your thoughts on the, Clavicle getting frame mogged by the ASU frat leader as they're getting up top?
What did you just say to me? You spoke English?
Do you not know about that?
No, I have no knowledge of what you just said.
That's really something. I don't know. That was brutal.
I'll tell you what I do know, and what is brutal is Tarzan completely mogging Cube on the top side of the map.
I will say, when you're a Gwen and the enemy team is Scion and Pantheon, you definitely do get mogged. Like, there's not a ton you can do. The raw aura. It's like Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins. You just stand there.
Okay, and I do know. Yeah.
He just, yeah, good character. Anime fell off a little bit. It is a little bit of a strange anime as well, but great character. Gwen did die again. This Scion is up 700 gold in a matchup that he was counterpicked in, so that's not the best start. But Yaya did get a solo kill. So if we're scoring points on aura this game, Yaya is up.
Pretty crucial for Yayo to get the solo kill in the counterpick support selection against Kyle. Remember, guys, Kyle is first all-pro support, so that is definitely a major plus in Yao's book of accomplishments for this split. Needlework traded for Unstoppable Onslaught. Flandre just gets out and preserves as much HP as possible. About in a 1v2, Hope forces the barrier out of the bout, and he gets an extra shield from the Inspire. Meanwhile, mid lane, Shanks doing battle with Tarzan against Monkey and Cars. They already used Between Worlds, and Subjugate popped. As anyone's legend still have access to the Grand Starfall. Shanks charming up Monkey, trying to bait him in. Has access to Flash and Spirit Rush. And honestly, Geppetto, major trade for anyone's legend. They burned both ultimates from Cars and Monkey.
Yeah, very nice. And yeah, Shanks, did have to use his ult as well. But where's Tarzan going to go? Is he going to ult right here?
Send it. Oh, good night, Cube. Tarzan sounds the horn of the theme. Grand Starfall right on Cube's face, and Monkey can't do a damn thing about it.
We were talking about, before we went live, about the Life is a Highway song. I feel like that might be, there's the joke about like junglers putting on payphone and just full clearing. I feel like that's a good song to make that play, gank and life is a, just as you soar in and take down the kill. Cube is 0-3. This is not the best start for your Gwen counterpick.
No, this is quite brutal. Looks like Tarzan was able to snag one grub away, as Monkey did secure the other. It'll end up being 2-1 grub score for WE, but Hope manages to bully away about, knowing that he had the barrier advantage, as well as both flash advantages were expended. So it must have been a pretty gnarly 1v1, and Hope is going to collect some plates. I mean, Geppetto, we're seeing a similar story. Maybe a fight in the jungle here. Monkey trying to steal away this blue buff, and he's going to get denied.
I'm surprised at how quiet this mid lane matchup has been, as Forrest does go over the wall and chunk Shanks just a little bit with an exchange kiss of the charm from Shanks. But, I mean, that series, so that game one in our series was so mid lane dependent, and this game hasn't really mattered a ton about this early mid lane matchup. I think that it'll matter a lot more when the charm becomes relevant, but it's been a lot about the top lane.
For what it's worth, WE are not in the gold deficit that they were in at this point of the game from the previous round. Now, that being said, they need to leverage more than being in a deficit at all if they want to be able to leverage this comp and its power going into these fights. The first dragon, they did manage to snag, but going into that second dragon, which is spawning in about 90 seconds time, we need to see those first item spikes coming on in and them getting first move into the pit. Otherwise, it is very difficult for them to contest anyone's legend.
I would be even surprised to see like, either of these teams kind of give the dragon as well, if that's an option for them. You know, it's still likely that you can roll like a Chemtech this game with the Hextech off the table, and it would only be, you know, AL down 2 dragons, which is okay. It's more likely that WE give this dragon up and then it's one apiece, get a bit more goal. I think that the top lane situation is something that needs to be remedied somehow by maybe plates, but with Tarzan in the game on this Pantheon, you're not really allowed to make any players on the side lane without him being there. You know, he's like a hall monitor. You know, he's ready to go. He's checking if you have your hall pass ready, and if you don't, Karis does, though. You know, he has the jump over the wall, so he's able to get out of there. But you know, if AL want this dragon, it's kind of theirs. I think there was Shanks with the charm, like with the damage that Tarzan has with this first item spike as well. Like, it's very, very strong spike. And I don't think that Monkey, unless he full clears his bot side here, but I don't think he's allowed to do that either.
At least for Monkey's sake, the CS gap is not happening. He's not getting canyoned like he did in game 1. Tarzan is still going to try to contest him on every camp that he can go for. Shanks dashes in with a Spirit Rush. Kars does have a Blast Cone to escape with, but Monkey is now forced off of the blue buff because he did not want to use Smite in front of Tarzan's face to give him a free Dragon Pressure. About might be in trouble. Walks over the Chompers, dashes away, takes a lot of damage. The Flash Spear just barely missing the mark, and a well-timed barrier denies the damage execute from the Mega Death Rocket.
Tarzan's still going here. What more can he get? Is it going to be a dive? Looks like the answer is no. Might just end up being the Drake for AL. Again, I think WE should give this Drake, especially now with About in base. He has completed that. Kraken, Monkey.
Oh, good use of the shield from Yao Yao. Enough movement speed for Monkey to escape what could have been a single point-and-click stun from Tarzan. And at least a flash blown from Trundle. Keeps his distance, though. 2,000 HP on the dragon. Tarzan will secure it. That's the first dragon over for the Pandas. Rift Herald spawning in the next 2 minutes. Monkey's going to try to see if he can find something here on the Kael. Forces the flash out of the Lulu. Yao Yao committing, but Grand Star follows the response. Jumps on the Monkey. Has the Inspired Shield. Does not need to burn the flash. They're going to look to see if they can reset the fight, but without their engaged tools, with no pillar, it's really hard for WE to close the distance.
There's a TP behind, though.
Oh, boy, WE, you gotta run. Who's it coming from? It is the
ult.
Scion. Flandra has Unstoppable Onslaught on cooldown, but he might be able to speed on in. Flash doesn't connect the Mocking Shell for the slow, but the Decimating Smash still connects and gets the knockup on a 2. Yao Yao falls, and Shanks collects the kill credit. Oh, Tarzan finds Monkey. Kars cannot save him in time. Across the veil into the Between Worlds, Tarzan just needs to get hit by one more auto attack. Kars gets the shutdown, but now About is getting dove under the tower. Flandra impacting the entire map, and now it is all catastrophe for WE.
Yeah, I mean, Cube's trying to remedy the situation, but it's a massive gold lead for top lane. Off of the start that we saw, AL, their team fighting in this game has been really, really good. So Cube forced to flash away as well and use the needles. Goodness. Shanks is still going, but those needles, even though that was R3, that did not do a lot of damage. I think that WE, they're a little bit out of their depth in this series. Alpha, as that is something that we expected, but Monkey's caught again.
Okay, well, the Unstoppable Onslaught is a little short. He's trying to capitalize on Monkey without his flash and no use of the pillar, but unfortunately no dice for Flandra. It's okay. They still at least establish presence on the map. Now up 3,000 gold here at 15 minutes.
Hope we'll get some more gold back on this tower. I will say, like, WE's early game haven't been the worst in parts. You know, bot lane was going okay at the start. Mid lane is still good for Karis, especially after that kill. But there's other parts of the map that kind of just fall apart for WE. And in this game, it was the top and jungle. Mostly the top. And
oh no, Monkey. Pops the subjugate, walks away from the flame chompers, but Grand Starfall into the spear, looks to stun down Yao Yao as well through the shields. It doesn't matter, anyone's legend, rolling them just like in game one. And Shanks in a 1v1 against Cars almost gets taken out. Unfortunately for Cars, cannot finish the job. Shanks managing to survive and not give over a death.
If you squint and look at Karis, and just only look at mid lane. You know, put your hands up, don't look at the gold. Mid lane is going great, you know. Shanks had a very good game one performance. And Karis is now showing off that was just one game, right? The Aurora's looking good, nearly solo killing Shanks back, doing fine in this matchup here. Even has a gold lead. But when you open your eyes fully, you see the full picture. And, you know, we were talking about how much are pictures worth in that game one. Again, they're worth quite a lot. If you take a look at the picture of the entire scoreboard, it's worth the sum of about 4,500 gold.
For what it's worth, we were pretty underrated, or we were pretty sleeper on Karis at the beginning of the split. I remember in some of our pre-game discussions and story meetings talking about, like, man, Monkey has to play on this team again. This sucks for him. And it turns out that Karis just had one of the best splits of his career so far, but he has to perform miracles because now they're in a fight that could be determining of the game 2 victor. Teleport from Cube on the Gwen, tries the front line for the team. That Veil's going down. Cars pops between worlds, looks for Hope, doesn't find the assassination, forced to flash away, and here come the Dinks resets. Hope is on his train to reset City. Shanks is gonna force away Cube out of the fight, takes him down with the charm, and a snipe of the zap from Hope over the wall, finds Yao Yao. Time to wrap it up, boys. We're getting ready for game 3 already.
Yeah, I think the conclusion is that was not the fight. Down, you know, 5,000 gold. I don't know if that Herald, even if you had gotten the Herald, I don't know if it would have really brought you back in the game. But WE say it is now or never. We will stand our ground and fight for this Herald. And it goes about as well as you think it could have gone. Karis has had a good game so far. He does go into the backline and miss everything on Hope and then die in the decimating smash. Not the prettiest fight from WE, and back at live is not too pretty either.
About forced to flash away, but the Grand Starfall, Tarzan flash spear into the stun. Good night about, and Yao Yao is going to be the next on the chopping block. Forced to flash away, does manage to survive now, but Shanks blocks him down with the charm. If Flandra can slow him with the mocking shout, and Tarzan once more. He's got the Rift Herald. Just going to take it for a quick smash into the turret, get some extra gold into their pockets, and just like that, Gebetto, we have an 8,000 gold lead before 20 minutes.
And the Herald is going to crash on the tier 2 tower in mid lane, and it's going to be even worse. It is also Cloud Soul. Will we get the Soul? We didn't have it finished in game 1. We're probably not having it finished in game 2 either. AL, they like to start off a little slow. And then once the engine has been turned on, you all but get run over and more. There was a joke made in the LCK, and I'm going to steal it for this. It was about backs against the wall, right? And WE feel like their backs are against the wall. And the joke goes that, like, I feel like they're, you know, in the wall, right? They've been pushed through the wall, They need something to, like, they're stuck in the wall. They are beyond just backs against the wall here, because this game is completely done. Like, it is very unlikely the Team WE come back. And then you're looking at Game 3. We really need to see some magic from WE to find something in this series.
Not to single anyone out, Gebetto, but this has been already quite the rough series for Cube. Both games been given counter pick selection. In game 1, he survived against Flandra's Rumble, but because you're picking Ornn willingly into it, you're going to lose push priority. And we already talked about that in this meta, against someone like Tarzan, you need to get push so that Monkey doesn't start losing resources through the top side of the map. Oh, what just happened? We jumped to live.
Oh.
We missed a lot of action on the Rift, but About is already down to a quarter of his HP. Yao Yao got killed somewhere down the line. I'm just as confused as everyone else at home. I'm not going to lie.
I'm going to pretend that never happened. And we were always here, and I'm aware of what happened. Oh, we're going again.
Oh my god!
We are hot fixing the issue live. Don't worry.
What is happening?
Because there is more action waiting.
Monkey and Yao trying to contest their own red quadrant jungle. Monkey gets charmed and just forced to leave. None of these camps belong to him. It is all for the taking of anyone's legend. Quick drive-by from Unstoppable Onslaught. Flandra just says hello to Cube and knows that this Gwen doesn't want anything to do with this Scion in the solo lane.
Yeah, I think in the game 1, like going back to what you were talking about, the matchup, like, you don't counter Ornn. Sorry, you don't counter Rumble. You know, you weather through Rumble. You survive Rumble. And that didn't exactly happen. But in this game, this is a counter pick, right? And okay, yeah, Gwen takes one item to come online as, there's an ult in mid.
Goodness me! Did you see how much damage that
They didn't even need Tarzan.
No, I mean, he threw an empowered Comet Spear, and that cut through the Inspired Shield. Just insane how far ahead anyone's legend are. But like we said at the beginning of this series, this was the expectation that we had for anyone's legend to have over WE.
Yeah, we don't do predictions here, again, on the LPL, but I'm feeling pretty confident in my prediction at the beginning of this. If we were scoring points, which I'm down for, if any of our, owners, producers want to do predictions for the playoffs, I am down. But I'm plus-1ing myself for this series so far. I think everyone probably is plus-1ing for this series as well. Baron, given on 5. Now, I know that, we're kind of having a bit of fun at the expense of Team WE. And I want to say again, I do think that out of all the teams we've seen, they are the team that deserves to be in Group Ascend, for Split 2. This is not Split 2 yet. This is playoffs. And AL they are full speed ahead towards finals. And I think that they are not going to stop until they get there.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team in WE that took Top Esports to a full 5-game series. And we just saw in our previous best of 5, JDG forced to a full 5-game series against Top Esports. So there's a world that WE, not against anyone's legend, but most of the other opponents in the field might be able to do well. This matchup is just really hard. Like, you've got Tarzan.
We got to be realistic,
Yeah, and sometimes it can feel pretty pessimistic to be like, oh yeah, they were never gonna win this one. But you're seeing the results right now on your screen on how these matches play out. Decent job though from WE in preventing anyone's legend of getting any kills on that engage attempt. It was quite easily executed from WE to just get around it.
I think, Rafa, I'm going to put myself in WE's shoes, right? Again, Group Ascent, this is a learning experience. You have to lose these games. You have to lose games like this to improve. I'm not exactly sure what lessons we are learning from this series specifically, but there are lessons being learned. I'm sure of it. I can feel it, right? I can feel the knowledge going into my brain. Again, I'm not exactly sure what knowledge. Maybe Ban Pantheon is the knowledge. He's here.
The other knowledge is that Flandra is absolutely smurfing on Cube right now. Flash for the decimating smash does snag Cube, but no proper follow-up from anyone's legend can really get any more targets off of the engage attempt from Flandra. Kars is forced to retreat back in mid, and the rest of the Pandas are going to push in through the bottom side of the map, quickly doing away with this turret, undermining it, and they're going to fell this inhibitor next. Top lane still has structures in the path, but anyone's legend are going to try to end the game and go to game 3 off of this push. Charm connects on to Monkey. Not tanky enough, but is barely able to retreat back to the fountain to heal back to top. But anyone's legend don't care about any of the players from WE in their path. They're looking to take down the Nexus turrets. Cube is the first one to fall, and the resets are starting to pour in for hope on this Jinx. The Nexus is exposed. They're going for the kills. They're just adding salt to the wound, and anyone's legend are going to game 3 up 2-0.
This doesn't really... Like, you're not supposed to end, or you're not supposed to be able to end like this anymore. Rafa is gone. Look, I understand. The series is looking brutal, Rafa, but you can't just dip out mid, you know? Like, this is our...
It's not me,
got a job
I
to do here.
promise. I think my camera understands that it's high on going into the regular season for group perseverance. And they definitely were going to be one of the better teams of the group. But remember, our expectations were EDG were going to be the favorite of group perseverance. Well, I'll tell you right now, that did not happen. EDG are not here. Yeah, and I'm still so sad about that, man. Oh, no, never mind. Do not go back to live. I thought that, forgot that my I was trying to find a different camera. However, I have too much
going well.
mess on that side. I don't know why my camera won't come back on, but you know what? It doesn't matter. We got the draft graphic, and
yeah, I think this draft was okay. Like, for WWE, I really don't think that the draft was the problem. The problem is that you're getting solo killed at 3 minutes in. I think Monkey's start again was really smart. I think that what Monkey did was smart this game, right? He goes in and flashes the wall, invades the Pantheon, pushes him off the buff, and then denies Pantheon access to this jungle. Monkey ends up getting some camps there. And then you lose essentially all value from that level 6 timer, because we never even really talked about that. We never even got there, right? The Gwen was down 0-2 before level 6 was even got. The bot lane started with Karma needing to base level 2. Like, one of the things that you pick Karma for is you guarantee bot prio for your entire lane. You are supposed to have it a lot. And okay, Jinx Lulu can fight for it, sure, but when your lanes are looking like that, we were talking about what happens when you're against Tarzan and you don't have lane priority. He's back. Hello. But in this game, he's playing Pantheon. Like, what are you supposed to do when your Gwen is losing side lane, Hope is doing that much damage, mid lane is stable, and Tarzan can go wherever he wants? I will say, in a split of throws of gold leads like this, it is very nice to see AL not make any mistakes with their gold lead and just close the game out quickly.
Yeah, I do not envy Monkey's position in this game to have given your top laner counter pick and he loses it right from the get-go. We've talked about it before and again, and it's going to sound like we're just beating a dead horse at this point, but it is so prevalent to not just this series, but how playoffs are going to go for majority of these matches. This meta is so dependent on which jungler is getting ahead of the curve. When you look at the rest of the world and how global metas are being played out, if a jungler is able to hit level 6 before the other, that is a major window that you have to influence on the map, and teams have to respect it. And if they don't respect it, you get punished. You get majorly effed over, and therefore you need priority. You need agency in your lanes. But if you are getting counterpick and you're losing lane, draft can't solve that. That is just a player diff at that point.
And it is a bit unfortunate when the gap in like the lanes is this big, because there's not a lot for us to say about that, you know? It's not coming down to a team fight. It's not coming down to even macro along the map, or, you know, there was some very intelligent jungle pathing in this series, in game 1 more so, but when it's like you're getting solo killed really, really early, massive gold leads in matchups you're supposed to be doing well in or okay in are looking this bad. It really is, like, for Team WE here, even just getting to a mid game without being down like 5,000 gold is a good place to be. We haven't even seen them take a team fight at even yet. I mean, it's Tarzan, I would say. That's my vote. I think Tarzan had a great game.
I mean, at this point, we should give it to Flandra, because obviously Tarzan had a great game being able to bounce back from the invade from Monkey, but I think you should, Yeah.
Good call.
I 100% agree. If you beast the person that got counter pick and own him, like, you've completely warped the game and ruined any advantages that Monkey had going for him off of the invade. And you just kind of won the game by yourself. And then he TP's bot, and he helps dive and gets Hope ahead. I mean, Flandra just smurfed this one, 100%.
Maybe we're setting up for a Tarzan player of the series then, because it was Shanks in game 1. I think Tarzan did well on the was it Jarvan? It was Jarvan, right? It was Jarvan Oriana. Did well on the Jarvan. Flandra in this game, I think Tarzan had a great game on the Pantheon. So maybe it's like a Hope game 3, like player of the game, and then a Tarzan player of the series. Just tie it nice with a bow.
If Tarzan doesn't win player of the game in game 3, but then gets player of the series, that is insane to me. Like,
but then Kyle, he just left out. You know,
listen, I know he just got MVP. He deserves it. And we glazed this guy up saying if anyone's legend go to first stand, he's going to be the best jungler in the tournament. But even in this series, Tarzan hasn't been perfect. He's had some oopsies. He's had some hiccups. The dive on the cube in game 1, he kind of botched and overplayed his hand. Game 2, he was staying a little too long trying to ego check Monkey, contesting his jungle, right? But if Tarzan gets player of the game in game 3, then maybe we see player of the series.
I want to quickly shout out Initialize and Nymera here for something that that they're talking about in Discord here. We'll have to finish off this statement later, because it's just a question being posed. But this could be, if we go game 3 and it looks similar, the fastest LPL best of 5 ever. Because back-to-back 25-26 minute games in a best of 5 is incredibly fast. Especially, I want to add to this, in this meta where we're seeing it's like increasingly difficult to end the game and increasingly difficult to take Baron, needing Soul. This is very, very fast. So we'll have to see maybe if Kelsey or Mazelle's around, something like, or maybe K-Man. I know some of our team members know a ton about the LPL history, or someone that will have to look it up. But it's been a very, very quick series so far from AL. Again, they are turbo speeding it to some more contested matchups. I know they want to take on JDG again. I know they want to take on BLG again as well.
Well, they can definitely get to JDG at this pace. And for BLG have to get to that. I guess it would have to be an upper final, is where anyone's legend could meet BLG if they were to win this series and then be victorious against JDG. But that is looking ahead in the future. Right now, you got to deal with the present. The present is calling for a break. So when we come back, it's game 3 on your screen. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 between Anyone's Legend and Team WE. Anyone's Legend, to no surprise, is currently leading 2-0 against WE, but they are trying to speed run it, Gebetto. And first of all, we want to bring up a tweet from Molecule, LOL. Shoutouts to them on Twitter.
Shout out Molecule.
Game 1 and 2 combined time right now is 52 minutes and 31 seconds. LPL's fastest best of 5 series in history was 73 minutes and 26 seconds. So Anyone's Legend need to win game 3 in less than 20 minutes and 55 seconds to tie, or if it's 20 minutes and 55 seconds exactly, that would tie the fastest best of 5, which was 2019 Spring Suning versus LNG 3-0.
And some extra lore. Shout out Alk for this one. That LNG roster that lost 3-0 in the fastest ever had Tarzan as a jungler on LNG. That was not a good year for Tarzan, but this is, and so was last year. We're in the draft for our 3rd game. Nico is banned again, but the bans from AL are very interesting to me. So this time it's first pick AL, WE on the second pick and red side, so we have normal drafting here. Nocturne will be banned. What's the first pick that's up here? Rise. Rise is still available. It's going to be banned away. So what's the selection here for AL? Where is the priority? It was a bit awkward in the last game, Rafa, where the priority of this draft end up going, but it's the Ashe.
Okay.
Wow. I mean, Braum and Seraphine are both up, so I don't hate the early Ashe.
Does WE go for best skirmishing junglers up right now? There's Wukong, there's Vi. Both are pretty good. You can pick Jace and flex it if you want, but after witnessing Cube on the Gwen, I don't know if I feel confident giving him any kind of carry champion right now against Flandra. I think WE are unfortunately better off just saying, Cube, just pick a tank. We know you're going to probably lose priority in that matchup. Just survive and be useful later on when it comes to team fights. So, poke comp being set up for WE.
This is going to happen. I don't know. I think you had to take the Seraphine away. I know that you can play Ezreal Braum. This is probably still going to end up being a Seraphine. I mean, you can play Ashe Braum. I think that that's okay, but like, it's pretty tough for WE to... I think the answer here is AL can take either. They can take Seraphine. It's great. There's no answer. They can take Braum. It's great. There's no answer. There's no Karma for the Seraphine. There's no Nico.
Braum.
There's no Lulu. They can't pick Braum. Yeah. It's not... it's not an option, right? So now you've got to go... we're dropping support. This is really tough to play out. If you play the Sylas, you can steal the Seraphine ult, I guess. I don't really love the Sylas here. I would think you have to go something in the support. I think that the pick for Yaya here is incredibly difficult. There is no Lulu. There's no Karma. There's no Nico. Maybe you go Bard. Is an option here in the with the immobile Ashe and Seraphine. It's a ranged bot lane. Other than that, you have to go for some kind of all-in lane. You have to go Ezreal Leona. You have to go Ezreal Rel. And that lane is really hard. You could go Ezreal Nami. I don't know if that's a real lane, though. But the bot lane is already really tough.
This is a tough position to be in as WE. Ashe Seraphine combo has been drafted by Anyone's Legend, and the only way to beat long-range engage is to have ways to absorb those engages or counteract with your own. That's why we see the Sylas, but I understand the lack of confidence in this draft so far because WE want to poke, but they have to deal with hard engage tools from range that Anyone's Legend could look for. And even though Vi is one of those tools that you think to yourself, oh, if she dies solo, that's not a good look, she never has to be the first one to make the move. You can fish
Yeah.
with arrows and Encore first, and then if it connects, like, all right, well, we're killing this guy.
And the E, is that beat drop? What's the E called on Seraphine? I can't remember, but that's also a great fishing tool as well. So now, I think you want to to pick your, you don't want to blind pick your top. If it is going to be this Jace in the jungle, you could opt to go towards a jungle pick here. I think support is the smarter option and keep the flex available. The Bard is for the lane. If you go Blitzcrank or Alistar, like, this lane is so hard. You're playing for team fights. WE are going to sack their lane. And play for these team fights. The Blitzcrank has... it's got catch potential into the Seraphine, I guess. I'm not a really big fan. This is the Flandra special. I wouldn't be surprised to just see the Rek'Sai picked here. Semi-blind. Again, we don't really know whether Jace is going completely. I would expect it top, but I agree with you, Rafa. I don't really trust Cube.
I just am enjoying the fact how you are just growing even more and more visibly uncomfortable and audibly uncomfortable with the decisions WE are making in their draft. But I think this is just one of those situations where we can talk about draft, but WE had a solid draft in game 1 and they just got gapped straight up. Game 2, they had a better a better setup and they had a better invade, and then one lane's collapse instantly meant that they just got gapped again. So WE, they have to just break the rules at this point. I know it's not going to make sense for us from a standard gameplay sense, but if you just start saying, you know what, we're going to sack bot lane and say, let's just try and go for some Blitzcrank shenanigans and roam all around the map. Dude, just break open and play some stuff and throw a curveball at anyone's legend. You can't play standard against them. This Zehen could go jungle, could go top lane.
Yeah, we're keeping the flex, so we'll have to wait and see. I think it's like 20 seconds on this bar. When 20 seconds is up, you can't swap anymore. I would really prefer it how it is right now, with the Zehen in the jungle and the Jace up top. I know maybe nameplate's off, but I'm not the Jace got pretty nerfed in the jungle. I think it looks better in the top lane. Like, we saw it completely evaporate from bans in playoffs already, right? It was first pick, first ban for the entirety of Split 1, and now it's getting picked into Game 3 here, and it's in top lane. I think for WE, the draft really doesn't matter that much, genuinely, which is insane to say, because of how badly the lanes have been working for them. If WE want to win a game at all, they need to get to 15 minutes at even. And if they get there, I'm happy for them, but AL have not let them do that at all. And I think bot lane, I genuinely think bot lane is going to be 3,000 gold up very quickly. I think this lane is very strong, and I'm not sure if Blitzcrank Ezreal is the way to deal with it. But again, we're in the wall. We are beyond backs against the wall for WE here. Maybe the Blitzcrank is the secret key here to finding some gold.
We are so far into the wall that it is probably just broken at this point. We have broken past the wall. Like, we've talking about breaking the fourth wall. I mean, anyone's legend have broken more than the fourth wall. They've broken their backs at this point as well. But we'll see if WE can pull off some magic as we head to Summoner's Rift for Game 3.
You know what you just reminded me of then?
What's that?
Ooh, the WE chants have gotten very quiet, I will say. But with the AL, all right, you got to let this go through. You got to hear this one out. AL are Bane, okay, and WE are Batman, okay. But it's the scene where Bane says, you know, what? I wonder what will break first, your mind or your body, and he breaks Batman's back in the Dark Knight Rises movie. And we haven't currently gotten to the part where Batman comes back. Maybe Split 2, we could see a comeback, and Team WE can take a game off of AL or a series even, and then I will be calling this back. But right now, the back is being broken by AL, and I hope, you know, that's not necessarily going to be the case, but it's not been a comfortable series for WE so far.
Nope. It's definitely been far from any sense of comfort for WE. They have been thrown their greatest challenge so far in Split 1. They have been able to at least...
Does that say first?
Yes.
Pretty cool.
So, one of the things that we talked about at the beginning of this series, I was expecting Tarzan to be the first one to break out the Zehen jungle, since usually Tarzan is one of our innovators, as well as being, most of the time, the best jungler in the league, and just an overall Giga Chad in bringing new jungles to the fray here in the LPL. Shout out to his Zed jungle performances back in 2025. But Monkey is going to be bringing the Zehen flavor to the Rift for the first time in the LPL. But we've already talked about that Zehen jungle has been played worldwide already.
Yeah, the Zahungle has been getting some playtime in the other major regions that we've... the LPL is... We took a break. There were some celebrations to be had. This doesn't look great. If that shove hit, Karis didn't flash. He was dead. Just want to let that be known. He has Electrocute and Doran's Ring, so he'll have to base already. But yeah, the LPL a bit behind on timing with the way that the break was taken. But in now to see what the priorities are, and it's relatively the same. The Pantheon Nocturne hasn't been so far as high as I expected it to be, but ends up still getting picked and banned. We're going in, but this bot lane is going to be largely important to how this game goes, right? Already the bases from WE are not looking good, but the CS is not too bad. The Blitzcrank will either, get a massive look and change the entire game, or will do absolutely nothing. There's no middle ground.
Monkey does have first move from Karis, so he can make this aggressive play. Pulls Tarzan back in. That gets Tarzan's flash out. So, once again, similar to Game 2, where Monkey, not being set far behind early on, is able to get the better of Tarzan in these early skirmishes.
Very nice. I think Monkey's had a good start to these games. He's been intelligently pathing. Karis is on the roam with him after that reset. So, yeah, very nice play from WE. And you know what? We're past 3 minutes, and no one has died. That's a first for this series so far.
A CS lead too, man. I mean, this is quite the start. Cube going for the solo kill, 1v1.
No.
Oh no! Just put the fries in the bag, bro. Hang it up, man. Oh, I can't. I can't defend him.
You can't be cursing him like that, okay? I was kind of trying to be a little ambiguous with how I was saying it, and then you just said Cube has a CS lead, and then he just dies. He dives on the tower, and is he dead again?
And Flandra hits level 6. Cube has no flash, no way out, no hose, no bros, just a one-way trip back to the fountain. Flandra is gonna sit him down and show him who's the father in this top lane.
Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. I've seen enough. Yanni? Sorry. Rafa. Never buy a lottery ticket. That was horrible. Alright? There was, the sentence had barely finished leaving your mouth, and Cube has died twice. I don't want to, if you ever tell me, stocks of it, I'm not listening. I'm going the other way. If you say, oh, I think, this person's going to win the race. No, they're coming last. That was the worst curse I've ever seen in my life.
It literally manifested it in the worst way possible. I apologize, but also that ain't on me. That's on Cube, man.
I wasn't a part of this.
Listen, I was calling it as I saw it, and I didn't say anything.
He did have a CS lead.
Yeah,
he still does, to be fair.
I was
he still
speaking
does
the
have
truth.
A CS lead. Your Honor, I speak the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Exactly.
And the truth is, there were some mistakes that happened in top lane.
Yes, indeed.
That did happen, but it's okay because AL haven't Like, game 1, there was already like a 2,000 gold lead for AL. So it's only top, and it's only 400 gold. So it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Right?
All things considered, I know that dying back-to-back twice, first on your decision to commit to the dive and getting outplayed, and then Flandra TPing back and outplaying it. Hang on, Shanks might be in trouble. Tarzan, ball break over the wall, and it means that Kars is now in a world of trouble. Pops the encore that he stole from the Seraphine. Unfortunately, just not enough to finish off Shanks. And now Yao Yao forced to flash away and is completely in a world of trouble. He's in enemy territory, and that Ash Arrow will signal the death of him. The fight continues as Monkey's gonna get knocked up. Cease and desist into the unraveled Earth Seismic Shove combo. Monkey managing to pop Tarzan before he goes down. Monkey trying to survive the flash auto attack from Kyle. Ensures that Monkey's death will be the high note for Kyle Seraphine.
Maybe we should... Like, I'm trying to think about how we avoid this. Maybe we just... look, I'm really struggling to find... I can't lie. So, like, Yao goes behind for, like, this flank blitzcrank play, and then he just sits there and watches his team die. Hook the vibe, bro! He's charging punch. Hook him. There's no Raptors in the way, please. Anyway, I'm calm. WE had a stable game state. Maybe we should just stop making plays. I'm not exactly sure, because whenever... WE in this series, mostly in this game, have made decisions. They haven't gone well. This guy's watching his phone. Like, he knows.
He knows. He knows. He knows. Oh, I cannot believe I didn't even take into stock that Yao Yao was there the entire time, and watching that replay just made me infuriated. Monkey. Oh!
He got one.
Okay, wait. All right. I thought he smited.
Can't see. We'll have to wait until all the quests are done, and then we'll get the Grubs graphic. Because we were in like replay, I think, when the first one was done. I'm pretty sure it was 2 for AL and 1 for WE, but we'll have to see. It might have been maybe Monkey got that third one and was able to get 2. But honestly, in a sea of loss, how much does 1 or 2 grubs really bring you back? Not a ton, but it's something, all right? I will say, this is not the worst game we've seen so far in terms of how the gold has looked at 10 minutes.
Okay, Yao. Hit this hook. Hit him. Okay, Encore slows him down. Blitzcrank hook goes wide. All right. Oh, but the W hook from Monkey connects on the Hope. Has no flash, tries to flash away to the right side, pops the barrier, ends up going down. And Monkey's sheer force of will at least guarantee WE get a second kill this game.
And Cube doesn't die on the weak side. Very nice. I'm surprised Hope flushed in there for the 1-for-1 trade. I think he was definitely out there, but loses both summoner spells, so there is a possibility for something to be done back in the bot lane again. Oh, Karis?
One more auto attack. Oh, Shanks with the style points. Q flash to guarantee the kill. Karis down 2 deaths, and Shanks is up almost 1,000 gold in this matchup.
That game 2 was a bit of a blip in the radar of the mid lane matchup. I think Karis had a good game 2. Nearly found a solo kill, was up gold, and now we're looking back to kind of what we saw in game number 1, where Shanks takes the better end of a winning matchup and shows that his laning is very dominant. Talia as well is a champion that does take time normally to get rolling. This was face up Talia. The Silas was just picked into it. There's not really a great ult to steal. Like, yeah, you have Ambassador ult and Vi ult and Seraphine ult, but that's not normally what you go like, oh man, this is an amazing Silas angle. It's not an Alistar ult or a Nara ult. And Tarzan is in this brush. He's blocking this gank really well.
Asher onto About, pops the cleanse, and Tarzan springs the trap onto an unknowing Monkey who tries to go into Grim Deliverance, still surviving for now, but Tarzan has already eliminated Yao Yao. Shanks has arrived to the party and will punish Karis, trying to double down on this play. Monkey forced to retreat. The Vault Breaker clips About in the face, and it's a 10-2 kill lead for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, it really does feel... I know that I said this as a joke originally. It really feels like any time that WE are making a play, they're making a decision, AL are just aware of what is going on. Every time AL are coming up positive when WE are making the plays. Tarzan, this is so intelligent to sit here and block the engage that Vi does. This is something Vi does so well. Punches Yao Yao away. Ults there's a hand, so he can't engage on the backline. And then the roam that's late from Shanks, but he has his ult, so he joins, get a really nice shove on Karis, and AL come up on top yet again.
What was the gold lead? 4,000 now? Yeah.
Too much.
Too much. The wallet diff is starting to expand in the Panda's favor. And I know that the slogan says anything is possible, but WE's chances of making anything happen is starting to be really slim. Monkey forced to flash away from the Encore. And Anyone's Legend going to gain some priority in this mid lane. They already took the 2 first dragons of the game. So we still have about another 4 minutes before that third one starts to spawn, and it's an Infernal Soul, Gebetto. So if you already thought that this lead from Anyone's Legend was devastating enough, imagine getting blasted by Infernal Soul procs. Karis trying to look for the collapse onto Kael. There's no Encore as he steals and hijacks one of his own. Flash! Encore! What the hell? Flandra comes in from far before public execution, takes out Karis, and completely turns the tides of the battle! WE don't get a single kill, completely embarrassed by the Pandas, and they are just running away with the series on this one.
Yeah, just wrap it up. I think it's about time. AL are, like you said, they're completely embarrassing WE. They're dancing on them. Hope sidesteps the hook. Kael engaged by everyone, lives, and not going to be a delayed ace, as Cube will be able to base. So gracious that AL let him get his base off, but everywhere is winning. Tarzan is the only one without a real gold lead, and he is doing his job, so well. Everyone else is 1,500 or more up in 14 minutes. AL are showing that individually they're better, their team fighting is better, their synergy is better, their macro is better, and again, I think this is a great look for this team who, you know, has got all these MVPs, all these all-team first pros, and is looking to, you know, be a favorite in the LPL to go to first stand.
Yeah. We set up very clear expectations that not only Anyone's Legend were going to be favored in this series, and if they want to establish themselves as the best, if not one of the representatives of LPL going into first stand, when you're playing against teams like WE coming from Group Perseverance, this is the way to do it. It cannot be anything less than a complete stomp to give LPL the most confidence going into those international tournament scenarios. Dive under the top turret, Vault Breaker, Encore, Unraveled, Seismic Shove, the full combo, and the House Kitchen Sink thrown into the mix as well. Tarzan doesn't even go down. It's just a pristine, clean dive from the Pandas. And now we got a flank scenario coming into the mid lane. Flandra in a 1v2, and he likes these odds so far. He's got backup coming in with the Weaver's Wall. Shanks ready to fly on in and hunt About down. The flash for the Q, throws another rock. Grim Deliverance gets punted back by a quick seismic shove from Shanks. And Monkey's passive will only delay the inevitable, but at least buy some time for Monkey to survive for now. Relying on Yao Yao and a Cube to be the front line for him as Flandra tries to continue to dance forward, playing on the edge and using the shields from the Eclipse and the W to keep himself alive. WE don't lose out on their jungler, but the devastation is already made happen.
We have just under 5 minutes to break the record. It's pretty tough to do, but the gold is in the right places to have it happen. The problem is that, like, maybe you need Baron to end, and you would need to get Baron on spawn and then win in 50 seconds. And that's, you know, if you kill it within, you know, 2 seconds, which is not happening, so you probably would need to win 30 seconds after you kill Baron. It's probably not happening, but the fact that it's in the conversation in 2026, where the game is so difficult to end, and it's a possibility that you could get the fastest series ever, the fastest best of 5 in the LPL ever, is crazy. But AL just look leagues above.
Oh, Shanks. Some difficulty trying to take down Cube, who is a little bit beefier, going with the Grasp of the Undying rune setup, but still will end up going down to Tarzan's Vi as he takes his time, gets 360 gold for his troubles. We got a mid lane fight. Encore quickly demolishing Yao Yao. Grim Deliverance right on top of Hope. Is he taking any damage? Finally, Cars gets into the fray and gets a big shutdown bounty for himself. Needs to escape the grasp of Flandra. And because there's no public execution available anymore, there's no way to lock down Cars. So some consolation prizes being awarded over to WE in getting some gold back for themselves, but it is still a 9,000 gold deficit that they have to overcome.
Yeah, I think that WE, like, the game plan here is just denying the record. So going for Hope there is actually really big because he needs to be there to push the towers down as the ADC. So maybe denying the record here with just that kill alone.
Weaver's wall cuts off any retreat path for Yao Yao. Gets flicked right back into Flandra's waiting arms. Cube is teleported in and says, oh god, I don't want to be here anymore. Tries to run away. Shanks, does he have another seismic shove in time to punt him back? Not going to find it. About able to arcane shift away from any danger from the Pandas as they are taking up position up in this blue quadrant jungle, continuing to just stranglehold all the resources, all the gold from WE, and it's just clinical gameplay from what many consider to be the best team in the LPL.
2 minutes remaining until the record has escaped them, and, you know, when are you going to get another opportunity like this? I think that AL need to go for this. They're going to use the Herald to get some more gold, but they will basically have, like, this reset and then a minute. So they'd need to, you know, regroup. There's no towers, really.
Arrow,
I mean, they could just go for it here.
Shove, and the Rift Herald knock-up. Vi is going road rage driving on this Herald. Tarzan just adding insult to injury. And all Monkey can do is say, guys, don't worry, I'm getting a Grom.
Are they going for it? Are they going to try to end? This would break the record. They still have a minute and a half.
A minute and 50 seconds. A minute and 50 seconds. Anyone's legend. Someone told them. Someone told them the script. They're trying to make it happen.
No
they
way.
want to make history happen right here, right now. Yao Yao pulls them in, but Flandra's there to back him up with the public execution, diving under a Nexus turret. Maybe it was a little too bold and ambitious for anyone's legend to pull off. They retreat. They lost Kyle. The record will not be broken today, as WE will defend their base.
We've still got a minute. Kyle can respawn. Maybe we can... I think it's probably done. But I actually think AL were going for it. I think they were going for the record because there is no reason to try to end the game like that unless you were going for the record. But they can't get it done. They have a minute left to tie the record, so it's probably not... Unless they can take Baron right now and win in the next 40 seconds, I think it's elapsed.
Win. You have 45 seconds and counting to do it. Anyone's legend.
Or you just run.
Screw it.
We just run for the Nexus?
You have to clear one Nexus turret, though, so you can't do it without a minion wave. And anyone's legend, they're taking way too long to push this. I mean, the Baron take itself is going to be about 15 seconds at best.
I think it's done.
Yeah.
I think it's done, Rapper. I think they can't make it.
Well, the record
that's heartbreaking.
Can't be made, so anyone's legend, they're going to take their time. They're going to make sure that they're not fumbling any steps along the way and make sure it's as clean as possible.
So, Bin, Angel, and On, I think, are the only 3 players remaining in the LPL that are still on that Suning roster that got the record. Maybe they're watching this and going, thank God.
Oh, nice
hook.
Hook from Yao Yao. Shanks forced to flash away, but the response is that much greater. Yao Yao goes down for his attempt, and Monkey forced to back off from Flandra's Mbessa, who is just running the Rift. Level 15 on this Mbessa. 3 levels above pretty much everyone on the side of WE, and the public execution sends him into the back line, flashing on top of about. The cleanse won't do jack squat for you, buddy. You're still getting sliced by Dami Mommy herself. And here comes the vault breaker into the cease and desist, pulls in Yao Yao as well. Shanks goes a little too deep, but the Nexus turrets are destroyed. Monkey, with one last Hail Mary attempt, will go down swinging, but nothing rewarded. The true king of the jungle runs this rift, and his name is Tarzan, the MVP of the regular season. Anyone's legend with a clean 3-0 sweep over WE.
They are, I think it was 1 minute and 1 second off the record there. That was a ridiculous stomp. Unbelievable. How quick that series was. I'm kind of speechless. Like, first of all, I want to say there is nothing to say about like analysis. AL are just levels above WE. But to win in 2026 in that fashion, when we've seen games get flipped and how late they go and elders and souls, I don't think there was a single soul taken in that entire game. Sorry, in that entire series.
I mean, what else is there to say? We predicted this matchup, we predicted the score, and I think the only thing I can say that we didn't necessarily call to happen was Flandra just completely destroying the top lane matchup. We talked about how Monkey was going to have to overcome Tarzan, and for what it's worth, Monkey was able to respond pretty decently throughout the series. Game 2 and Game 3 had strong openers in the jungle. Karis in that Game 2 actually had a lead over Shanks, almost living up to the graphic that we had presented, that you can be better than Shanks. Bot lane, I can forgive because About's a rookie. And Yao Yao is I think is also a rookie, or at least fairly new to Tier 1 play. So that matchup was always going to be tough. And WE tried to play around the advantages that they could get.
Well, Rafa, I was saying that this series is a learning opportunity. And what I learnt is that, I learnt what the fastest series was in the LPL. That was good. And I learnt that AL, they're pretty good at League of Legends. They're some good, they're 5 good players. They're not bad at this game, is what I learnt. I feel like I've seen Clash games go longer than some of those games.
Like even super one-sided Clash games? Is it what you're getting at?
It is. I've been talking all season about how hard it is to end the game. 21 minutes and 55, 56 seconds is unbelievable.
Yeah. That was disgustingly awesome from Anyone's Legend, and how they dismantled and ruined WE. Not even trying to be biased, not even trying to be like, yeah, we hate WE. No. We praised WE for having the split that they had in group perseverance. Obviously, the class of opponents that they were playing against is a completely different level than Anyone's Legend, and that is just the unfortunate reality. Like, WE drew them, or more actually, Anyone's Legend selected them as their opponent, pretty much sentenced them to an immediate first round loss and sending them to lower bracket. But here's the thing, Gebetto. Like we said, WE took Top Esports to a full 5-game series. So it's not necessarily out of the question that they're doomed to buster out 2 series losses and go home until Split 2. There's a chance that they can play up against Top Esports if that is their opponent, but it could be Top Esports, it could be the loser of Weibo IG, or the loser of BLG and IP.
So I got a theory here. I don't know how true this is. Someone's gonna have to check the bracket for me, but I think that AL is doing a favor to WE here. They've said, okay, look, we'll make this quick. You go into the lower bracket and you fight top esports again, and this time you win. I think that AL is actually on WE's side because we need to see that WE top esports rematch. I think that's going to be hype because, like, you know, if top esports had won, I mean, you know, but they're down there, so I'm pretty sure that they will be playing off against each other. They are. I've been confirmed. It has been. So therefore, we will be getting top esports WE rematch, and I think that's where, you know, that's why the series looked the way it did.
Yeah. Well, that is going to be quite the show, because we already know that from precedence, we talked about it on the podcast episode that we did a couple days ago with Alk, that the top esports WE series had one of the bloodiest games of the year. I don't remember which game it was specifically, but it was like the most amount of kills ever recorded for 2026 in tier 1, or maybe just globally.
I think it was second. I think it was 55. I think the number 1 was in the LCP. I think it was 60, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, it will definitely be a lot more competitive than what we got in this best of 5 between Anyone's Legend and Team WE. But considering that WE took top esports to 5 games, JDG had to come back from a 1-2 deficit against top esports. How much do you want to... No Gamba, but where do you lie on the prediction line of Anyone's Legend versus JDG?
I like JDG. I did say on broadcast that if JDG got to a finals this year, that I would spike my hair up and do that and come on. Even if I wasn't casting, I'd come on for 10 seconds and I would say hi for that. But that AL looked pretty scary. I would like to say a 3-2 victory, but I'm leaning more towards like a 3-1 maybe. I think AL against JDG. I think, and that's mostly off of the series that we saw tonight. Top esports, I mean, Cubby has been a big... he's been very vocal about how much he doesn't trust this top esports roster. Yeah. I think that the JDG series had some pretty big mistakes from JDG. Yeah. So I could honestly, not in this fashion, but I could see a 3-0-3-1 angle for AL. I think they looked untouchable in this series. It was kind of bizarre. Again, they are against WE, a group perseverance team, but you know, we'll have to see. I think 3-1 would probably be my prediction for AL. Talking about hyperbolic time chambers, it feels like they've been in one.
Yeah. I mean, LPL plays by far the most games out of any league in the world, at least in Tier 1. I would be pressed to find even a Tier 2 league that plays more games than the LPL. Maybe LDL itself plays more games. But yeah, looking at that JDG matchup, I think the one caveat that I give to JDG that gives them the edge in taking a game, if not 2 off of Anyone's Legend, is the fact that Xiaoshu is not Cube.
This is true. He is pretty good.
Yes. I think that automatically opens you up in having agency in a lane that either, if given counterpick, they're going to win the counterpick matchup, or 2, if put in a blind pick scenario or put on like a tank pick and just absorbing the matchup. Like we said, Cube on the Ornn this series was fine, but you need priority badly. You need agency. You need push so that your jungle just doesn't get completely devoured by Tarzan walking all over your enemy jungler. And we've talked a lot about already that Junja suffers when he is pressured early on, which is why Nio was getting into his head that entire series. That is probably one of the clear weaknesses that JDG had. Aside from the Game 5 pop-off from Kiana, Nio was low-key getting the better of Junja that entire series.
And then Junja got player of the series. So there's that.
Fake news.
Speaking of, I like to talk about it. I know, this is not an official broadcast, but I still like to talk about it. I think it's really fun. I would say, I know that we were joking about it before, but I do think it's a Tarzan. I think it's a Tarzan player of the series for me. Like, he is just everywhere.
He did play really well in this game 3. So if he gets a player of the game into the player series, I'm okay with it.
I think it's pretty tough to pick player of the games in games like that when it's just over before it even really starts. But yeah. I think that for me that's probably what it was. You could also give it to Kyle. The Seraphim was pretty nice. I thought that the Seraphim was really nice too. But
I'd say Flandre, bro. I'd say Flandre. 100%.
Okay, but he did have his enemy top laner gift him a free solo kill by diving him under tower as Jace versus Mbessa like level 4 or whatever it was. Again.
Sure, but he also kind of astro glided on him in the dive, which was
he did.
Kind of
Shanks had a good game too. We'll see what it is.
I mean, right now the leading runners are Shanks and Flandre because they already got Player of the Game awards in this series. So if one of those two gets another Player of the Game, I think that defines who gets Player of the Series. But if Tarzan gets Player of the Game, then I could see him also getting Player of the Series.
So do you think, is the way that it works, that like to get a Player of the Series, you have to have, or you think you have to have at least one like Player of the Game?
I think you need to have at least one Player of the Game.
If you have a series that you're incredibly impactful, like you have no bad games, you carry the series, but like low-key carry the series, right? And everyone else, every other game, there's like an individual performer that does really well. Can you not get a player of the series? You have to have one like pop-off game?
I mean, maybe, but that would have to be where Shanks first. So in this scenario, let's say Shanks player of the game 1, and then just runs it down game 2 and game 3. Flandre gets player of the game 2, but then runs it down game 1 and game 3. And that wasn't necessarily the case. Shanks didn't perform as well as Kars did in game 2, but still was useful, still was impactful.
Yeah. And
Flandre he wasn't solo killing Cube in game 1 in the Rumble Ornn matchup, but he had push prio, and his TP flanks with Rumble on equalizers were good, and then he even styled on them at the end with the 1v2 pressure. So
the MVP is the record we didn't break tonight. I was really hoping for that, and I can't believe we actually did go for it. I'm pretty sure I saw Hopes like laughing when they were pushing on the first time. I'm fairly sure they were aware and they were going for it, which is hilarious. They also could have just been like, let's just get this over with. Like, let's just go home and prep for our next series. I mean,
it is strangely coincidental that Flandre's gonna get player of the series. I already know, but it is very too close to be a coincidence that at the moment when anyone's legend realized it's now or never to break this record, that they just sent it on that push at 19 minutes. I want to believe that after they stomped them in game 2, they went into the back room, and whether it was Tabe or someone else, someone said, hey, by the way, we could win fastest best of 5 in LPL history, by the way, if we win in 20 minutes and 55 seconds or less.
You know what it was? It was Tarzan. Tarzan said, guys, I lost for the fastest series ever. Can we please fix this? Because it's haunted me for 7 years. We need to fix this.
I would love it to be canon that Tarzan was the one that brought it up, and this like core PTSD memory just unlocked off of the thought of, oh my god, I can finally get rid of this haunting accolade that I never wanted for myself. Something that I've had to live with since 2019. But unfortunately, they were not able to get it in time.
Play the series? Yeah.
Boom. Boom.
It was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we were discussing, we haven't necessarily brought up officially on broadcast, is we were discussing what were our personal all-pro votes for top lane. I personally put Xiaoshu as my first all-pro because while Flandra, I definitely don't disagree that he is in the top 2 contention, and I can respect him getting first all-pro. I thought that Xiaoshu had more consistent carry performances on champions, especially that Flandra normally isn't known for. However, this series was an excellent demonstration of what a first all-pro top laner can do, and very huge props to Flandra for completely dumpstering his opponent in first the game 2 counterpick matchup, where he's blinding Sion, Cube gets the Gwen, and then he solo kills him. And then while necessarily this wasn't a like complete counterpick from the Mbessa, because they didn't know if Jace was going to be flexed to jungle or if it wasn't, but yeah, no, Flandra popped off this series, man.
I think that this series as a whole is more or less indicative of like this is what a first, like what an most valuable MVT is, what a team of the split is.
Yeah.
In AL, like, and again, WE were great in Perseverance. They had a good split. I think that Monkey had good parts of the series, and Karas played well, and About has Rookie of the Split, but there is just a difference between teams like this, and it's on display. This'll, I think that this team is interesting to watch over Split 2 and see how this team grows, right? It's a massive growing split for this team and the players on this team as well. But for tonight, for this playoffs, this was definitely, like an invite to the playoffs rather than, I don't think we would have had to have been in a very interesting timeline for WE to make an upset in playoffs for this to happen. But I think at the end of the day, AL looks strong. They look locked in. They're not messing around, which is great to see. It would be really bad for them to be dropping any games, to be honest. And they look like the top team.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Gebetto. But that is the conclusion of tonight's broadcast. Both best of fives wrapped in the books. We'll show that playoff bracket one last time just so that you can get a clear mental image of your head of where all the teams lie after our first half of our upper round, first upper round in our double elimination bracket. Anyone's Legend is now slotted up against JDG. That matchup will be later this week. Tomorrow, we still have another back-to-back best-of-5 series between Weibo Gaming and IG, and then BLG versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Afterwards, we will only go down to one best-of-5 per day for the remainder of our playoffs, where we have Top Esports now slotted against WE in the lower bracket. Before we close out tonight's show, y'all, we want to give a huge shout-out and thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. But without further ado, on behalf of the LPL English broadcast staff and crew, myself, Rafa, and my boy Gebetto, first of all, I'm going to give you a fist bump across the world.
Which side is it? Hold on. Wait, this way.
Oh, there we go. Boom. Just like that. It was a pleasure casting with you, buddy. Hope we get to do many more in the future. But for now, thank you, everyone, for tuning in and watching both of the series with us tonight. Shout out to Cubby and Grapes for casting early. Shout out to Caddy, who produced the entire show for 2 back-to-back Best of 5 series, which is that is 07 worthy right there. And for anyone that celebrated Lunar New Year, 新年快乐，我爱大家. Love you all, and see you all next time.